Yogi Bear. Yogi Bear, Yogi Bear, Yogi Bear, Yogi Bear. Yogi Bear. You turned your PS5 on as fast as possible. Wait, do you watch the streams on your PlayStation? What the freak? I got the Cleveland and Miami game up on my other monitor. It looks like Cleveland's gonna walk away with this one, y'all. But what's good, Darlington? What up, Keith? What up, Arsene, Yasha, Lurker, Zuramon, Aether? What's good with y'all, Ashen? I watch the streams on my PlayStation too. Wait, really? I guess that's not really that shocking because I watch a lot of streams on my TV, like using the Twitch app on my television. So I guess it's kind of like the same thing. What up, Ray K? And then do y'all just like chat on your phone while you're watching on your PlayStation or something? What up, Ganandy? What up, Rowlet? My TV doesn't run Twitch. I see. So do you guys like have an app to where you can see like the 7TV emojis? I'm not gonna lie, bruh. Playoff basketball has not been good whoops today. These have been all washes, and it looks like this Cleveland game might be no different, but we'll see. I didn't even see a note yet. I just had the page open. Damn, you waiting for me. I don't want you on my TV just in case you say something. What would I say, though? Like, you feel me? I watch a lot of Twitch on TV, but then again, I don't really... It's not like I live with my mom. Honestly, even when I did live with my mom, bro, I can't lie. I used to play some crazy shit on the speakers. You feel me? I'm mad I didn't make a parlay for Thunder to go 4-0. They washing the Grizz. I don't know, like... It's only game one. A lot can change in other games and stuff like that. But yeah, I did not. Some people. So there were like some predicts going around that I thought were a little crazy, right? Some people thought that like the Grizz would actually like maybe get a couple games or something off of OKC. I could not imagine a scenario where that is the case. And then a lot of people really thought the Timberwolves were going to be light work for the Lakers. And maybe it's just I'm paranoid because the Lakers are my team. But I was never confident, man. I'm confident we're going to win. Like, even though we lost that one game, I'm still, like, confident that our team will win. But we could easily lose that shit. Got to lose one game for Lakers in 5. Hey, man. All I'm saying is the Wolves, kind of nasty. Oh, shoot. I have to. Uber, thank you for the Prime for 102 months. Oh, that's right. I forgot it was Easter. My mom came over yesterday and was like, so what are you guys doing for Easter tomorrow? And I was like, Easter's tomorrow? Right. But I guess that makes sense. But yeah, I do not celebrate. What up, Jade Arts? Spider-Man, Batman, Ant-Man, Lakers in 5. I like the. I see now. I'm fucking with the way you stinking, boy. I'm fucking with the way you stinking, boy. Wait, it is also 420 as well. Wait, Easter landed on 420. Oh my God, blaze it. Yo, Miami's kind of getting fucked. Yo, I'm not gonna lie. Bam Adebayo is Jackson Hayes with DoorDash pass, bro. Like, genuinely. That boy Adebayo some shit. Not too much. Hey, man. Godspeed. Not my team anymore, but not too much on Bam? What you mean not your team anymore? You be switching up? Who the fuck's your team? The Bay is my home. UK, by the way. I love you UK bastards because like y'all just switch teams every year. I'm about to see you in a couple years be like, all right, the Boston Celtics on my team, innit? Like, do y'all not the fucked up part? Like, the thing that makes no sense about Hoodie Main is like, how the fuck you a Boston Celtics fan? Do you not remember the Boston Tea Party? Like, you really rock it with your ops. I support my local team here. I can pick and choose overseas. I'm sorry, that's weak. Like, at the end of the day, you do whatever you want to do. Enjoy the sport however you want it. I think that shit is weak. Picking and choosing your favorite team, and then like it's one thing if you pick and choose your favorite team and then you become a loyalist. That's one thing. But like if you pick and choose your favorite team and then you end up switching that shit depending on the year, I'm sorry, bro. That's weak sauce. I'm following Jimmy Butler. Yo, you know you're in the presence of a dick rider when they say, I don't root for teams, bro. I have favorite players, bro. I don't got a favorite team, bro. I got a favorite player, bro. All right, man. Godspeed, Spider-Man. You want me to support Terry Rozier? Look, man, I feel like the best part about being a sports fan is being there for your team while y'all suck. You know what I'm saying? And like, especially, like, granted, Lakers don't stay bad for all too long, but when we're bad, like, we get so much shit because obviously, like, everybody hates the fucking Lakers. Deservedly so. Like, I'm not even saying that, like, we don't deserve to be hated on. Like, sure, yeah, we deserve that. But like, yeah, so it feels bad when we're bad. What's everyone's team once LeBron retires? I mean, I've been a Lakers fan since I think it was 2005, 2006, somewhere around there. I tell the story all the time, but like a lot of people are shocked that I'm not a Celtics fan. But the reason why I like basketball in the first place was because my brother had like a pneumonia or some shit. So we had to take him to the hospital. He had to stay a couple days. And then when he was getting discharged type shit, and, you know, my mom was signing the papers to like sign him out, we was waiting in the waiting room, and I was watching a Los Angeles Lakers versus Phoenix Suns game, and I saw Kobe do what Kobe does. Granted, like, if Kobe would have ended up leaving the Lakers, I don't know if I would have stayed a Lakers fan, but because of that moment, like, I just watched the Lakers. So that's why that ended up becoming my favorite team. And then I just love, like, the Lakers culture, bro. It's a winning culture. You feel me? And then also, like, not for nothing, but, like, the Lakers stars got sauce. I can't say the same for the Celtics GOATs. Like, other than Larry Bird and Bill Russell, bro, Celtics GOATs, I can't lie. I can't lie. I'm going to be honest with you. You got Paul Pierce. I guess you could say KG valid. You got Paul Pierce. Who else y'all got? Racist McRacist, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Bro, we got Magic Johnson. Like, are we serious? Playoff Rondo. We also had playoff Rondo. Say shit. Ray Allen? Man, Ray Allen is supersonic. Let's be for real. Like, yeah, he won with the C's. Yeah, he won with he was part of that super team. But, like, come on. Celtics Shaq? Kyrie not hype? Okay. Get Tyler Hero off my team? I mean, y'all not out of it, bro. Y'all not out of it, man. What up, Wu King? How you doing, bro? What up, Woopla? Not gonna lie, I'm claiming Ray Allen. Of course you are. That's what you Boston fans do. You just claim minorities, huh? That goes in? No way. I thought that shot was going in. That was crazy. My bad. Feels like OKC's win today should count as 2 games. Bro, I ain't never seen a spanking like that in my entire life. Hold on. Tyler Hero about to put up some bullshit. I promise you. On God, Tyler Hero putting up some bullshit. That went in. Oh my God. Never mind, go. Never mind, go. That white boy nasty. Never mind, go. That white boy nasty. Never mind, go. Fuck. Harden in 6. I do still think the Clippers will win that. The thing is, like, it's like I said yesterday. Jokic is just one of them dudes. No matter, like, how much of an underdog you are, that's Jokic. That's Jokic. Also, that's Westbrook. They going for it, revenge for this. Hey, man. When the fuck even was this? 6-16 for OKC? Like, when literally was this? Like 16 years ago? Like, what the fuck? Was Shea even in the fucking league? 2022? Damn. What up, Polka? We'll never see Westbrook do that again. Why do people, like, say that? Like, yes, Westbrook does some stupid shit sometimes, but, like, he is perfectly capable of doing that. Like, the thing is, like, Westbrook, like, still got that in him. Like, I don't know, bro. I feel like people are way too harsh on Westbrook, bro. I can't lie. Like, I feel like people like think Westbrook is like a $20, $30 million a year player or something like that. Like, bro, he on a vet minimum. But I still believe in the Clips, though. I still believe, like, Harden's been having a really good year. Obviously, Kawhi's been hooping. Zubac's been hooping. Like, I think that team is solid. I think they can figure it out. I feel like one of the biggest issues for the Clippers in that game was, like, they still stopped abusing Zubac for some reason. Like, I don't know why that happened. Anywho, season 4, y'all are going up against the Magic, man. Like, congratulations, yo. Plane has been landed. Like, Zubac got to win MIP. Oh yeah, there's my vote for sure. Zubac is my vote for sure. Although MIP is such an interesting category because I feel like a lot of people think that MIP should be like, oh, this nigga was ass and now he's great. Whereas, like, I feel like Zubac, like, he was always good. He just, like, elevated, you know? But I always liked Zubac, so I never wanted to get rid of him. When the Lakers had him, I liked him. I didn't want to get rid of him at all. But, you know, it is what it is. What up, Arcane? Oh, you was Pika Boy. All right. Well, what up, GOAT? Thank you for telling us what your previous name was. A lot of people be changing their names and be like, hey, guys, it's me. And everybody's like, who the fuck are you? And they're like, well, you don't remember me, man? Y'all don't fuck with me for real. It's like, bro, you, like, completely changed your name, your color, your fucking identity, bro. Like, how the fuck am I supposed to know it's you? Chat. I don't know if this video from Mac, is he saying he doesn't want any more Injustice games? Can I say something? I would play the shit out of a new Injustice game. What the fuck? I want to see it. Dante goes off on, hold on, I gotta mute the game.
Hey, white boy, you got something to say? Say it then, bruh. On my dead homies on the streets that I was raised from, my nigga, you not gonna say nothing to me ever. So what's good?
Wait, what is this about?
I really lived that life. You know what this means? You probably don't even know what this means because this is really hood shit from niggas that really came from struggle. So don't speak on shit that you don't know about, my nigga. We're repeating a cycle. You did it again. We're repeating a cycle. This shit here mean I'm a real demon. So watch who you talk to. Niggas die for this. Niggas die for this. So watch your mouth. Stick to reacting to videos and all that shit. Keep the culture out your mouth. Cause on me, nigga, it's up. It get like that. Real shit, nigga. Real shit. Look me up, nigga.
The Dochi thing? Did XQC say something about Dochi? Yo, motherfuckers is hating on Dochi so hard. Like, yo, y'all been seeing the anti-Dochi brigade, bro? That shit is crazy. like don't get me wrong, bro. Like I ain't like a Doechii dick rider or nothing like that. But like, why are people so mad at her? Ifu down one. Yo, what up, Opro Fist? Oh my God. What she do? Be successful. Like literally be successful. And people think that she's getting like some industry plant pushing or whatever, which is like, this never makes, it's like, are we new here? Like, yes, her label is pushing her. She's incredibly talented and makes good music and people really like her. So yes, she's going to get pushed like every fucking other artist ever. Like what? Oh my God, bro. She, industry plant, bro. You mean marketing? Like, what the fuck? Like she's being marketed well because she's an attractive like commodity or whatever. I don't even know if that's the right word, but you get me. By the way, this new microphone I've been using, I ain't gonna lie. This might be hashtag recency bias. This might be one of my favorite mics on my voice. When do we get to see Omega in WWE? Well, seeing as though my twin flame in the WWE just came out as a Trump supporter, probably sooner than you think. Okay. New long dick. This is a new long dick mic. Type shit. All right, so it's halftime. I'm gonna just fucking mute this game. I'm not trying to hear these motherfuckers yet. More rematch today? Yeah, I could be down. Roman is a Trump supporter? Yep, got. And he was your mans. The dude you be hanging with. Yeah, he was like, yo, man, like, dead ass, bro. Like, I don't know why y'all not fucking sucking Trump's dick like me. Fuck, that should be hitting the back of my throat. I be gagging an earth thing. Like, that's what he said. That's what he said. Not me. That's what he said.
Congratulations!
Yo, Voided.
Oh my God.
When you playing more into the Dead King? That game fire.
Voided, thank you for the 42 months. I don't know when I'm playing more into it. I'm not gonna lie though, that game is stressful, man. It's stressful. It's stressful. Can't lie. Lena cackling in your ear as you squirm, so funny. Is comparing you to Roman an insult to you now? I don't like being compared to anybody personally. But I just like, I really didn't. Okay, like I can see the Roman thing, like when I had my hair down, I guess, but like literally it's just like the long hair and beard. Like that's literally it. Like I look nothing like that guy. This was the context for the I'm Dante tweet. Let's see. Oh, hold on.
Okay, I get it.
High XQC.
It's director of Black.
Oh, wait, he's talking shit about Sinners? Oh, Dante said, I want to see Sinners, but I have to hear what XQC thinks.
Okay, I get it.
High XQC.
It's the director of Black Panther, and it's black people, right? And I made a comment about the bad song that has a black person singing it. So this guy says, I want to see Sinners, but I want to hear what it says first, because he thinks that it's all about people being black and not about the song being dog shit. Is that right?
Wait, which song?
Did I get it right? Okay. Well, that's interesting.
The song in the Sinners trailer?
It's all good, though. Hey, buddy. Now, I'm not gonna fall for the bait.
Oh, Anxiety. Oh my God. Anxiety is another one. I don't know why people hate that song that much. Like, don't get it twisted. I am never listening to that song in my own time. But like, I don't see why people think it's so bad. I don't know, man. The internet fucking sucks. And I'm not gonna lie, the song be getting stuck in my head. I be walking around my house randomly, be like, anxiety, whatever she be saying, bro. I just be singing that shit randomly. I don't like the song, but the Doechii hate is so forced. It really is. Like, I legit think they just see an up and coming star get pushed and marketed well, so people think that she's like an industry plant or something. Bro, she literally has a video on her YouTube channel from like 7 years ago talking about how she like shit on herself or something. She been in the trenches, bro. She does like me. Niggas hate Doechii because Barb's got to her. What does that mean? Barb's got to her. What do you mean by that? I genuinely think a lot of it has to do with the fact that she's a dark-skinned woman. I mean, I'm sure that doesn't help, but I think that like a lot of it is like the whole plant thing, and then because of like the whole Drake lawsuit, and then like the bots boosting up stream numbers, people think that like that all of her like motion is fake, and then on top of that, the fact that her album sold like 13K and then she won the Grammy or something like that, people also think that's very planty. When like it's an interesting dichotomy, right? Because theoretically, the Grammys should award outstanding artistry and whatever is the best music of that year. Granted, a lot of times it doesn't play out like that, and a lot of times it is a popularity contest. So I guess like the one time where an artist who wasn't like a super mega star won it, people want to call like plant or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I think the difference with the Doja shit is that the Doja going viral was like her by herself, because like she did that Cow Go Moo song or whatever the fuck on her MacBook camera, and it went viral. Whereas like Doechii like gets like their traditional label and industry push that like most artists usually got like throughout all of time. Yeah. Okay. You can take the box.
Oh, okay.
The Lena cameo, guys. Oh my God, it's the Lomo. Farming.
She's old McDonald.
Pico Park goat. Strap, do not piss me off.
Yo, Mama, how much money to get you to play Pico Park with your team?
Hell no.
There's gotta be some amount that could get you to play Pico Park.
A Switch 2.
All right, y'all, get him a Switch 2, and
A Switch 2, I'll play Pico Park with everybody in this chat for 12 hours. No, I lied, not 12 hours straight. Omega, I'd carry. Strap, please do not piss me off.
What the dog doing?
Was just watching last night's vid.
Yo, a Cairo, thank you for the 56 months. Go, I appreciate that. Welcome back, homie. Welcome back, homie. Yo, is there any W Reacts chat? Fuck, I don't think there is. If you care about niggas escaping jail.
July 1st, 2018, 9:20 a.m. A high-security prison south of Paris, one of the largest...
Is this the plot of Prison Break? Bro, y'all want to know how I escaped from jail, chat? I tell you, but then I'd have to kill you type shit. Chat, I'm just kidding. I've never escaped from jail. I'm still in an eternal prison, some may say. Did you see that Skip Bayless Jubilee video? I did not watch it. I think the reason why I didn't watch it was because a lot of it seems to be like it's going across every sport. And I only really care about basketball. Like once they start talking about like fucking Dak Prescott, does that nigga even play? I don't even know. Once they start talking about football players and shit, bro, I'm checked out. How do you escape a mental prison? You drown yourself in your hobbies and work, so that way you spend your days just being numb through all of the pain and all of the torture that you go through mentally, until eventually when you try to go to bed, it all compounds and collapses in on you and causes you crippling anxiety, so that way you never get a moment's rest. So that's usually what I do. Yeah. The classic. The fucking classic. We've all been there. Do I care about this? Wait, this has 2 million views 3 days ago. The hunt for America's smartest serial killer. Wait, chat. This shit sound fire.
Magic's the GOAT point guard.
1 Oldhead versus 10 Gen Z. Wait, this actually looks kind of hype. But do we want to go on to sports talk? Wait, but all 3 of these videos kind of sound fire.
Nah, I couldn't have dreamt that.
Yo, this is 2 hours, man. I'm not watching this bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm not watching this bullshit. It's so good. If you can't make your point, if you can't get your point across, if it takes you 2 hours to make your point, bro, I don't know. Get to it, bro. I'm TikTok brain, bro. Okay, hold on. Okay, chat. Real quick for the ball players, real quick. Who do y'all think is the best player on the Cavs? Mobley? Yeah, see, this is, so it's been a debate between obviously Donovan Mitchell, Evan Mobley, and Darius Garland, right? To me, it's far and away clearly D Mitch. Like the thing is, if we look at like season the season stats and their performances, like I could see why you would say Mobley. Like, because Mobley's been having a great season. But my thing is that D Mitch, his role, like he took a step back in his role and what he normally does. So that way the team can be better and the team can win more. But I think like if you put a gun to my head and you told me I have to bet on one of these dudes to take over an important game in the playoffs and win, is D Mitch. Every time. Like, that's not to take anything away from Darius Garland or Evan Mobley or whatever, but like, you put a gun in my head, you tell me one of these dudes is going to be their best player who's going to get it done down the stretch. Like, I think, like, for example, like I think if they want to win a playoff game or something like that, I feel, okay, maybe not Evan Mobley, but I think it just is between Evan Mobley and D Mitch. Like, they obviously need Evan Mobley to show up, especially on the defensive end. But I feel like D Mitch can carry so much of that offense. Did y'all just see that reverse lay he hit? Like, do y'all got the game up? Like, nigga. Did y'all just see what that nigga just did? I don't know if y'all got the game up, but like that shit was crazy. But that's what I'm talking about, bro. D Mitch, man. I've been a big D Mitch fan ever since his fucking, was that his rookie season when he was hooping in Utah during the playoffs? Ever since I seen that performance, I was like, yeah, nah, this, yeah, I'm sold. I'm sold. Like, that motherfucker is a hooper. Okay, so chat, we can watch The Hunt for America's Smartest Serial Killer, or we can watch this Oldhead. debate 10 Gen Z fans about basketball. I actually really want to watch this video, but I might save that for later on in the stream. I don't know. Don't be surprised if I'm a Cavs fan when Jimmy retires. Adam, bro, shut the fuck up. Magic Johnson is a greater PG than Steph Curry. Okay, so I think when we're talking basketball, I feel like we have to have some discussions about the terminology, okay? Better and greater are different terms, in my opinion. Better and greater are different. Like greater includes accolades, includes championships, includes those intangible things, and then better is like who just has a better like skill set, who is a better basketball player, like better scorer, better defender, better, best basketball IQ or whatever. You know what I mean? And I think that's what it comes down to. The thing is about the Jordan versus LeBron thing, I think Bron is a better player, but like when it comes to greater, that's when it becomes more of a debate. I would argue that a lot of LeBron's records and his stats and his longevity adds to his greater catalog. You know what I mean? But then obviously you have Jordan with the 3-peat, you feel me? Like Jordan's just overwhelming playoff success or whatever. But again, I mean, you put Russell Westbrook on that Bulls team, bro, they sweeping every team, bro. Like, you feel what I'm saying? I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. You put Tyler Hero on that Bulls team, it's same shit happening. You feel what I'm saying? I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm just saying things at this point. I'm just saying things at this point. Like, you feel me? I'm just saying things. You feel me? Put Omega Noodles on that. Or not too much. Put Max Strus on in Jordan's place. You feel me? The same thing. Jordan fans don't say nothing about Bill Russell. I mean, that is also true. Like, winning is the most important thing until the motherfucking name Bill Russell comes up. You know? So, yeah, I mean, that's also a good point. I also will say that, like, these debates are going to be so interesting because I feel like as time goes on, the league, like, skill floor gets higher and higher and higher. You know? I would argue that right now, from like the mid 2000s, I would argue the top level talent is only like slightly behind what it was like in like the 2010s, somewhere around there. But like the talent level of the average player is like incredibly higher. And I feel like that keeps happening like through each decade. Like the average talent level of a basketball player is like significantly higher than it was even 10 years ago, right? And I think that's what's going to make like a big difference is because I think most basketball fans will be able to say, like, if you put Braun in the 80s or 90s, man, like I mean, come on. Like, come on. You know what I mean? Like, let's be serious. And that's not, and by the way, when I say that, I'm not even saying that the top level players back then wouldn't shine in today's league. I think Jordan would fucking kill it in today's league. I think Kareem obviously would kill it in today's league. You feel me? Bill Russell would still kill it in today's league. You know, like, these are players that are like phenomenal. And then you also have to take into account, right? Like, if we're being charitable to, today's players by going back in time, we also have to be charitable to the players back then. Like, if you take the players back then and give them the access to modern medicine and the training facilities and just modern science and everything like that, like, those players also probably get a lot better. And I think that sometimes a lot of those players, like, from back in the day, like, they weren't like I mean, some of them may not have been as super passionate as like ball players are now, so maybe they wouldn't have applied themselves to that way. But Jordan, with modern medicine and with sports being the way they are today, dude, you know what I'm saying? Like yeah, man, that dude would be is fucking scary. Also, it is a single-digit lead right now for Cleveland. Miami's crawling back into this. Jordan with FanDuel is actually getting banned from the league. That fucking goddamn gambling addict. Fucking thug. My bad. Nah, yeah, I forgot about that. Jordan with sports betting, man, that dude is fried. But hold on, could you get banned if like you take, like let's say you take the over on yourself and then you just hoop out of your mind. Whoops. And then you just hoop out of your mind? Like, is that illegal to do? Like, what if like you bet on your team to win and then you do? Like, I can see why it would be a thing if like you bet on your team to lose and then you do, because like you can make your team lose. Like, you can't always just make your team win whenever you want, you know? Damn, Darius Garland, nice lay. People in baseball would get banned for betting on themselves to win, so I'd assume basketball is the same. Goddamn. All right, let's watch this. How did D. Mitch finish that? Yo. My bad. Oh, wait. I forgot I muted the audio because I was listening to the game. My bad. My bad. I'm going back.
My motive for doing what I am going to do is simply personal revenge.
What?
I do not expect to accomplish.
D. Mitch like floated in midair to get that. Yeah, that was crazy. He did like a triple clutch in
Lincoln,
midair.
Montana, 1996. This cabin is the chosen home of Theodore J. Kaczynski, more commonly known as the Unabomber.
Yo, please let this last game of the night be good. Yo, Warriors and Rockets. Chat, Warriors and Rockets might be some fucking generational hoops.
Wounded targets across the country with no clear connection. For 17 years, he's eluded the FBI. It's the largest, most expensive manhunt in the Bureau's history. He's the evil genius they simply can't catch. Likely history's most intellectual serial killer. He's terrorized the nation, instilling fear in Americans about opening their mail and getting on planes. And he did it all from his cabin. Here is where he built his bombs.
Wait, this video has high-ass production value.
And where he evaded capture for nearly 2 decades. It's where he turned from off-the-grid recluse to world-famous murderer. This cabin contains all the evidence the FBI will need to convict him. It's located deep in the Montana wilderness. Back in 1969, Ted moved here from California, where he left behind a shining career as a math professor at UC Berkeley. He wanted to get closer to nature. And
now, do these videos be AI, though?
Off, which is most people.
Because how the fuck does he generate all these assets?
Back when Ted still talked to him. It's got no electricity, no plumbing, just a wood stove, a bed, and a whole lot of books. Right now, Ted is building another bomb. They're meticulously crafted, and he's continuously improving his technique. Every year, they become more lethal. In fact, he's got another one under his bed.
Holy shit.
But he won't get a chance to send it, because despite his intellect, he made some pretty dumb mistakes.
Bro, the smartest people be doing the dumbest shit, bro. That's how you know I'm a fucking genius. What up, Sasuke? I mean, now they're crediting all their animators, so I mean, it looks legit. Looks like they just use animators for everything. Okay, they got their own little intro music and shit. Okay. It's giving Severance opening. Yeah, that was 100% inspired by Severance, that opening.
This video is largely based on these two books. Links are in the description. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved.
Type shit.
Born in 1942, Ted grows up in a pretty average family in the suburbs of Chicago. They're working-class Polish Americans. His parents are politically progressive, bookish and intellectual, and really into the outdoors. They're strict but loving. At least, that's how they remember it. It becomes obvious at a young age that Ted is exceptionally gifted, so his parents push him to succeed.
Yo, what up,
He
Zactical?
skips 2 grades and easily aces every class. He's a pretty normal kid for someone with an IQ of 168.
Damn!
Sure, Ted is quiet, shy around girls, and arrogant.
This is about half
but he's
my
a cool
IQ.
circle of friends and plenty of hobbies. Like his parents and brother, he loves playing music, reading, and camping. People like Ted. They'll later remember him as a sensitive, respectful kid. All that starts to change when Ted enrolls at Harvard University at just 16 years old. Like many college freshmen, Ted struggles to adjust. Here, he no longer feels like the
A
smartest
Harvard
person in the
freshman
room.
at 16
As a
years old.
working-class kid thrown into the world of America's elite, he's a fish out of water. Other students and even faculty mock his shabby clothes and blue-collar background. He's deeply bothered by their snobbery, pain that will follow him through life. Ted's also just really young, younger than almost everyone else on campus. As an adult, Ted will write his mother furious letters about this. He demands apologies for pushing him out of the house before he was ready.
Oh, shit.
Ted becomes
Yo, what up,
depressed,
Plunder?
and his grades suffer. His classmates describe him as a total loner, moody, rude, and virtually mute. He's that guy on the dorm floor who only leaves his room to go to class, who ignores everyone else, who slams doors. There's a stench of rotting food wafting from his room.
Not too much.
Ted doesn't know it yet, but his withdrawn and alienated demeanor has caught the eye of a psychology professor. Dr. Henry A. Murray is very famous, with an on-campus research center named after him. He's basically a god in the social sciences. Murray is looking out for particular types of students.
I'm sorry, this
He will
Cavs
make
team is not
excellent
losing to
inputs for the
Miami.
experiment. His final, most elaborate
I'm sorry,
experiment,
it's just not
the
happening.
capstone of a long and illustrious career. It also happens to be a
Darius
serious
Garland is
project
fucking
designed
did
to cause extreme distress.
a fadeaway
and break down
mid-range in front of
someone's sense
4
self.
Heat jerseys, man. They're not losing. Bam out of bio brick and threes. Man, pick up the
Clearly,
DoorDash
we're in a
order, man.
position to do a great deal of damage. And it does appear that the FBI is not going to catch us anytime soon. The FBI is a joke.
Max, was that Max Strus? Man, it's over.
It's the 1970s in San Francisco.
Playoffs in the East don't start until the
city
Eastern
was a
Conference
hotbed
Finals
of
type
anti-government
shit.
activity. There's outrage over the Vietnam War. Protest bombings are a regular occurrence. Explosions
I think
happen every
OKC
week
winning the
up through
title,
80s.
definitely
The
not
FBI dumps it
impossible.
to Belfast
In fact,
for
very
America.
likely.
Radical far-left groups like the Weather Underground and the Symbionese Liberation Army claim credit for many of the bombings. So most of the cases are pretty straightforward in terms of understanding motive and perpetrator. But amidst all of this, the FBI's San Francisco bomb squad makes a shocking discovery. 12 mysterious, similarly built bombs can be linked to one elusive killer or group. They have next to nothing to go on. Just for whatever unknown reason, this string of explosives seems to target universities and airlines.
Yo, this is
Whoever's
absolutely
building these
crazy
bombs
to be a
is-
serial killer by like just making a bunch of bombs and blowing shit up, bro. Like that is insane. Like I feel like it's very I think it's very hard to like just internalize like and just think about the fact that like bro, like bombs exist. Like people know how to make bombs. Like bro, we talking bombs. Did you see that? I just saw D Mitch on the ground. I don't know what the fuck happened.
Expert crafter, and careful to not leave.
I'm trying to like
anything
watch
behind.
with chameleon
Not a hair,
eyes.
Not a fiber. They're encased in beautiful handmade wooden boxes. There are no eyewitnesses.
What
to
the
the
dog?
Yo,
doing?
Scrolls.
How is life? I watched you a lot back when you did doc and battle stuff. Haha, good to see you're still here, my man.
Yo, thank you for the prime for 2 months. Thank you for checking up on me, Goat. Yeah, I'm doing good, bro. Yeah, I be streaming and shit. I've been streaming and shit. Oh, I think they're replaying the demon. Oh my God. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Yeah, man. You still playing Dokkan Scrolls? That's still your shit.
No letters from organizations.
A lot of people in my chat still play.
The victims appear to be scattershot of random people. The unknown perpetrator is referred to by the code Unibomb for university and airline bomber. So far, his bombs have killed 1 person and injured 20 others across 5 different states.
Jesus.
Unlucky recipients of the Unibomber's early packages include a
It took me
campus
10
security
years,
guard,
but I finally got
a
bored of
handful of graduate
Dokkan.
students and
I left
professors,
around the time
a
you
secretary,
quit. Oh my God,
an airline
twin.
executive, and passengers on a flight from Chicago to DC. Some are injured quite badly.
July
The first death is in
2016? That is a
1985.
long time.
Hugh Scrutton, a guy who owned a computer store in Sacramento and was about to get married.
Shit, man.
What does he have to do with
About to be
anything at
10
all?
years.
Far away in his cabin, Ted reads about his death and chuckles to himself. He hears that the FBI offers a $25,000 reward for any information. He's flattered. The Unabomber is making waves. Not bad for the actions of one man in a 10 by 12 foot shack with no electricity, running water, or phone service. Pretty hard to imagine now. These days, connection isn't optional. It's how we get around, check in, look stuff up.
I
call for
believe this
help,
is an ad.
All of it. That's where Saley comes in. In case your disguises for delivering the bombs, like wigs and sunglasses, and shoes with fake soles. It's crammed to the gills, but meticulously organized. At this point, the FBI has 0 promising leads, and by the end of it all, they'll never actually find the perpetrator themselves. The bomber is always several steps ahead of them. They'll pursue thousands of dead ends, spend hundreds of thousands of taxpayer dollars, and pour countless man-hours into this case. They have no idea why he's targeting the people that he is, but the bombs
What up,
are so
Jay?
precise,
How you doing, bro?
so well crafted. There's gotta be a motive, right?
This
In
kid has hit a
1987,
half-court
There's
shot.
finally a break in the case. The Unabomber plants a package outside a Salt Lake City computer store, and a lady spots him. He's wearing a gray hoodie, sunglasses, and sporting a mustache. The police create a sketch and post it all around the country. The bombings.
Hold on, he
immediately
kind of
stop.
had that shit
For
on.
5 years, nobody hears anything from the Unabomber. All kinds of people call him with tips, but the leads go nowhere. The
What
case
up,
pretty
Bugs?
much
How you
goes
doing,
cold.
Goat?
But the FBI know that it's only a matter of time before he'll strike again. They're sure he's using the time to perfect his bombs. And they're right.
Give me the Switch 2 and I'd
His
find a
cabin
Unabomber in a
is
day.
finessing his
Bro,
technique.
give me a Switch 2. I'll
The
do whatever
upcoming
you
bombs will
ask.
be a whole lot more lethal.
Y'all want to see ass crack?
But
Y'all want to see
as the
hole?
world
I
will
got
soon
you,
find
Goat.
out, he is also busy writing. He doesn't just want his explosives to do the
Wait,
talking.
I'm pretty sure I can't
He's
actually
crafting
say
a
that.
manifesto,
That might be illegal.
one that claims to explain what the mysterious string of bombings is all about.
Can I show hole in exchange for gifts? Is that like... Can you do that? Is that illegal? On my TV, by the way? Oh, my bad.
Back at Harvard in 1958, the United States is experiencing huge shifts in culture. The button-up 50s are drawing to a close, and the nation becomes swept up in the space race, the civil rights movement, the sexual revolution, the environmental movement, the explosion of drug culture, and all the while, the Cold War is escalating. The American military is paranoid that communists have developed mind control drugs and brainwashing techniques, and they're eager to catch up, so they're covertly experimenting with ways to manipulate behavior. U.S. intelligence officials are especially interested in developing a perfect truth drug for interrogating enemies, and they believe LSD might be it.
A perfect truth drug. Is that not like... Chat, how do y'all feel about that? I feel like that's like wildly unethical and like, or unethical rather, and like we should not do something like that. But like you could also like use that to like use it on like suspects of crimes or whatever. But then like you could argue like under that truth serum, like you could get somebody to admit to like something totally different that they weren't even a suspect for or whatever. I don't know. Like I don't know. I'm not fucking with it. I'm not fucking with it.
But they're also testing a wide range of ways that psychological manipulation could bend the will of anyone to do whatever the US military wants. They've even enlisted help from the Nazi scientists who experimented on Dachau inmates with hallucinogens and interrogation methods. The military illegally smuggles these.
I gotta open up my window. It's getting a little hot in this bitch.
As part of Operation Paperclip. Over the course of at least 11 years, thousands of Americans are subjected to unethical psychological experiments that include sensory deprivation, hallucinogenic drugs dosed without consent, subliminal messaging, hypnosis, electroshock therapy, and even ice pick lobotomies. And
wait, subliminal messaging? Subscribe to OmegaPro, subscribe to OmegaPro, subscribe to OmegaPro, subscribe to OmegaPro, subscribe.
The stuff we know about. When the project becomes public knowledge in the 1970s, the CIA director orders most of the records to be destroyed. The program is codenamed MKUltra. Many of the test subjects are vulnerable populations, like prisoners and hospital inmates, but also students. Students are prime subjects for these experiments because of their frequent contact with professors who play a big part in MKUltra.
I think I should sub to
Some
Omega.
of the professors know the role they play. Many don't.
Hooray!
During the post-war period, the CIA becomes the largest employer of college professors, and the military is by far the biggest source of funding for psychology.
Wait, it works! Yo, Legacy, thank you for the 70 months, go. Appreciate that. How you been, man? Thank you for the sub, man. CIA during Cold War was moving different? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Moving like a fucking Black Ops campaign.
Researchers for military-backed projects. They use their status to encourage their students to participate in experiments, often involving drugs like LSD. Afterwards, they reported back to the government.
Losing my life on Rematch, they made it for me. Rematch is mad fun.
Studies.
When are you starting your own MKUltra?
One of the CIA's main men on campus is the superstar psych professor, Henry Murray. Murray is well known for his studies of personality, and since the CIA's beginnings, his theories have influenced how they recruit new agents and how they interrogate suspects. When Murray and young Ted Kaczynski cross paths, Murray is at the end of his career.
Would you do a Black Ops campaign in real life? For a Switch 2, absolutely.
Most elaborate experiments. They're meant to assess the effects of stress and harsh interrogation on gifted male students. Murray wants to know, what will it take to build an educated, intelligent...
I'm sorry, man. That boy cold.
The setup is simple.
D-Mitch is cold.
21 other students are asked to write an essay about their most deep-seated beliefs. Then they're told they'll discuss their beliefs with a fellow undergrad. The experiment aims to compare the effects of stress on college men who seem psychologically healthy and well-adjusted, with students who seem alienated, pessimistic, and lacking in identity. Ted is most likely recruited for the second group because he's showing signs of depression. Ted's personal essay stands out as the most pessimistic of them all.
Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm going to change the game to go on my other monitor. So that way I can just look up and see it. There we go.
It suggests that he was already vulnerable before the abusive test began. He is also the
That makes it much easier to watch both at the same time.
The students are told this exercise is just to study different personalities. In truth, now the real experiment begins. The essays are handed to lawyers trained in manipulation, who are instructed to attack the values expressed in them. The students endure harsh interrogations in brightly lit rooms. They face calculated personal critiques designed to humiliate and erode their sense of self. All the while, electrodes monitor their stress responses. Later, they have to watch these stressful and humiliating moments on video, over and over again, for 3 years.
Hey, Uber, I believe in you, bro. Fucker for me, go.
The tests were designed to be abusive. He's had a lifelong fascination with pain and stress and is known to have a sadistic streak. Plenty of participants will later report the experience to be deeply unpleasant, with lasting trauma. But Ted's responses are the most extreme in every category. Murray's team identifies him as the most traumatized of all. Yes, Ted Kaczynski got MKUltra'd. You can read all about it at CIA.gov. In consequence, many claim the CIA created the Unabomber, but that's an oversimplification. It's not so easy to prove how much effect the experiments had on Ted's turn to terrorism. None of the other students in the experiment are...
Chat, when's the last time y'all trauma dumped?
Some psychologists believe the experiments were stressful enough to create anger problems in Ted, or even aggravate latent schizophrenia. But other psychologists evaluate him as undeniably sane. Ted himself dismissed the idea that the tests were anything resembling psychological torture. He was very invested in being seen as psychologically healthy until the bitter end. He's taking great pains to not be painted.
I haven't
as
trauma dumped
deranged
in a
or
minute.
crazy. He wanted his murders
Never,
to be
I just
understood
hold that
in the
shit in.
context of his beliefs.
I
not
don't
his
think that's
personal
healthy.
history.
Is it
If people
possible
saw
to
his
trauma
actions
dump
as a
on
result of
yourself?
trauma or madness, it would invalidate his ideas.
That's a good question.
Ideas that formed his last year at Harvard. Ted becomes increasingly disillusioned with the industrial technological system. He comes to believe that technology is slowly destroying humanity and eroding our freedom. He's horrified by widespread psychological suffering and how industrial technology has severely damaged the planet. He's certain that it'll only get worse the more technology develops. So anyone who helps advance technology in any way is the enemy. Scientists, engineers, business people.
That's called
what Ted calls the
journaling? Wait,
technician
you might be
class.
right.
Ted starts having revenge fantasies and
That's
becomes
called
obsessed with
thoughts.
how society enforces obedience with psychological controls. He daydreams about breaking away from society and living off the grid. Ted graduates Harvard and goes on to get his PhD in math at the University of Michigan. He's quickly establishing himself as a brilliant mathematician and is offered a tenure track position at UC Berkeley as their youngest professor ever. His students don't like him very much, but he's publishing groundbreaking papers on boundary functions. But Ted resigns one day without warning. He tells his family that he's done with teaching math to future engineers.
Am I insane
Engineers
if
who
I
advance
talk
the
to
industrial
myself?
technological
No, I
system
talk to myself
and
all the
continue
time.
destroying the planet. Ted buys a bit of land near Lincoln, Montana, and builds a cabin with his brother.
Wait, maybe I'm
He's ready
insane.
to escape the advanced technology that surrounded him at UC Berkeley. He wants to live a simpler life, far away from everyone he's ever known. And then,
Yeah, you know what?
he
Maybe
starts
you
to
are
build
insane,
his first
Arsene.
bomb. Through our bombings, we hope to promote social instability, an industrial society, propagate anti-industrial ideas, and give encouragement to those who hate the industrial system. In 1993, the Unabomber strikes
Like,
twice
his motive
after a
makes no
6-year
sense.
hiatus.
He says
Two
that he doesn't
prominent
fuck with
researchers,
technology, so he's just gonna bomb
scientists and
everybody.
geneticists, receive packages the size of a VHS tape. The bombs detonate upon opening, and both professors are badly injured. Shortly after, the New York Times receives a typewritten letter. It claims credit for the bombs and says the public should expect more to come. In 1994 and 1995,
Wait,
the Unabomber
94?
succeeds in killing two
Nothing
people
special
with his
about that
mail
year.
bombs,
I was
an
born in
advertising
2010,
executive
yo.
and a forestry lobbyist. As feared, his explosives have become notably more sophisticated. Bombings are usually accompanied with demands for money or some kind of action. What made the Unabomber so difficult to understand and to find is that his bombs never came with any requests. They seem to be built only to cause fear, injury, and death.
Yo, Red Nova Ninja, thank you for the
17 years after starting
38
bombing
months.
spree,
Go,
the
appreciate
Unabomber finally
that.
makes his demands
Why are you
known.
on Twitch, young man? Shit, cause I ain't got nothing else to do. My little badass fucking, I don't go to school type shit, you feel me? I'll be fucking smoking on jewel pods and shit. Do people even still do that? What do you think is a good reason to be a serial killer? So yeah, I don't think that. Unless you were in a society with a bunch of like morally bankrupt evil people. Like if you was in a society with a bunch of like, I don't know, Nazis or something, then maybe being a serial killer would be poggers. Kids don't jewel, they on disposables now? Or do kids just do nitrous?
He writes the New York Times again, announces that he will permanently desist from terrorist activities if they publish it.
Like, for example, Dexter from the show Dexter is technically a serial killer. But generally speaking, he only kills people that are bad guys.
6-page manifesto. The request kicks off a fierce debate within the FBI and the newspaper to publish or not to publish. The FBI has a clear policy to not negotiate with terrorists, but they also believe he'll honor his promise and stop killing people. After all, this is what the bombs were seemingly for, to force people to pay attention to his views. Plus, they still lack leads.
I think like a vigilante, the thing is like somebody operating outside of the law and stuff like that is always like a little iffy because like they take things into their own hands and then like, you know, they could also like exercise their own twisted ideologies. Like, because I don't think it's very realistic that like if we were to have a vigilante in real life, that they would be like as altruistic as like a comic book character. Like, I think like a vigilante in real life would most likely probably just impose their ideologies upon everybody, and whoever didn't like fall in line with their ideologies, they would unjustly punish, right? I think like that would most likely be the case. And under that circumstance, I would not support a vigilante. But like if the vigilante were to be somebody like I don't know, like a Daredevil or Batman or Spider-Man or something, then yeah, obviously I would support that.
If the public reads the manifesto,
but I don't think that would be very likely.
So the manifesto
would Dexter be a realistic depiction of a vigilante? I mean, yeah, he's pretty much is. But even Dexter has killed innocent people before. Like that's why that's so dangerous and why you can't really allow that sort of thing to happen. Especially if the vigilante is going to be killing people, because you're leaving it up to their own discretion to figure out like who is worthy of life and death. I think Batman would be insane IRL. So like the thing is like Batman is like obviously like during some depictions he can be rather brutal. And I think that a lot of like modern depictions of Batman have been the very like brutal Batman. So I think that's what most people would like think a Batman would be like type shit. And I guess I can see that. And then also another thing to take into account, like Batman is like a lot of the comic book characters be fighting like super villains. Like we don't really got like super villains like that. And in the sense of like we don't got Green Goblin flying around like bombing houses and shit like that. You know, we just have Elon Musk, you know? And hey, man, if Batman existed and wanted to break Elon Musk's legs, I mean, I obviously would not support that because I do not encourage violence whatsoever. But, you know, that should be fine, though.
The FBI decides it should just be the Washington Post, though, because it has fewer readers and the newspaper's stance will be easier to surveil. So they think. Interest in the Unabomber is huge. Newspaper sales hit a record high that day, with lines snaking around the block. Across the country, Americans are eager to find.
You ever hear the story about vigilantes in Seattle? No.
The manifesto opens with an iconic line. The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster.
I think we have multiple Lex Luthors, actually. Well, Lex Luthor's a different case because Lex Luthor also has superhuman intellect and like is like definitely more super villainous type shit. But like, yeah, we have multiple of that archetype, to be honest. Fucking Tim Cook, fucking Elon Musk, like people like that.
For the human race. And though the manifesto is an argument that calls for dismantling industrial society,
yeah, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg.
Within its pages, the Unabomber
leaving any of the major decisions to only one person is iffy because anyone can go insane. Exactly. Tim Cook is the CEO of Apple.
Accidentally unmasked himself. David and Ted, though 7 years
like Apple is really good at like getting people to like think they care about humanity, but they really do not. Apple is also an evil corporation, just with a cute coat of paint.
Apart and very different, grew up close and loved each other very much. As adults, they had impassioned philosophical.
I mean, every corporation is evil.
And shared a lot of the same views.
Obviously.
David also worried about technology's destructive effect on humanity. He'd also spent some time living off the grid in a self-made cabin. But David wasn't a killer. When the manifesto is published, he hasn't spoken to his brother in a long time. Ted cut him out when David got married and refused to answer any of his letters. David's wife Linda, a philosophy professor, has a funny feeling about Ted, whom she never met. As the bombings stack up and some of the timings coincide with Ted's travels...
You know, this Miami and Cleveland game is like technically close from the score level, but like you never really feel like the Heat have a real chance. You know what I mean? It's like one of them games.
At the thought of animals getting hurt. But when the manifesto is finally published, David avoids reading it. He doesn't want to admit the similarities. That, like the Unabomber, Ted is an excellent carpenter, and that he had a lifelong fascination with explosives. And that some of the dates...
A lifelong fascination with explosives. Chat, would you classify yourself as somebody who has a lifelong fascination with explosives? Y'all do keep saying for me to check my mailbox.
Travels. David only reads it when Linda insists. His jaw literally drops from the first few lines. The killer, like Ted, also hates technology. As it continues, David recognizes idiosyncratic word choices and logical arguments that Ted uses all the time. There is no escaping the truth. Ted is the Unabomber. So after some moral qualms about betraying his brother, David alerts the FBI. They are bound to make me out to be a sickie, and to ascribe to me motives of a sordid, or sick type. Many tame, conformist types seem to have a powerful need to depict the enemy of society as sordid, repulsive, or sick.
Yeah, a sickie like Strap the Goon.
Lincoln, Montana, April 1996. With the tip from David, the feds are staking out Ted's cabin. The investigation is meant to be conducted quietly, but they're interviewing local townspeople, trying to collect more evidence on Ted. Right now, all they have is linguistic similarities in the manifesto and old letters from Ted that David gave the FBI. Not exactly cold, hard proof. Enough for a search warrant, but not an arrest. Rumors start to spread around town that Ted Kaczynski, their very own angry hermit, is the Unabomber. The plan is to draw Ted out of his cabin and get inside before he can escape or destroy any evidence. But they don't know if he has it tricked out with explosives. Nobody would be surprised if he did. Ted has no idea he's under surveillance, so when someone knocks and says some land surveyors need to talk, he believes them and opens the door. He wasn't expecting visitors. These days, he's busy with a dirty job. He's in the middle of rasping aluminum blocks to make powder for more bombs. He's covered from head to toe in the dust. He's rail thin because the rabbit hunting was scarce this season. Ted's hair is wild and his clothes are literally rotting off of his body.
Jesus.
What does he care? He's not trying to impress anyone, and he can clean up fast if he needs to blend into society. Too bad for Ted. He'll be photographed in this state, filthy, emaciated, and in severe need of a shave. The image will circulate around the globe and will not help Ted's desire to seem sane. When the feds swoop in, they find 40,000 pages of journals and plans, most written in code.
40,000?
Anything the FBI had ever seen.
What the fuck?
Used during the Cold War. But Ted also left the key to the code in the cabin. Without it, the FBI wouldn't be able to decipher the decades of written confessions that definitively tied Ted to the bombings. They also find a bomb under the bed, ready to be
I
moved
will,
to
Corvus.
Company in Dallas.
I got the
now the FBI
Cleveland game pulled up right now.
They lock up the cabin and take Ted to prison. He does not dispute that the journals with the confessions are his. In fact, he wrote them partially so that nobody would try to say he was crazy. Ted's family and his defense team
fear you're crazy,
the
goat.
Jury and the world at large that he is mentally ill. They're doing anything they can to avoid the death penalty, which frustrates him. He tries to fire his lawyers and defend himself. He would rather die than allow his lawyers to plead not guilty by reason of insanity. Ted pleads guilty to his crimes and is sentenced to life in prison. Behind
Yo, they
bars,
getting fried by Jerome right now.
He publishes
Jesus
frequent
Christ.
and keeps up a lively correspondence with a wide array of journalists and admirers. He also finally makes some human connections. He strikes up a friendship with Timothy McVeigh, the Oklahoma City bomber who killed 168 people in 1995.
What the?
Ted and McVeigh are briefly on the same prison block and find they have a lot of views in common before McVeigh is carted off to death row. Ted even finds love for the first time in his life. After a lifetime of struggling to connect with women and never going beyond a few kisses, Ted suddenly has dozens of women writing him romantic or salacious letters. But only
This motherfucker was literally a terrorist, a serial killer. Literally in prison. And he still was able to find love. Chat. What could be stopping you at this juncture?
one captures his heart, a school teacher he calls his lady love. They spend thousands of hours talking by mail or in visiting booths, but they are never able to touch. He writes classical music for her before she dies of lung cancer. Later, Ted also develops cancer. When the condition becomes advanced, he dies by suicide in June 2023 at 81 years old. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In the decades since his arrest, Ted Kaczynski continues to fascinate and sometimes inspire. The manifesto's central argument is that technological advancements since the Industrial Revolution have robbed people of their freedom and well-being. These advancements are supposedly responsible for widespread psychological suffering and environmental devastation. It's a revolutionary call to dismantle industrial society altogether and warns that technology will inevitably overpower human autonomy.
Well, I mean,
many of Kaczynski's
I might be
observations
right,
in the
but
manifesto are true. Some of his predictions are prescient, and a lot of the grievances are understandable. It's not hard to find people who are also frustrated with surveillance or sad about environmental destruction. At the time of his capture, Time magazine wrote, "There's a little bit of the Unabomber in most of us." Nowadays, Ted Kaczynski continues to find admirers online, from teens on TikTok, depressed about climate change, half-ironically saluting Uncle Ted, to the extreme right mass murderer, Anders Breivik, who heavily quoted Kaczynski's industrial society in his own manifesto.
right.
But even if most people can find parts of the manifesto they agree with, most people are not willing to kill. Kaczynski knew that most people would be repelled by his crimes, but committed them anyway. Those who find the ideas compelling might want to check out Jacques Ellul, the thinker whose ideas most inspired the manifesto. The philosopher never advocated killing. They also should check out Ted Kaczynski's diaries. They lay bare the personal motivations that drove the Unabomber, beyond the manifesto that was polished for public consumption. Technological society.
Without
really did
tech
seem to
advancement,
overtake.
we wouldn't get the switch too. Like, yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm all for hashtag fuck the corporations, hashtag fuck all that bullshit. But at the same time, like, I want to play Metroid Prime 4 in mouse mode. So, like, you feel what I'm saying?
But Ted was also very, very angry, in general. In his diary, Ted Kaczynski writes that he was happy to kill innocent civilians. He took pleasure in causing people pain. He killed at least 9 dogs just because they barked too loud. He hated leftists. He hated doctors. He hated
leftists. So I'm glad that guy killed himself because I fear he would have put a bomb in my house. I might be too woke for him.
women. He fantasized about killing them just for rejecting him. He fantasized about
Right.
killing his neighbors just because they annoyed him, including a toddler. He condemned technology as slavery and glorified simpler times that ran on actual slavery.
Right.
Kaczynski wasn't even much of an environmentalist. He made fun of them in his diaries. He littered proudly. He poached illegally. He logged on protected lands. You might get the sense that he only used environmentalism as a post hoc justification for his murders. A cynic who identified ecological concerns as the most acceptable excuse for killing.
Right. Weird feeling that he wouldn't fuck with us. Yeah, you know, we're a bunch of woke minorities. He would not like any of us, I fear. Yo, wasn't chat if you're a white boy, bro? Yo, chat, can y'all if you wanted to hashtag white boys in chat, could you protect us from the racists, please? Like let the racists know we one of the good ones, man. I feel like people typing one are not. All right. Oh wait, cone is actually a C word. So yo, cone, bro, we good, right, goat? We good, right, goat? See, chat, we gonna be fine, bro. We not getting bombed by racists, bro. Latest cone gonna be like, not this place. They're all right. I don't know why the dude that made the video didn't mention any of the named people was neo-Nazi scum. Damn. One, I am white. Damn. I thought you were mixed, Cone. Nah, Cone is this is gonna sound like an insult, but I really don't mean it like that. But Cone is super white. We hung out with Cone at Anime NYC. Okay, I kind of want to watch this. This is Cone. Go. Yo, the Heat are really getting fried by Jerome, bruh. I don't even know that dude's first name. It's a white dude named Jerome. Like, they were getting fucking fried. Ty Jerome with 28 points, bro. God fucking speed. This game is over. Holy fuck. Yo, Miami got fucking boomed on. Not too much on Six Man of the Year over Nas Reed. Nas Reed, the GOAT. You're not fucking with Nas Reed? We was hating on Bam, but he got 24. He got the most ugly 24 of all time. I can't lie. Let's hate on Tyler Hero instead. Tyler Hero been smoking shit? I haven't been able to like watch that much type shit. Hero ain't made a shot all fourth. He's 6 for 17. Godspeed.
I don't think you should be talking me off that ledge.
We already have.
Yes. Hi. Oh, can I help you, Lomo? Are you just gonna chill back there? You're just not gonna say nothing? Lomo, I'm tired. Stream for me. Chat, what if I went to sleep and then Lena just streamed? Is that hype? Wait, Lama, can you ask for some subs, please?
Can you do something for me real quick? Actually, yeah, you.
Okay.
Can you put on like a spiral type of video? Look up. I gotta.
Okay, hold on. I got you. Go.
There you go. That's exactly what. Yeah. Chat room. You are feeling compelled. Compelled to do what exactly? Gift subs. Subscribe for yourself. Use your Prime Gaming. Okay? Gift a sub to your neighbor. You're gifting a sub to the person above you, below you. 5 gifted, 10 gifted, all the gifted. You are suddenly reaching in your purse or your wallet and you are gifting a sub, multiple subs, so many subs. You've never seen this amount of subs before. All of you are gifting subs. Yes. Can you see what they're saying, please? Do not resist the urge to gift subs. Give in to the urge to gift subs. Gift subs. Gift 5 subs, 10 subs, 25. Gift subs. Say it with me now, chat. Gift subs. Gift subs. Reach into your purse. Gift subs.
Complex Champion gifted a tier 1 sub to Naruto _the_super_sage.
Y'all sure took your time, goddamn. Thank you, Lomo. I guess it worked.
I was hoping mind control get more people.
Yeah, you know, they were feeling really resistant to the mind control today. Good try, Lomo. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Do you hate me?
Oh.
Lamo, who do you think is gonna win tonight? The Warriors or who the fuck are the Warriors facing? Or the Rockets? You choosing the Warriors?
Yeah.
Good girl. I'm 100% sure I resubbed. I was charged, but it didn't pop up. You might gotta refresh.
Yeah.
So then you can like share your thing.
Who's on the Rockets? What? Do you have beef with the Rockets?
I don't think you would know anybody on the Rockets.
That bearded guy don't play no more?
He plays for the Clippers now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Current day Magic Johnson, and his name is Ben Simmons, and he's trash.
Did this dude just say that Magic Johnson would be Ben Simmons today?
Superior athletes.
Is you calling LeBron a bummer?
Why are we losing to Devin Booker, Drew Holiday, Bam Adebayo, with Michael Jordan?
The older generation gets tricked by NBA Santel.
100%. I've been tricked by NBA Santel.
Steph Curry has
Huh?
You argue with this guy?
I mean, my prediction for this.
What the dog doing?
Hey, Arcane, thank you for the 3 months. Go, appreciate that. My prediction for this is that all of the Gen Z fans are going to be like brain rotted Twitter people that don't actually know anything about basketball.
Or probably don't know how to argue.
No, I think they don't know anything about basketball.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to assume that all of these Gen Z people are going to be dumb.
Revolutionized the three-point shot.
But we also had guys shooting the long ball back then. We had Dale Ellis. We had Larry Bird. We had Craig Hodges.
I've never heard of Dale Ellis.
I hear some of the dumbest stuff that I've ever heard in my life from you guys.
And I hear some of the dumbest stuff from OGs.
Because you're 12, that's why.
Welcome to One Fan vs. 10 Haters. Today we have the illustrious, esteemed guest, Mr. OG Jermaine, in the building to battle a dream team of superstar villains, Gen Z. Our panel of judges will determine who won the debate and officially say which era of basketball was better. Jermaine, are you ready?
Yes, let's do it.
The floor is yours.
Magic's the GOAT point guard. I don't think that you can talk me off that ledge. I'm convinced of it.
OG, what up?
What's up, brother? How you doing, my man?
Repeat that statement.
Magic Johnson is the best point guard in NBA history.
Why do you think?
Chat, y'all got Magic or Stephen Curry, bro?
He revolutionized the position. Not only did he revolutionize the position, he was that from the door, and he stayed that for as long as he was in the league, which was 12 seasons, first team All-NBA.
You don't care that he played with Kareem? You don't care that he played with James Worthy?
I don't care.
You don't care that Steph Curry has revolutionized the three-point shot? That
Steph Curry has played with Kevin Durant, though.
He's completely changed the game.
Actually, he didn't revolutionize it. He enhanced it because
no, he revolutionized because they wasn't shooting it at all before. They was not shooting it at all. You know, your era wasn't shooting that. 100%. Your era was shooting that. Your era was straight mid-range.
Have you ever heard of Dale Ellis?
In the paint.
Have you ever heard of Larry Bird?
No.
Have you ever heard of Dale Ellis?
Who is that?
Didn't Larry Bird shoot like 5 threes a game or something like that? Like I think the thing is that the amount of shots for the efficiency is what Stephen Curry pioneered. There's just like you cannot deny that since Stephen Curry started shooting threes and shit like that, like the league shifted into a 3-ball first league. Like you can't even deny that.
Of course you care about who you're talking about.
Like that's not to say that like there was no good 3-point shooters before Curry. Obviously, that is just not true. There were many great 3-point shooters before Curry, but Curry revolutionized like the priority of like the 3-point shot.
And Steph Curry, you have to care. He's the best point guard ever.
And now I'm schooling you to Dale Ellis, right? Now I'm schooling you to Larry Bird. I'm schooling you to Craig Hodges, right?
Stick to Steph and Magic.
So let's stick to Steph and Magic.
Who's a better shooter?
Steph Curry's a better
finisher.
Shooter. Oh, Magic.
Who's a better passer?
Magic.
Who's a better mid-range shooter?
I'll give Curry that.
I know you do. Who's a better playoff performer?
Magic.
At what?
100%.
He can't shoot. He don't got no left hand.
Even if he didn't have any left hand, or even if he couldn't shoot, I can tell you that. I can tell you what he did do. He's a part of the biggest collapse in NBA history, being up 3-1 and actually losing in the NBA championship. I'm sorry, sir. I can't hear. Let me clean my ears.
Damn. That did happen. But to be fair, he went up against the GOAT, LeBron James.
Okay.
Yeah, so
let me tell you what Steph is better at.
Yes,
First of all, Steph is a 4-time champion.
100%.
Steph is a unanimous
I'm a 5-time
MVP.
champion.
No.
Okay.
Steph is a unanimous MVP. You know 100%. What that means?
The first unanimous MVP ever.
Spell it for you.
Please,
that
put
means
me on.
Nobody else got a vote.
Right.
Steph got
Which
that.
is nuts, by the way.
No, it ain't nuts.
Which is
Magic
nuts.
wasn't getting the vote.
So I'm glad
you could
brought
put
that
any
up.
season with Magic. He wasn't getting
I'm
the vote.
glad you brought
He ain't
that
got
up.
no left hand.
Sure.
He's 6'9", Ben Simmons. Steph Curry is really one of the best point guards we've ever seen in our life. My life, your life. You older than me, and you have never seen a point guard better than Steph. And that's a fact.
Well, there's two things.
I ain't gonna lie. A lot of these Gen Z dudes don't even sound like they believe what they saying, bro. Like.
Said he's one of the best point guards. We're talking about the best point guard. Not only is
Magic
he
not
the
even
best point
top
guard,
two.
I'm winning MVPs. Win Bird.
He's okay. He said Magic not even top 2. That's crazy.
I'm winning MVPs when Jordan is in the league. I'm winning MVPs.
Steph won an MVP
Jabbar,
with LeBron.
Win him in the league, right?
Steph won an MVP with Kevin Durant.
Yes, he did.
Steph won an MVP with all these players.
100%. But what I'm talking about is that he won it with these players who you tell me that these players are better than.
Steph
so
is
Bird,
better than all of them.
no,
Steph
he's
is
not
better
better
than
than
Bird,
Bird.
too.
He's not better
Steph
than Bird.
is better than Magic,
He's not
bro.
better than
Steph is a better shooter.
Absolutely
He's a
not.
better scorer by far.
No way,
it's
not
not
by
even
far. All he
close.
does is shoot
And
the
he
long
can
ball.
actually-
Hold on. You trying to say Larry Bird better than Stephen Curry, bro? I don't know about it.
Dribble with the left hand.
He doesn't do anything
he got
else
the
except
right hand, left hand, the yo-yo. He has all the moves.
For you to say
This
that he
man
can't
was
dribble,
dribbling like
For you to
this.
say he can't
Like
dribble
this.
right, and
Like
he was,
this.
and not only was
Back
he
to
dribbling
the
like
basket.
right, and not only
That's
dribbling, and not only
nasty.
dribbling like that, finishing like that, and put it on.
All right, y'all, we're not finding any common ground, so I forgot to mention 24-second shot clock once is getting too contentious. Finish your thought.
The point that I was making was Magic being revolutionary. You talk about Steph Curry, he enhanced the three-point shot because guys were shooting it. There was no 6'9" point guard in the league before Magic showed up. And if no Magic, there is no Luka. There is no Penny Hardaway. There is no big guard. Steph Curry, who is a long ball shooter, he enhanced that, and he made that a bigger deal than what it was. But Magic revolutionized the game.
That was electric. All right, next victim.
Damn.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
What's up, man?
Yes. What's going on, brother?
All right, I had a quick question. If Magic Johnson was in the NBA today, what would his stat line look like?
If Magic Johnson was in the NBA today with the amount of switching that we have in the NBA.
Dude, I'm sorry. This is a bad take. Magic Johnson would fry in today's NBA still. Like Magic Johnson would fry.
With the amount of defense that we have, how wide open the floor is, Magic Johnson would be what Luka is doing. It would be something similar to that.
Okay, I don't think he'd be like Luka, but
what Luka was doing in terms of
He can't
assists.
shoot the ball.
I'm glad you brought that up because we're talking about a slower pace in the NBA, right? With the big man, we're just throwing the ball into the big man. If he couldn't shoot the ball, where's that 24 game that he was getting? Where's that 20? Because he had a 5-year stretch where he averaged 22 a game.
Yeah, he wouldn't do that in today's NBA. I'll tell you exactly.
In fact, not only would he do that today, he would be even better today at that because the game is so wide open. And now I got guys like Joel Embiid trying to cover Magic 22, 23 feet away from the basket. And I got guys like Trae Young trying to deal with Magic Johnson in transition. That's lunch meat right there.
Current day Magic Johnson would be Ben Simmons. And Ben Simmons is better in every. Ben Simmons is a better passer. He was a defensive player of the year. What separates.
Never won defensive
and
player
also,
of the year,
I'll go as
ever.
far as say
Made
Magic
all
Johnson.
league defensive
Magic
team
Johnson is
one
one of the
time.
worst NBA players of all time.
Made
He had
the
no
all-defensive
skill.
team
He's
one
the
time.
least skilled NBA player of all time. What was he good at? Nothing.
Everything.
Being big. That's the only thing he was ever good at. But in today's NBA, you can't do that. You're going to be exploited. You know why?
what the fuck?
Because you just had Luka. Luka could shoot the ball. Luka's a better passer. Luka's better at everything besides being 6'9", because that's your only argument.
Sure.
We already have current day Magic Johnson, and his name is Ben Simmons, and he's trash. He's terrible.
So if Magic
the
was,
only player that's worse than Magic Johnson is Russell Westbrook, who also can't shoot.
Right.
I'm sorry, man. Hashtag unethical takes, bro.
So if Magic was as trash as he is, and Ben Simmons was as good as he is, what are we doing with Ben Simmons today?
I didn't say Ben Simmons is good. You said that.
I didn't.
Magic Johnson
You
is what
said
Ben
that.
Simmons is. That's
So-
not what I said.
So if Magic Johnson was what Ben Simmons is, how many all-league performances does Ben Simmons have?
Ben Simmons is not good.
Okay, well Magic is because
Neither is Magic Johnson.
Because Magic Johnson
Magic
was
Johnson
first-team
played
All-Pro
against plumbers.
9 straight years.
Who did he play?
Who did he play?
Bums.
I'm sorry, John
Straight
Stockton, Dennis
trash.
Johnson.
They're literally
John
terrible.
Stockton,
They
Dennis
wouldn't do anything.
Johnson.
Kyrie
Not only-
Irving's better than John Stockton.
Who?
Kyrie Irving is better than John
Kyrie
Stockton.
Irving is a better ball handler than
He's
John
better
Stockton.
in
Kyrie is better than John Stockton. I'm sorry. That is just true.
every.
That's it. So
What's
he's
John
a better
Stockton better
defender?
at? Yes.
He's a better passer.
Yes.
Oh my
Are you
God.
kidding me?
I'm losing years of my life. This is nuts. Oh my God. Oh my. Anyway, I'm gonna stay focused. So as I was saying, there is no comparison between Magic Johnson and Ben Simmons. Oh.
You can finish your thought.
There is no comparison between Magic Johnson and Ben Simmons. He is not the scorer. He is not the distributor. He is not the playmaker. He is not any of those things. He is not the floor leader that Magic Johnson was, is, or will ever be. And it's evident because he's been already on what? 3 teams in 5 years? Magic played for the Lakers for 12 straight years, and he was not a point guard. He was the lead guard. Ben Simmons has never been the lead guard, ever.
All right. Also, the shot clock, it's more like football. If it ends when you're talking, you get to run the play out.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm good. How about you?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you talking about how Steph only enhanced the three-pointer, how he didn't revolutionize it? How you feel that Draymond has more career threes than Larry Bird? They weren't shooting the three about that much back then. I mean, like, Steph made everyone shoot the three. He's inspiring players now to shoot the three, and he's really just changed the entire game by shooting the three.
Would that help the fact that he played with Klay Thompson, who was another great long ball shooter? I think that has a lot to do with it, because as good as Steph Curry was as a long ball shooter, when you got another sniper that can shoot just as well as you do, and with him shooting as well as he did, making the game even better, when you have that on your team, I think that we completely forget about how good the long ball was with those guys enhancing it.
So I think this take is like completely dumb when you consider the fact that, like, since losing Klay, Steph is still doing that. Like, trying to say that, like, Steph is only, like, as great of a shooter as he is, or, like, revolutionized shooting like he did because he also had Klay with him, I think is, like, wildly disingenuous. When, in fact, I feel like it's way more likely that Klay was only the shooter that he was able to be because Steph existed.
But we also had guys shooting the long ball back then. We had Dale Ellis. We had Larry Bird. We had Craig Hodges. We had great long ball shooters who could.
Okay, again, the thing is, like, yeah, people could make threes, but they weren't shooting them at the type of clip that they shooting now. That's the point.
Shoot the basketball like Steve Kerr, right? We had all of these guys who could shoot but they weren't shooting it at the volume that these guys are shooting it at today, because the game is a lot more wide open than it was 25 years ago, because it was played through the big man. But it's not like those guys couldn't shoot the basketball, because I'm trying to imagine Dale Ellis with the amount of spacing playing with Joel Embiid or playing with Joker. It would be incredible today.
I've never heard of Dale Ellis. Who's Dale Ellis?
Of course you haven't. Of course you haven't heard of Dale Ellis, because you're 12. That's why. You've never heard of Dale Ellis. That's what that would explain it. And what's interesting is 20 years from now, somebody's going to tell you, yo, Steph Curry was a plumber. Steph Curry played against Gen Zs and SoundCloud rappers. That's what they're going to tell you that he played against. And you're going to want to jump over this table and you're going to want to jump him out because you've seen Steph Curry.
Steph Curry played against SoundCloud rappers is hilarious.
Because you know how good Steph Curry is as a long ball shooter. You know how good he is as a player. But this is what I got to deal with when I got to deal with you telling me that John Stockton, or not just John Stockton.
I mean, he's not even necessarily wrong, because I gotta pretty much do that already about Kobe. Like, so many people love shitting on Kobe and saying that Kobe a bum, Kobe wasn't good, blah, 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 whatever, Kobe overrated. And I'm like, you fucking young bastards. You guys don't know hoops. Like, you haven't seen what I seen. Just please shut the fuck up, bro.
But Dale,
I mean, he's not wrong.
And all of these great long ball shooters, you don't know who they are. Go do your homework.
Steph Curry played against LeBron 4 years in a row in the finals. You're calling LeBron a plumber? And how do you think Klay's getting off? You say that Steph played with plumbers. He played against LeBron 4 years in a row.
Okay, first of all, I didn't say he played against plumbers. I said that's what you're going to have to listen to 20 years from now. And with you having to listen to that, you already seen what Steph Curry looks like. But with that being said, let's get back to the point. Let's get back to the point at hand. And Steph Curry being a lead guard and not being better than Magic Johnson, who not enhanced the game, revolutionized the game at the point guard spot, and did everything that now point guards are compared to. Because who are we comparing Steph Curry to and other point guards? We're not comparing him to anybody else except Magic Johnson.
All right, MD Foodie Boys, thank you so much for joining us.
Please go check out Dale Ellis.
Last round for this.
I'm good. Nobody watching no Dale Ellis, bro.
Listen, man, let's expose Magic Johnson right now. Build a team around Magic Johnson in today's game where he doesn't get exposed. Because I'm looking at Magic Johnson, we're leaving him wide open from 3, OG. We're leaving him open. What center is he going to play with? What center is he going to play with where you're going to be able to just have all this spacing around him? I would love to know. Let me know.
The centers that he could play around, he could play with Joel Embiid. He could play with Joker. In fact,
that spacing with Joel Embiid?
Absolutely.
How's that going to work?
Absolutely it's going to work, because I don't think you give Magic Johnson enough credit for the respectable shooter that he was.
Tell me respectable shooters. We're comparing this to Steph Curry, by the way. Comparing this to Steph Curry. Who's easier to build a team around? It's not close, OG.
Is it easier to build a team around a guy who plays off the basketball, shoots the basketball the way Steph Curry does.
Absolutely.
Or a guy who, in the game being as wide open as it is today, a transition player like Magic Johnson is, a passer that Magic Johnson is, a scorer at the rim, and a guy who sees the floor as well as Magic Johnson does.
He needs to be as dominant as Giannis, as Jokic, as all these guys.
I want to make sure that I remember this. He is 6'9".
Absolutely.
Not 6'2" or 6'3".
Absolutely.
6'9",
No,
with eyes in
hold
the
on.
back of his
Let's talk
head.
about him and Joel Embiid.
Sure.
Joel Embiid's in the post. Whoever's on Magic, we're doubling. We're
glad
doubling
you're
right
doubling.
away. You go ahead.
100%.
That respectable shooter, go ahead. Let him shoot.
Yep. You're going to have to give up something, 100%. You're going to have to give up. You're going to have to
I'm
give
giving
up.
up Magic Johnson shooting.
100%.
Easy.
You're going to have
Every
to give
time.
up something. And when you give that up, you said the same thing. And I've heard this so many different times. We're going to let LeBron shoot. How well did LeBron
LeBron's a
do?
better shooter than Magic Johnson.
Well, I can tell you this.
Especially today, he's a 40% three-point shooter.
We're going to let LeBron shoot. We're letting LeBron shoot. I think he ended up scoring the most points in NBA history. So let Magic shoot, and you're going to lose. You're going to sit right there on the sideline.
He's going to hit 40% of his threes.
Yeah, I don't think that would happen. If you were there, what would my take be? I mean, I think that we would have to like sort of. The problem is that I don't really like argue against anybody that says Magic Johnson is the GOAT, right? Because like I feel like if we're talking like if we were to get into a serious debate about like who is better between Magic Johnson or Steph, like you have to pretty much try to diminish the other guy's accomplishments. And I couldn't do that to either one of those players. You know, I can't diminish anything Magic Johnson did because he was incredible. You know, I would say that like before the 22 ring, I don't know if I would have had a leg to stand on, but I think like after that 22 ring, to me, that's when it became clear. And like obviously Stephen Curry still being as elite as he is at his age. And once again, finding himself in a position where I'm watching it right now. He's about to tip off against an incredible Houston Rockets team, a very young Houston Rockets team, you know, and he's about to try to lead his team to another deep playoff run, you know, and like we don't know if like Magic could carry like Curry can carry. I think that's the biggest thing for me. Like, could Magic do that? I don't know. Who's more influential, Steph or AI Steph?
You're making that up. There's nothing you can say that's going to hit that.
I'm not saying that. No.
Steph is maybe the most influential player outside of Jordan. Like to me, it probably go Jordan then Steph, like top two all time. You can say Jordan / Kobe then Steph, something like that. That's like top three.
Going to hit 40% of his
What's he going to hit? 32%? We're cool with that.
What I did say is that you're not going to force him into shooting 8 or 9 threes a game. You're not going to do that.
In today's game, when most guys got 5 shooters out there, a minimum 4, you're going to have a team where he has 3 shooters around him if everything's going well. You got to have at least 3 shooters out there.
If you got 3 shooters around Magic Johnson, how much better is he going to be as a distributor and a playmaker and getting downhill and getting those guys better shots?
If he doesn't have the ball, what's he going to do? If he doesn't have the ball, what's he going to do?
That's the point that I'm making because I'm the lead guard. I got the ball in my hands. That's why I'm going to be so much better. And because I got 3 shooters around me. So if I got Gary Trent or somebody like that around me, how many better shots am I going to get him? Because you're going to be so focused on me getting to the rim. You say that you're going to double off me, you can double off me all you want. Just like they doubled off a bunch of other players in the league, but they still got to the rim and they still scored the basketball at a high rate. And Magic Johnson, if you're going to double off me, I can play in the mid-range and I can knock down open shots. And if I do that, now you have to come see me. And if you come see me, here comes the double. And I'm finding this guy. I'm finding that guy. And I'm finding that guy. And now guess what? You're home watching the playoffs. Meanwhile, we're raising the trophy. Wow. The Bulls in 1990, I think their run was better than what the Warriors did in 2010.
Are you saying for the era what they did is more impressive, or do you think if they played in whichever era, the Bulls would beat the Warriors?
I think that if they played in this era, I think that it would be a lot more of an advantage for the Bulls because I'm trying to imagine.
Yeah, that thing's crazy.
Not being able to put hands on Michael Jordan. I'm trying to imagine Steph Curry having to deal with the switches.
Yo, I'm sorry. That Warriors team is fucking frying that Bulls team. I'm sorry, OG. They getting fucking fried.
that you guys talk about, I'm trying to imagine him having to deal with Scottie Pippen.
What up,
in
Lacobe?
transition or in the half court. I'm trying to imagine with the triangle offense and as much action as the Golden State Warriors run, the triangle offense was revolutionary. And that kind
I feel like Bulls versus Warriors, no KD. Okay, that would be probably the best series of basketball we could ever ask for in our lives. You put KD on that team, I'm sorry, man, they getting fucking fried. They getting fried.
To deal with that, even with Kevin Durant.
It was revolutionary for 1992.
Sure.
Nowadays, to think a team is going to come out here and have any X's and O's that are revolutionary when you have 30-plus years of smart coaches making smart adjustments, just on that level, everything that Steve Kerr knows that version of Phil Jackson doesn't have the ability to know, it would be a bloodbath in that regard. Just from the pure X's and O's, the way that they're going to switch and peel back and recover, it's going to be no contest there. So I guess we can put that aside if that wasn't a thing. You think on paper the talent level was better across the roster?
I don't think that the talent level on paper was that far apart. I mean, don't get me wrong, you add Kevin Durant to a Warrior squad. I mean, that's like adding Shaq to the 96 Bulls.
I mean, I agree with him that I don't think like on paper, like the 90s Bulls versus the 10s Warriors without Durant, I don't think the talent level is that far apart. That's why I think it'd be a good series.
I mean, that's almost unfair.
But like, I feel like, again, like, it's so hard. Like, doing this is like trying to power scale anime characters to different anime. You know what I mean? Because, like, obviously, at that time, like, in the 90s, they didn't have to guard a dude once he crossed the half-court line. You know what I mean? So, like, we don't know, like, how they adjust to that. But obviously, those players are all-time greats. Phil Jackson, an all-time great coach, potentially best coach of all time. You got to imagine those guys are good enough to come up with some schemes, to come up with some way to stop Steph. So we can't just say, oh, they never had to go up against that, so they would just fumble. Like, they would probably devise a way to, like, guard that. But it's like, you still got, like, Klay Thompson as a threat, Draymond Green as a secondary playmaker and a great defender, too. You know, you still have so many other moving pieces as a part of that team. Andre Iguodala as well. Like, you know, how do you guard that? Like, what do you do against that? You can't imagine it because they never had to do that in the 90s.
However, there are ways to neutralize things like that. And what the Chicago Bulls did, which I want to make sure that I'm clear, with the run that they had. I mean, Michael Jordan, 4 to 6 years that he played on that team, they won 60-plus games, including a 67, a 73, and a 69-win team. They were running through the league, a much more physical league at that time in terms of scoring.
Well, also, not to be that guy, but they were going up against milkmen, so.
There were teams specifically there to beat them. And the triangle offense was just revolutionary with all the action that they had.
Was it worse at offense or was it more physical? Because you could say it's more physical because they're banging around down low. I would say today is less physical because the shooters are out there and it's a lot harder to bang around. Because if you're focused on banging around down low, having these enforcers on the court,
all right, chat.
you're going to get destroyed by
this Warriors game about to start. I'm excited.
It doesn't get higher skill level from 1 through 10 on the roster than the 2017 Warriors.
Klay was a better shooter than Steph. I don't agree with that. I think that, like, obviously, the thing is, like, Steph is a very good. Wait, did the game start already, Flytrap? What, are you that ahead of me? I think Steph is a way better shot creator, and then also in the news, it's very important. Like, Klay is easier to be consistent. Like, this is why I don't like stats. This is why I don't like the stat watching bullshit, because like, if you're watching the games and you look at the gravity of Stephen Curry, like, Klay Thompson is going to be open off that dribble a lot more than Steph is.
Who's going to play each other today and have a chance to, win a 7-game series in this era or that? Not a contest there. And if you want to look at
they're about to tip off on my screen.
I think it's
they're getting ready.
Overall skill level is higher across the league today. You said teams were built to beat the Bulls back then.
They just tipped off.
They were built to beat the Warriors too. It was a shorter run, so I guess you saw less of a league-wide roster construction. But we had the Rockets, we had the Cavs.
Bro, you can't say Klay is more consistent. Like, if I see a dude shooting open threes in a gym alone versus a dude taking contested threes off the dribble and missing some every once in a while, I'm not gonna be like, well, the guy in the open gym is a more consistent shooter. Like, that's like, what kind of a statement is that?
in the same way that you can say who they played was more impressive to you in the Bulls for whatever reasons, they did have to face a player who was arguably just as good, if not better, than Jordan himself, and they beat him, multiple times. So I don't know what you give to the Bulls besides longevity, which, they stuck together longer.
And then I also think that, like, a lot less of the pressure was on Klay. Like, there was a lot of games. I think we also forget. There was a lot of games and moments where, like, the Warriors lost because Klay didn't show up. Like, that happened a lot on that team. Granted, I don't want to say a lot. That did happen, but, like Curry doesn't get that luxury to have that. Like, to have those off games.
In the middle to revitalize themselves that Kevin Durant didn't give the Warriors a chance to do.
Right.
So besides longevity, I don't think they peak better. I don't think they would 1v1. I don't think they play tougher competition. I'm not sure why they get the greatest dynasty of all time over the Warriors.
Well, you just mentioned something that was really interesting. The greatest part about having the burden of proof putting on you, you have to make sure that you give that person things that they can't explain. So, for example, you just talked about them having the run that they had, the Golden State Warriors, and sure that they ended up they lost to some teams. Well, the Bulls didn't lose to anybody. The Bulls went 6-0 during that run.
If we ignore the year they lost,
and the teams that they lost to, the Golden State Warriors in particular, they had the biggest collapse in NBA history. They actually won 73 games. Not only did they win 73 games, they were up 3-1 in a series and could have won.
Well, fucking LeBron James is the GOAT. Amen Thompson. Hold on, chat. The midi.
That's like me referencing early Jordan before he was actually the version he is of himself. That's not the same type of team. 20's KD on is the one that's the best team of all time. So, yeah, the baby version of that wasn't quite superpower like you said. They added Shaq to the Bulls. Yeah, they lost beforehand, but when we talk about the best team of all time,
you are aware that they won 73 games without KD.
They got even better. So imagine that. Imagine 73 adding KD.
Right.
That's why it's such a non-contest.
Well, think about why they had to add KD. They had to add KD because they lost at their superpowers.
KD. KD's the version that's not a contest.
But that Bulls run of
My bad. Yo, that dunk was nasty as fuck.
Michael Jordan winning the league MVP 1, 2, 3 times during that stretch. That team never losing in the NBA Finals.
What happened, bro? Sengun fucking flew and fucking yam that shit. Oh my God.
Running through
holy shit.
I believe in 1996 and running through the NBA the way that they did, even in that era or the 60s or the 70s, the 80s or 90s, I don't think that's been matched.
You know what?
By
if
Golden State
free agency was around like it was today, Scottie Pippen would have left early and they would have had that chance. So that's the difference.
Okay, let's wrap it up, people. Thank you. Next up, this is a great one. It's a heavyweight battle right here.
Dylan Brooks on Jimmy.
What's up, OG?
Wait, pods. Chat pods. Don't let pods heat up.
For the 2017 Warriors once they got Kevin Durant. I think if you're talking about the Warriors in 2015 and 2016, you have an argument. I think there's too much talent on the post-Warriors with Kevin Durant for them to not be as good as the Bulls. Yep. You have Steph Curry, you have Klay Thompson, you have Kevin Durant, you have Draymond Green, you also have Andre Iguodala off the bench. We're talking about a 5-year run that should have ended in 4 NBA championships. They should have 3-peated with KD. They didn't because he got hurt. I know, and I think you agree, a healthy Warriors beats the 2019 Raptors in the finals.
I think that's a legit argument, but to counter what you just said, so in the 1995-96 Bulls that won 72 games. So
Draymond shooting threes. God bless y'all. That shit was so off.
They had the best 6-man in the game in Tony Kukoc. They had the best coach in the game in Phil Jackson. And they had the second best marksman in the game in Steve Kerr. That doesn't sound like an okay team. That sounds like a pretty damn good team to me.
And we're talking about the Warriors
100%.
who got a unanimous MVP, another MVP. The Bulls did not have 2 MVPs on their team.
100%.
The Warriors did. They had a defensive player of the year in Draymond Green, who 100%. You can argue is one of the best defensive players that has ever played, and Klay Thompson, one of the best 3-and-D players in the history of the game, and Andre Iguodala. I could compare him to Tony Kukoc. I think Tony Kukoc offensively could be better. Defensively, Iguodala is better. And if we're playing by today's rules, where there's zone defense, the Bulls did not have to run into zone defense back then because I implemented in the 2000s. So I'm thinking about the spacing of that team and how it compared to the Warriors, who you couldn't help off anybody.
Damn, Pods, you got to hit that.
They were helping off of Kevin Durant, and he was getting wide open jump shots. We're talking about leaving 40% three-point shooters open almost every possession down the court. And then the last thing I'll mention is that I feel like the Bulls did not play a big three as good as the 2017 Cavaliers with LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Love.
Because they didn't.
Might have been dominant, but they did not play a team as good as those Cavaliers, Cavaliers.
And that's just true.
Back to what you just talked about when you talked about the team that they
Curry.
the team that they were playing. So let's go back to
no,
MVP. So
yo, Warriors are kind of struggling.
They didn't win it.
Honestly, nobody's really getting hot right now.
Good. We did not know that.
KD is that good though.
We didn't know that he was that good. 100%. And remember,
Sengun wide open midi can't let that happen.
Steph Curry is already on the crew because you can't beat him without us. We can't beat him.
It's because it's LeBron James.
We didn't have to worry about that though, because I'm already on the crew, and now we get a rebounder in Dennis Rodman who makes us so much better. He's a defender who makes us so much better.
But the Bulls also didn't have LeBron. Right.
Oh, that's a wide open three for Curry.
You know the reason why they didn't have to play LeBron James? Because they already had him.
Yes, I understand. Listen, I think you can argue for MJ being a GOAT.
100%.
But what I'm saying is that the Bulls did not have to play a team as good as the LeBron James-led Cavaliers.
That was a good pass. Guys, the Warriors are kind of getting fried. What up, Squire? Damn, you went to go to get a haircut at 9 p.m.?
Pascal Siakam, Serge Ibaka. I don't think any of the teams the Bulls played in the finals is better than that team.
You sure about that? Because
yes.
I don't know. That 98 Jazz team was
They
pretty
were like
damn
36
good.
years old.
Right, and they were still at they were leading the league in score. They were leading the league in scoring that year. And that's including with the Bulls running around. They were leading the league in scoring that year. They had a league MVP in Karl Malone. They had arguably the best distributor in the game. They had a marksman in Jeff.
A friend does it, so it's free. Okay.
In Brian Russell, they had a great dirty work guy in Austin Carr. They had everything that's necessary. Like you just
the Raptors have that though, because I didn't mention Danny Green, who you can with Brian Russell 3-point shooting defending. He's one of the best rookies as well. So I think the Raptors just overall had more depth. Maybe you want to argue Karl Malone and John Stockton. They had more star power, but I'm looking at Kawhi Leonard, Pascal Siakam, Kyle Lowry. Those are three all-star level players on one team.
Right. And with that being said, I think that the teams that the Bulls ran into, that Phoenix team, that Portland Trailblazers team, that Seattle team, I think that those teams are comparable to the teams that we've seen in the 2010s in terms of championships.
That's cap.
Now, I can't say with the Cleveland Cavaliers team because they won it. So I think that that's a little bit different. But in terms of losers, I think that all of those loser teams are comparable, including the 2019 Toronto Raptors. I think they're comparable to all those teams.
That's cap.
Absolutely.
Good job.
Wow. Very respectable, too. We love to see it. All right, next up.
You back again? Hold on, let me roll my sleeves up a little.
Let's be nicer this time.
No, I'm not gonna be civil. Not with you.
Okay, well, I think this conversation is interesting. I think when you talk about longevity, you talk about
that was the best convo easily.
Who they played, I think you
for
gotta
sure.
respect the era. I think the Chicago Bulls, I respect what they've done. I think Golden State, you respect what they've done. When it comes to playoffs, it talks about matchup. Everything's situational. Everything is about matchup. Let's talk about the matchup itself. Golden State's best versus Chicago's best. I don't think Chicago has played a team that does what Golden State does offensively. We talk about two guys in Steph Curry and Klay Thompson that constantly is running. The cardio is at a different level than they've ever seen. We're talking about a guy in Draymond Green that gets the ball off a pick and roll and can make any pass in the short roll, in the high roll. We're talking about a guy in Kevin Durant, which you just can't guard. He can get to his spots. And then you bring up Sean Livingston, the best mid-range shooter ever, off the bench, somebody who can come and give you buckets. And then on top of that, the collection of role players that they have, what they had an Ian Clark at one time, Festus Ezeli, Kevon Looney. I mean, this team, how do you guard a team like that when you have MJ, who is going to have to average 35, 40 points a game in that series? Now you have to tire him out on offense because defensively he has to chase Klay, he has to chase Steph, or he has to guard Kevin Durant. You can't just put him on Draymond. What is Dennis Rodman going to do in that series offensively? How are they going to look? I just think it's a mismatch because you have offensively a Golden State team that loves to move the ball around, a Golden State team that loves to move, gets the ball open. And with Chicago, they just played a style that fits more into the 90s, in an era where you need to put up a lot of threes, in an era where you need to match offensive ability. I don't think they could do that.
I think what we're missing, we're missing the point that you just mentioned, how good the Warriors were against the Cavs.
Why that time, Lamo?
Good were the Warriors against
Lamo? It's already so late for a nap.
Right, and
I don't know.
The Bulls, 5 of their 6 championships.
Amazing.
They beat 5 different teams.
Amazing.
So it's not like they only went up against one team.
I know
we're
what you
talking
mean.
about the Cavs, him having to run up against the Cavs. In order for them to win the NBA championship, they had to beat
Beggin?
the Lakers. They had to beat the Trailblazers.
What?
With a damn good team.
Oh,
with Terry
Coachella.
And Drexler, Kevin Duck,
Hey, Lamo,
Buck Williams,
you do what you
all
got to
the
do.
defender that he was. And on top of that, they had to beat the Phoenix Suns, who also had a band of guys, and Dan Marley and Charles Barkley and all of these guys who they had who were very good at everything that they did. And then you move into the 1995-96 season when they had to play Seattle, who owned the Houston Rockets, which, by the way, Jordan was lucky enough that he had to see Olajuwon in the playoffs.
Yes, it is, Lamo.
And that would have been a problem for him. But that Seattle team that they had a band of characters with Hersey Hawkins and Gary Payton and Nick McMillan and Sean Kemp. And then they had to move into play against the Utah Jazz. We're talking about a team who beat almost a whole division in order to win the NBA championship. The amount of times that they did that.
OG, if you want to go band for band, we could do that. I mean, Golden State played the Memphis Grizzlies with Mike Conley, with Zach Randall, with Marc Gasol. They played the Houston Rockets.
The Houston Rockets. That Houston Rockets team that without that Warriors team being so good are probably champions.
With Chris Paul, with James Harden. They played Cleveland with LeBron, with Kyrie. We can go to the Spurs. They played Kawhi. They played LA. They played Pau Gasol. Like, this is a Golden State team that's played a plethora of talent. I mean, talk about Damian Lillard. They played him, and they swept him, too. Without Kevin Durant, that's a crazy feat to do that. Like, this is a team that's also played a collection of really good talent 100%. In a West that's always been, in my lifetime, better than the East. We can even go back in the 90s. I think this West right now, or what Golden State was in, you could say it is more talented than the East in the 90s. So a team like Golden State, like I said, if you want to keep talking about their accolades, Golden State beat a plethora of really good to great teams. We can even talk about before Kevin Durant, when they beat that OKC team when they were down 3-1.
True.
A lot of teams.
True.
Matchup,
beating that OKC team, coming back 3-1, legendary.
Sides up against each other. I mean, what's the man? You got Ron Harper guarding Steph.
Yes.
You got MJ guarding Clay. And then you got Scottie Pippen guarding Kevin Durant. Now we're talking about Michael Jordan and Ron Harper seeing 35,000 screens in the game that they've never seen before in their life. They're going to be so puzzled, so fizzled. They're not going to know what to do.
I think you thrown off the track that the triangle offense was a lot of action.
Offensively,
was a lot of moving. So with that, we also have to guard against that too. So it's not like we're just running that offense. So we also have to guard against that too. So with us guarding against that, we know how to get around screens. We know how to slip screens. We know how to go under screens. But with all of that being said, the collection of we have to stay on point of what this was. And when I think about the Bulls run and what the Bulls did during that time, so having to beat the Knicks who they were who was favored against them in 1993.
Yo, Jamie, thank you for the 32 months, man. Appreciate that, GOAT.
Had won
What's good with you?
straight games at home. They go into their building in the playoffs in the East Finals and beat them. That's almost impossible to do. And then you move into Phoenix when they beat them. It's a team that won 60 games. They beat them in their building for the NBA championship. Then you move into Seattle, how difficult. In Seattle, they beat them twice during the regular season.
Oh, turnover?
The Utah Jazz.
Oh, wow. Fred VanVleet, good hustle.
Beating them, who were even better. And when they were better, they still ended up beating them. So when we're talking about having challenges.
Finish up a building design? You an architect?
Stuff, I think that the Chicago Bulls, that run that they had during that time, when everybody thought that they were over, it was really impressive.
All right, we're actually going to move on to the next topic. But, judges, any updates? Who has the lead right now?
I mean, that one was very,
that was good.
very,
That
very
was
close. That was very close. For me, it's just tough. I felt like they were talking about a 3-year stint of the Warriors with Kevin Durant, while you were talking about 8 years where they won 6.
Yeah, they didn't quite attack the
4.
thesis.
Also, if we're talking about injuries, was Kevin Love and Kyrie Irving not hurt during the 2015?
Well, and how about Kawhi getting hurt against the Warriors? And
Zaza Pachulia.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Draymond had to put a hit out on Kawhi with Zaza in order to do
that. Since we're on the subject of the 90s, I think one of the biggest problems that I have is that people talk about the 90s being overrated. I don't think the 90s is overrated. I don't.
You got to hear that because your generation are the most nostalgic motherfuckers in the world. You guys evangelize everything. There wasn't mass media back then. You go on the TV, you have like 5 channels to choose from. You're watching Golden Girls, you're watching the news, or you're watching the Chicago Bulls play. So because of that, the response to that you see from young people that are too disrespectful, too dismissive of what was around back then that actually has merit.
Yep.
It's all in response to the ridiculous pedestal that people that watch
He's right.
hold it to because of the memories they have associated with it that aren't rooted in logic. It's just purely emotional. All the reasons that exist today on why players are better today, teams are better today, that's all true. And maybe people take it too far to diminish what happened because naturally everything progresses. It all comes down.
I don't know if it's emotional because, I mean, we can talk fact. I mean, I think about the players that played in the 90s, the athlete that was in the 90s. There were some ridiculous athletes in the 90s. And since you're talking about media, I'm trying to imagine what the media looks like when they're talking about Charles Barkley, who from 1989 to 1993, I mean, he had, I think, 85. Yeah, he had 85, 30, and 10 games. That's more than KG. Right? So this is what's going on. Imagine if we're covering this guy every day. See, I was only able to see this once in a while. You know, John Stockton, he had a 10-year, he had a 3-year stretch where he went 17-13, 17-14. That's a 6-to-1 assist-to-turnover ratio.
I'm glad
Imagine if we got a dude running around in the NBA with a 6-to-1 assist-to-turnover ratio today, and we only see him like once or twice
You know what
a
would
year.
happen? You know what would happen?
Imagine if we had that going on.
If we had year-round media coverage of Charles Barkley, he'd be called a fat slob who can't play defense, a foul merchant,
You
a
mean like
transition
Luka?
merchant.
You mean like Luka?
Correct.
You mean like Luka, who's at the top of the league, by the way?
You want to know
that
why?
guy?
You want to know why? We're talking about things being evangelized and things
Oh,
being viral.
shit.
The mass media today and the fact that people can see everything.
Sure.
There's never been a crop of people in the world that are more hatred in their heart than young fans today.
Right.
And they have all the reason in the world to criticize players.
Right.
The reason these guys are revered so highly is because they didn't get to see enough of them.
Right.
They only got to see the peaks. They only got to see Barkley in the finals.
Right.
So it's, he's the finals guy, MVP guy. They don't get to criticize the weaknesses.
Sure.
Joel Embiid has more of all those stats you said than those guys you mentioned before.
Right.
Washes those guys offensive players. Washes not Kevin Garnett.
And I'm glad you brought that up.
And he's the most hated player of all goddamn time.
Actually, he's not because he's still a top 5 player still. And like you just talked about,
You think
with
he's talked
Luka,
about it like this?
And you talking about Luka also. As much as we talk about Luka being a fat slob and Luka doesn't work on his game and Luka doesn't do this, Luka is still revered as one of the 3-4 best players in the game.
And imagine
so
he played
if,
in the 90s. He wouldn't be called a fat slob. He'd be called White Jesus. He'd be called everything in the He'd be evangelized so much.
So he's evangelized like that today, only except we get to see him more and you just talking bad about him. We still talk about him as a great player today, just like you would talk about Charles Barkley if he played today. Just like if you talk about a guy like Buck Williams, who was an all-league defender, if he played today. Just like you would talk about any of these other guys if they played today and they were, once again, if they were covered the way that they're covered back then. The way that they're covered today.
I ain't gonna lie, bro. If Michael Jeffrey Jordan got media coverage back then like he did today, they'd call him a fucking drunk, alcoholic, gambling addiction degenerate.
It would be way different. So I'm trying to imagine what Olajuwon would look like today in today's game if he was covered as much as he was covered back then. I'm trying to imagine if Kevin Johnson, who's a 4-time all-league performer, Mark Price, what he would look like in today's game, or Penny Hardaway, how we would be covering those, how would we be talking about these guys today. I don't think that the game is overrated. I think that the game is actually underrated because if you think about Anthony Edwards, who do we compare him to, right? If you think about Steph Curry, who do we compare him to? Magic. So when we talk about all of these guys, I don't think it's underrated.
I thought y'all liked gambling addicts. Do I? I don't think I do.
Veered is enough, but I don't want to go overboard with it.
Yeah.
I don't want to do
I see what you're saying. There's definitely pros and cons. Some guys who get more spotlight and less.
Sure.
But overall, you remember things fondly when you don't see the negatives as much. And these days, you see a whole
Oh,
lot of
was that a Drake reference? Oh, okay, gotcha.
just go with the positive.
That one went over my head.
These things up and history.
You're too intelligent for me, Lamo.
So that is why people of that generation tend to overrate things and give and take.
Fair enough.
How premeditated was the Golden Girls reference?
That was good. That was good. I said that on the podcast a few weeks ago.
What's up, brother? How you doing, my man? All right.
Good.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, before we start, I just have to address something you said. Joel Embiid is not top 5 in the world right now. You said that before. I just had to, I couldn't let that.
Well,
slide.
today.
Exactly.
Today.
Right now, I just can't let that slide.
And why?
I can't let that slide.
And why?
Because he doesn't play.
That's the only reason. Not because of his game.
We're aligned on that.
Yeah.
We're aligned on that.
Not because of his game.
But the 90s are overrated, and it's because of people from your generation. Because in every single field across the world, everybody can understand that as time goes on, things get better.
Sure.
You look at other sports, people say, yes, players today are different than what they were before. You always say they're bigger, faster, stronger. You look at technology today is much better than it was back
Sure.
then. You look at the way cars are made, the way people cook food, all of that stuff. Everybody acknowledges the way we do things today are largely better than what they were 10 years ago.
Okay, good floater, Jimmy.
Except when we get to NBA basketball. When it gets to NBA basketball, now it's, we're not doing what they were doing in the 90s. And for a lot of people, I will say, whether they are young or old, they may not just know what they are looking at. Because if you look at
What a
90s
pass.
it is easier
Doesn't
to
matter.
score in 90s basketball than it is today. You can have a situation where you say, 1, 2, 3, 4, you go over there, I'm gonna play one-on-one here, and if I can get by my guy, I can score. You don't have to play zone defense. You don't have to worry about a guy shading over here or defenses being so set up to stop you. Right. And as time goes on, you look at numbers, you look at analytics, and you figure out, this is a better way to get more points on the board in this 48-minute span than what we were doing 20 years ago. Right. And everybody can acknowledge that, except for people who are just obsessed with the 90s.
Well, I think that it can be a little bit pretentious, but with that being said, it is a little bit overboard because you say stuff like the athlete is better today than it was in the 90s. I mean, I was watching Kenny Smith in 1990 throw the ball between his legs and dunk the ball off the backboard backwards at 6'3" in 1990. That was going on, right? I was watching Terrence Stansbury do 360s from the dotted line off of one leg. These are athletes, and that was going on, and that's one of the biggest problems that we have with today. The athlete is better today than what it was back then. When we had superior athletes like Sean Kemp, we had superior athletes like Xavier McDaniel, we had superior athletes like Charles Barkley, who was considered a fat slob, but that wasn't going on back then as fast as he was running and as high as he was jumping. These kind of guys were superior athletes, and that's the thing that you guys harp on the most. The athlete is better. The skill set was better. Isaiah Thomas had a ridiculous handle. Isaiah Thomas was incredible at getting by guys and getting to the rim.
Okay, good turnover.
Guy who played pick and roll and pick and pop and was fantastic at it, and his game would translate, because that's the thing that I think about the most when I think about these guys back then. Whose game can translate from back then to today? When I watch Bam Adebayo, that's Buck Williams. When I watch Bam Adebayo, that's Buck Williams right there. And I don't mean that that's him specifically, but he reminds me a lot of Buck Williams when I watch him. Every time I watch his game, how he is around the rim, the defender that he is, the glass cleaner that he is, how he is in the mid-post. Buck Williams actually toned his game down when he was with the Portland Trail Blazers.
Curry is good at basketball, guys.
To be a defender.
Stephen Curry is good at basketball. I don't know if you guys knew that.
We have out here, I think it's way
Do players say who inspired them? Yeah, a lot of times they do.
Than what it is back then.
And listen, shout out Buck Williams. You know what I'm saying? But if you all the comparisons,
I feel like the panel is a little biased because they're all old heads.
And all the era stuff, it can't just go one way. You can't just say, oh, what would they do back like how would a 90s player look today? You can take people from today and say they can play in the 90s. You can say if you put Steph Curry right now in 1992, the way that he moves around, it's different. Like, there's so many skill sets today that if you put back then, they wouldn't know what to do, and they would be the ones who revolutionized the game.
Fair enough.
All right. They're the three generations. Is that what that is?
What's going on, brother?
Doing good. So, when I think about the 90s basketball, great product. It is what it is for that time. Key point, it is what it is for
I did not see that chicken. That sounds hilarious, though.
Back then.
Yo, what the fuck is this? Yo, what is this? What the fuck was that comment? Hold on. Replay that.
It is what it is for that time. Right. They just got done doing crack back then. Naturally, you're not better than what we have going on right now, just with the way times of all things are going. We shoot better, we play faster, we play better, rebound better. Everything is just naturally better.
It's just naturally better.
He said the CIA was just sprinkling crack in their neighborhood. You can't tell me they were good at ball. Like, what the fuck?
Just the time. That's
time.
That's
time.
essentially what
It's
you're saying.
time.
That's a crazy statement, bro.
Even though with the stuff that was going on then, it could translate to today. So not everybody was on drugs back then, just so you know.
A lot of them were, though.
I just want to make sure that we clear. Not everybody was on drugs back then. And the guys who were on drugs were pretty damn good, even being on drugs. So it's not like these dudes were just keeling over. No, that's not what was going on. The guys who were on drugs, to your point, were really damn good. But I want to make sure that I get back to the point that if you have something that was older and now it's here today,
yes,
it can be updated. And what I don't want to do is
I want to know which ones were on it. A lot.
Guys are today.
Apparently.
I think Giannis would destroy the 90s. I don't think he would be good in the 90s. I think he would destroy the 90s. But I can also say Hakeem Olajuwon would destroy this era. I think he would kick ass in this era.
That's fair.
He would. He would. I think like the top level talent, like the true stars in like the 80s and 90s would probably be fucking phenomenal in current NBA standards. Absolutely. But I think like the average player back then would get fucking torched now. They would just get smoked. It wouldn't even be a competition. Yeah, obviously like the top end players, like they could probably play across any generation.
Because his game translates. I think that the guys whose game translates the most That's why they're all-time greats. That's why I think about Penny Hardaway and Gary Payton and Mark Price and Jason Kidd and guys like Grant Hill. I think that their guys translate to today's game the most, and because it
Richie, can we get to 15 subs real quick? Yes or yes? Don't make me blow up your house. The skill floor is higher, but the ceiling hasn't changed much. I think the ceiling has increased only ever so slight. I think that one of the things that I feel like you could get away with more in the 80s or 90s is being like a specialist, right? I feel like you can't really do that now. You kind of have to do a little bit of everything, I feel like.
Translates to today's game because of the athlete that they are, because of the skill set. And on top of that, I think we completely leave out that these guys coming into the game, they wouldn't just still be what they are. They would adapt to the game. So
You really think so?
100%.
Nah,
Okay.
they would. This is the thing that I feel like a lot of the young whippersnappers be kind of fucking up with, is that they think that like the players that existed back then exist in like a vacuum, and like they wouldn't adapt to the new scenario in front of them. That like they're just these helpless people. They're like, oh my God, I did 2 + 2 before. I never did 2 + 3. What am I supposed to do about that? You know, they would probably find ways to adapt. Like these guys are still good players.
Because I can't shoot, I'm gonna see guys who can shoot.
That's a wild hypothetical.
Not.
I can't lean that
No,
way.
it's not.
I
And the
go
reason
by
why-
with what I see on paper. And on the court. If you could shoot back then, you would show me you could shoot.
Right.
Jordan couldn't do that back then. He was shooting
That is true. When I watch basketball, like literally on every possession, you could count like a travel or double dribble or a carry, like on almost every possession in modern NBA. They just don't call it anymore. Like this just is what it is.
32%
All you talking about is the long ball line. Just so you know, it's a huge floor. And I'm not just shooting at the long ball line. I'm shooting in the mid-range, which Jordan had a money mid-range game. That was his game, in fact. Not only was that his game, him getting to the rim, scoring over big.
Just because you can hit mid-range don't mean that you have the ability to shoot from the three-point line. DeMar DeRozan has that exact same skill set when it comes to shooting. He's not a three-point shooter.
Which is the
That's just
worst logic that I've ever heard in my whole life when I hear you dudes talk about DeMar DeRozan.
I'm just talking about shooting aspects.
Right, and
That's
we're talking about shooting aspects because I hear you dudes talk about DeMar DeRozan like Jordan would be DeMar DeRozan in today's game. Who is the closest thing in you guys' estimation to Michael Jordan? Kobe Bryant, and not one of you would say DeMar DeRozan and Kobe Bryant in the same sentence.
I'm just talking about the.
Okay, he kind of clocked my shit. I can't lie. He's right. I would never put DeMar and Kobe in the same breath, but I'd definitely be saying that Jordan would just be DeMar DeRozan.
Logic of shooting the ball and assuming that you have the ability to shoot.
And I'm not saying that. And that's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is
he clocked my shit.
DeMar DeRozan, who has now put the 3-ball in his game.
It's not good still, but
it might be. It's respectable where he will shoot the 3. Jordan could shoot the 3. We saw 6 threes in one game, right? We saw him knocking down 3. Yes, 100%.
Dante DiVincenzo shoots 9 a game.
Yes, sir. 100%.
Dante shoots 9.
Yes, and Jordan would have to shoot more 3s, no doubt about
and he's
that.
not hitting most of them. That's why.
And neither are all of the other guys. So when you're talking about elite guys, I mean, Jason Tatum shoots 12. How many of them is he hitting?
Probably 8 of them.
No, he's not hitting 8 of them. Hell no.
I didn't believe that in a second.
No,
but when it comes
I was about to say, if Jason Tatum shot 12 threes a game and was hitting 8 of them shits, he would be the best shooter of all time by an incredible margin.
Ability and what these guys
crazy
in
as hell.
could do compared to the limitations that these guys from the 90s have, naturally they're going to be able to do more because they were brought up to do more.
Right.
The 90s guys, all you can do is assume. But along with that assumption, you have to take with what you see out there on the court. There are only 5, 6, maybe 10 guys who were truly ahead of their time in terms of how they played. That's a fair assumption. But with guys like Jordan, any other elite offensive player, it's hard for me to see that. Magic Johnson, it's hard for me to see that and assume that he could do what guys like Jokic
I don't know
is
why.
doing.
I really don't know why.
It's just harder.
All right, Mo.
Yep.
Shout out scalability.
Scalability, evangelize.
We meet again, OG.
Uh-oh. What's going on, brother? Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
So I want to start this debate by laying the ground rules of the debate. I believe that all the great players back then would be great today for the most part. So I'm not trying to debate about the great players. I want to debate about the premise of the average NBA player today is better than the average NBA player in the 90s.
No one could, like, the thing is, like, this is like such a stupid argument because, like, nobody would disagree with this.
Interesting. So I'm not thinking about just average players. I'm thinking about like guys who were in other positions. Like, for example, I think Otis Thorpe would be great in today's game, just as a dirty work guy. He's good in the mid-post. I think he was a great defender. I think he was a great rebounder. And what Isaiah Stewart does for the Detroit Pistons, he could do that for a championship contending team or a playoff team. And on top of doing that, I think he would be even better because I think he was a better offensive player than Isaiah Stewart.
So I think we can agree that players back then that were good probably will be good here. So I'm not trying to disrespect those players back then.
Sure.
But I am trying to argue that there was a dilution in the product back then because starting from 88, they expanded. And up until 95, they expanded to 6 total teams.
Sure.
You had the Grizzlies, you had the Heat, you had the Hornets, you had the Timberwolves, you had the Raptors.
Somebody gives us up to Strap.
All for the most part, half of those teams right now still are bad NBA franchises. So you could only imagine in the 90s, most of them weren't good. Outside of the Magic, none of them had immediate success. I think
two-way playmaker. Yeah, I'm trying, bro.
Introduced in an era.
I'm trying, bro.
Automatically get worse.
Put some reacts on the screen while I watch the game on another monitor.
The NBA desperately needs an expansion because there are too many good NBA players. We see what Quentin Grimes is doing with the 76ers right now. He's averaging 25-plus points per game. Back then in the 90s, you didn't have Quentin Grimes that bounce around teams and can average 20 a night.
Interesting, because number one, the Heat showed up in 88. They were in the playoffs 4 years later. They were in the Eastern Conference Championship in 97.
That's a good franchise.
Which is 9 years later. The Minnesota Timberwolves, I'll give you that. The Orlando Magic, we already talked about. We already talked about them. Charlotte, who ended up
joke.
Yeah, Charlotte. Well, they weren't a joke back then because I mean they had the number.
They had a
one
good run.
Not only did they have a good run, I mean they drafted well. They beat the Boston Celtics and ended that franchise.
Yo, Chief, thank you for gifting us up to Strap. Strap, you are freed, bro. No more ads. You know what I hate about Strap the Goon? You know what I hate about Strap the Goon? First of all, a lot. Like his Pico Park skills, for one. And for two, this motherfucker has like a 3-year sub and has never paid for it one time.
Ended their run. So Charlotte, let's see, the Miami Heat, let's see, Orlando. So teams
I
like
was
that,
carrying.
So teams like that, it wasn't of the 5 teams. That's 60% of them that were actually really good.
6. We have the Raptors, we have the Grizzlies. So both of those teams at first were very bad
they
teams.
had no idea what they were doing with the Grizzlies. That's why they ended up folding. So I mean I can't count them. But with that being said, they also had players.
Not too much on Strap. You shooting for Strap?
I mean, Big Country Reeves, Shaq would tell me all the time how much of a difficult time he had with Big Country Reeves. He is the same one that when he retires, he's gonna say, this guy was he gave me the most problems. That's Joel Embiid. When Joel Embiid retires, he's gonna say, Al Horford gave me hell. I promise you that.
Now, in 98-99, the team with the best offensive rating was the Indiana Pacers with the 110 offensive rating.
Sure.
Right now, that would rank bottom 10 in the NBA in terms of offensive rating. Offensive rating now has exploded, and it's exploded since the 2000s. It's even better than the 90s. I'm looking at the average NBA player today. They need to have more skills to play and be in a rotation than back then. Back then, you can have one role. You could either defend really well, rebound really well, maybe shoot, maybe pass. Now, you have to have a combination of at least 3.
Wait, I said that too.
Rating really quickly doesn't really work for me because the Golden State Warriors in 2015, 2016 had the best offense in NBA history. They'd be at the bottom of the league today. In 2025, it would be the worst offense in the NBA today.
So imagine just how much better it is than the 90s.
Fair enough.
Let's go. OG.
All right, next topic.
Well, it's interesting. We were talking about the Golden State Warriors adding Kevin Durant and how much better he made them.
Yo, this
think about what the Celtics were doing and how much better Bird was, because I think Bird.
Larry Bird is better all time than Kevin Durant. Huh.
Bird's better than
I'm gonna go ahead and press X to doubt.
Larry Bird better than Kevin Durant. This one's spicy. I love this one.
Oh, nah, he got a JoJo shirt. He gonna lose.
I need to be sold on Larry, so I'm excited for this.
Kevin Durant.
Sure.
3-level scorer. The best scorer in the history of the game. Can play make. Maybe not as well as Larry Bird. The defender. they don't talk about Kevin Durant, the defender. Pretty great rim protector, and although the Golden State Warriors were already an elite defense before him, think about what he brought to them as a rim protector. He was an all-NBA level defender when he was with the Golden State Warriors. Now, Larry Bird is an all-time great. No one's going to deny that. Second, third best small forward in the history of the game. But when you look at the object of the game, nobody's better than Kevin Durant.
I think what you mentioned when you talked about scoring, I mean, Bird at his peak, he was 27, 10, and 6. That was 5 years where he did that. And you talk about how wildly efficient Kevin Durant was. I mean, Bird was a 50, 40, 90 guy. In 1988, I mean, he averaged 30 and 10 on almost 30 and 10 on 50, 40, 90. I mean, when you talk about the versatility,
Bird shot is ugly as fuck.
How much better of a distributor he was, how much better of a glass cleaner that he was. You talk about how great Kevin Durant was as a defender and a rim protector. Just so you know, Larry Bird's an all-league defender.
He was.
Larry Bird wasn't just a good defender; he was an all-league defender when he played in the NBA. Now he was more of a team defender, which I think that resonates with me. I care about you as a one-on-one defender, and I care about how good you are as a one-on-one defender.
Fair enough.
But how do you affect your unit? And I feel like Larry Bird affected his unit, not just with his one-on-one defense, but his passing lane defense, his ability to help off the weak side. Not just that, but people don't talk about
Warriors about to take the lead.
Bird was a double-digit rebounder.
He was.
And with him being that, and as a passer, and on top of that, him in the meat and potatoes of games, asking for the ball, not just asking for the ball, delivering. I mean, he's got a winning record in the playoffs. He's got a winning record.
I think one of the most unfortunate things about Kevin Durant is that he was so great on that Warriors team, but that Warriors team was already so great that people will diminish his greatness. Like, I don't know if I'm making any sense. Like, I feel like people will never talk about how great he was. Like, just because of how stacked that team was. Like, it kind of sucks that, like, some of Kevin Durant's prime and his best years were, like, when, like, there was no competition in the league at all. And, like, and he was on the best team ever assembled type shit. Like, that's always going to, like, leave a mark on his legacy.
Closeout games. Bird was fantastic.
He was. Now, when you look at Kevin Durant and his ability to score the basketball, we already talked about it. 3-level scoring, the most efficient basketball player we've ever seen. But I just can't help but think about, he joined the Golden State Warriors. He joined a team that already had a unanimous MVP.
Sure.
And he immediately became the best player on the team. You're talking about back-to-back finals against the best player we've ever seen in both of our opinions. We believe that LeBron James is the best ever.
That's what I do.
To go in both of those series and to outperform.
At least he's an old head that knows LeBron is the GOAT.
To be the best player in both of those series. To have the game-sealing moment, basically identical year after year in that Game 3, in Quicken Loans, to go ahead and hit that three over LeBron James to basically seal the series. There's not many players in NBA history that are going up against. Well, I'll give Bird his credit because what
Dylan Brooks banging threes. God bless.
Has an undefeated record against Michael Jordan, but that was before Michael Jordan was Michael Jordan. That was before he really was a true basketball genius. That was just a kid who was just out there just being better than everybody else. You had peak LeBron James at the peak of his powers, and Kevin Durant was going tit for tat with him, and at times outperforming him.
Sure. Now I think what you discount is the step back that Steph Curry took. Like, Steph Curry didn't have to take a step back.
Definitely.
He could have definitely,
underrated part of him.
When Kevin Durant got on that crew,
Agreed.
still said, yo, I really don't need you because I did this without you.
That's not true. He cried in the car. He said, come please, KD, I'm begging you.
Here's the difference.
Oh, wait, you're right. That is not a JoJo shirt. I thought it was a JoJo shirt, but that shit is not. People don't respect KD because he was an all-time great player that choked a 3-1 lead to the Golden State Warriors, and then the very next season joined the team that beat his team. So it's just seen as like a very like big cowardly move.
Though I actually did it before I got you. That doesn't. I'm not going to say that negates that I needed you, but I did get
against a hurt Cavaliers team,
and I did get there though. Whether they were beat up or not, I did get
that
there.
2017 was the healthiest Cavaliers.
And on top of that, I did it after you left. Which
is Lena there, like in my room? No, she's not.
Needed me, so I can't discount the fact that what Steph Curry getting on that crew, with Kevin Durant got on that crew, him saying, I'm going to let you be KD. I'm not going to argue that. But what I am going to argue is, and I actually did some research on this too, about Jordan saying that he wouldn't have minded having Larry Bird on his team because he wasn't comfortable with Bird kicking his ass.
Come on,
100% he wasn't comfortable with that. But with that also being said, Bird being the player that he was in the playoffs, not just Bird being the player that he was in the playoffs, being the player that he was in the regular season and bringing it every night and showing how much better he was by winning the league MVP, not once, not twice, but 3 straight years.
No, KD is that as well.
In that time and playing at that level consistently, I think that Larry Bird, just as an all-around player, he was better than Kevin Durant.
The one part of Larry Bird's game,
like because he joined, like the Warriors were already the best team like ever assembled before KD joined, and then KD joined it. So it was like that was considered a weak move, and also there was like nobody to contest that team.
I feel like that's an underrated part of Kevin Durant.
So even though Kevin Durant was playing excellently, it's like even if he wasn't playing excellently, they probably would still win.
His ability in transition, especially his ability.
The reason why it's underrated, Drew, because it's not that good.
The Warriors are on a crazy run right now.
Obviously, he's an elite, arguably the best isolation basketball player in the game, especially when you consider height and everything into account.
Sure.
But again, when you are as great as you are offensively, especially scoring the basketball, when we've had seasons of him averaging over 6 assists, we've had seasons of him averaging over 7 assists. And again, the defensive versatility, you mentioned all the reasons why Larry Bird's a great defender, on top of the fact that Kevin Durant can do basically everything that Larry Bird could defensively. As an athlete, it's not comparable. It's Kevin Durant.
I don't know if he could do everything that Bird could do defensively, because if he could, then, like I said, Bird being the weak side defender that he was, Bird being the rebounder that he was. I mean, these
Kevin
things
Durant's
add
a
up.
great rebounder.
He wasn't Bird, though.
For the era, I'm not going to say you're wrong, but...
Absolutely, especially in the meat and potatoes of games, coming up with big rebounds, diving on the floor for loose balls and things like that. I mean, he just didn't do that. He didn't bring to the game what he did. Now, I won't argue that Kevin Durant has a...
I don't think the Warriors beat the Cavs if KD plays ass or the Rockets.
I feel like overall...
The thing is, though, that they could.
Collection of guys that he played with, which enhanced his game. I just feel like he was. I just feel like he was a better player.
Like a team that got like prime Stephen Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond, Iguodala. Like, yeah, it would have been a lot closer, and yeah, maybe they would have actually lost those games. Like, obviously, Durant helped them win those games for sure, and he was the reason why they won. But if he wasn't, or if he didn't end up showing up, then like you never know if like Curry just going off for 50 or something. Yeah, that's the perfect way to put it. It allows for a margin of error.
Warriors gave him his opportunity to do what he did better than anybody else in NBA history. There was no team that stood a chance. That includes our GOAT, LeBron James, in 2017 and 2018. 2018, LeBron went for 51 points. He was excellent. It did not matter. Kevin Durant being so overwhelmingly great, especially adding that to an already dominant team.
Oh my God, yo, I'm fucking tired.
When you get a player like Kevin Durant, when he has the ability to just go out there and get buckets, we saw what can happen, and that's being unstoppable.
Fair enough.
Hey, OG. Appreciate
Absolutely,
you.
brother. Yep.
Close to the double shot clock violation. I was excited.
He's back.
Yes, sir.
I feel like you're being way too disrespectful to Kevin Durant. We're talking about easy money sniper. We're talking about a 7-footer who can handle like a guard, who can shoot like one of the best shooters on the planet. Now, I understand Larry Bird and everything he's done, but he came into the league. And yes, I do. Because he played with Dennis Johnson. He played with Robert Parrish. He played
this
with
guy
Kevin
loves
McHale.
KD.
He
Who?
played with Danny Ainge.
The Gen Z guy?
Roster. I'm looking at Kevin Durant after his rookie year. He went on the run where he averaged 30, 30, 30, and 30. 2014
30 on 30.
MVP, 77% at the rim. He led a team to the NBA Finals. Now, I will say, I wouldn't choose him to lead my army. I think he's more of a mercenary for hire.
I would choose Bird, though.
And we saw, I agree, but we saw what he did with Golden State outdueling LeBron James, and we know in 2021, if his foot isn't on the line, the Nets beat the Bucks in Game 7, and they go to the NBA Finals and they win. That year, they didn't win because of injuries. I just look at KD and what he had to deal with, especially early on in OKC. Yep. Can you name the starting lineup for OKC?
The OKC starting lineup.
The year they made the NBA Finals.
Oh, my mouse is dead.
You had Russ.
Okay, KD.
Serge Ibaka. You had,
KD in 2021.
Roberson wasn't on the crew. You had Russ. You had KD. You had
Man, one of the best playoff performances ever.
Yeah, and Cephalosha.
That's the 5. Does that compare to any of the teams Larry Bird had with the Celtics?
Hey, man, like my grandmother always told me, anybody can train a secretary. You can screw him up, too, though, just so you know. Let's make sure that we clear on that, because just because he had a bomb squad does not mean it would have worked. And Bird made that crew so much better. Let's make sure that we're clear that in 1981, when they won the NBA championship, Bird
Man, if Durant had just one of his teammates, if Durant had just one of his teammates in 2021, like, he is beating the hashtag allegations. Like, that's so fucked. I feel bad for Durant, honestly. Like, it's like he sold his soul to go to the Warriors, and then, like, he's been punished for it ever since. Oh, shit.
Year 2, Kevin McHale was a rookie, so he's leading this crew to the NBA championship. He's the best player on that team. No, he didn't win the Finals MVP. That went to Cedric Maxwell. But now we're moving.
So he didn't win Finals MVP?
No, he did not win the Finals MVP.
KD went to the Warriors and won Finals MVP 2 years in a row with Steph, a unanimous MVP on his roster.
Now, I'm glad you brought that up, because if you remember that series in 2017, if you think about what Steph Curry did, he almost averaged a triple-double in the NBA Finals
KD
in
was
20.
better. KD was better.
Are we sure about that?
Yes, I'm sure.
He went 26, 10, and 7 during
both
that.
playoff series and both final series, he hit the dagger.
Yes, now hitting the dagger does not mean that you're better. Just because you hit the last shot
does not mean he was better.
Because if that's the point, then Kyrie would have been Finals MVP for hitting the dagger against the Warriors.
So Steph
he averaged 30
Steph took
on
a
50, 40, 90.
Steph took a step back in order to let KD do
and why
what
did
he
he
was
take
doing.
a step back?
He took a
because
step back.
He knows KD's better.
But he needed KD to be KD. That doesn't mean that KD was better. He needed KD to be KD.
So you
Otherwise,
think Steph is better than KD?
I do think that Steph is better than KD.
All right.
I agree with the old head on this. I think that, like, Steph took a step back because it would be better for the team in general. But, like, I always thought Steph was better than KD.
Right.
100%.
I just want to stay on the argument of Larry Bird because
sir.
I don't defensively. You can have the numbers of defensive teams. I think most of that was due to reputation because no way Larry Bird cannot jump 2 feet off the ground.
Amen.
Kevin Durant can. He's way more athletic. You talk about a prom KD that could get to the basket, finish 77% at the rim, 50% mid-range shooter. There is nothing, and I mean nothing, outside of passing that Larry Bird does better than Kevin Durant.
I think it's interesting you said that he can't jump 2 feet off the ground. Meanwhile, he's spinning on the baseline on Dennis Rodman and reverse dunking on him in the playoffs. That's going on. So I think that's a little bit higher than 2 inches off the ground. That's going on. With that also being said, as a player, as a playmaker, as a passer, as
wait, who is this OG?
How smart Larry Bird was.
I kind of fuck with him.
Specifically saying, you see the game 2 steps ahead. Now, when I think about a guy thinking the game like that, that tells me that that's a genius. I see the game 2 steps ahead, where I see this guy going to be there, and he's going to be there, and when it works out like that, it works out exactly the way you did, exactly the way you think it works. That's a basketball.
You be on TikTok debating?
Judges, how did that round go? Let's start from this side this time.
Yeah, I think that was a dog versus dog battle is what you guys were it comes down to, and I think OG was explaining Larry Bird had the dog, and KD's dog was a puppy in comparison.
I didn't hear the hate of Bird. We got to hear some hate. There's no hate.
This is the most respectable one they've done
You're
yet.
the hater. You got to hate.
That's true. No?
I mean, look, it's tough for me just because I watched Kevin Durant my entire life. I can't say that I watched too much of Bird. He had a broken back on the sideline, laying on the floor in, like, what was that, 93, OG? 92? So it's tough for me because I seen KD, and I want to say that he's better, but I can't help but wish that this was 2K. We could turn injuries off and have Larry Bird have a 20-year career like KD's going to have and see what that would look like. So it's tough.
Tim Duncan is the best power forward in NBA history.
Ooh. Do you?
I mean, who's the comp? Like, who's the comp?
Y'all have any idea how good he was? We're about to find out.
100% disagree. Didn't you a second ago say that Giannis would destroy in that era?
That doesn't mean he's the best
Giannis
ever,
would
though.
murder him. Tim Duncan plays like an old guy. At his age, how is he
Oh
going to
my
guard Giannis
God.
on the perimeter? He can't.
Tim Duncan, KG, Dirk, Giannis, AD. I feel like at the end of it, only Giannis will maybe have It depends on how the rest of Giannis's career goes, honestly. But yeah, I don't know. Like Tim Duncan, like clears them like crazy.
All he has is that old man mid range that I've seen at LA Fitness a million times. Give Giannis the ball against him, it's over.
Sure. It's interesting you bring up that old man game at LA Fitness. Can you stop that guy?
Yeah.
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Yeah,
that guy is kicking your ass. In fact, not only is he kicking your ass, you're trying to figure out how is he kicking your ass.
I've kicked his ass before. I just run to the paint.
It's the third or the fourth time you've been on the sideline because y'all lost to them again because you can't stop the running hook that he has or you can't stop the mid-range that he has, which is what Tim Duncan had. So as good as Giannis is, and I'm not going to argue that Giannis wouldn't destroy the 90s, but Tim Duncan had a game, I think, that was very similar. I think that he had a game that was very simple. And because it was very simple, like in the words of Kawhi Leonard, slow as pro. And as simple as his game was,
I mean, the fucked up part is like you can say whatever you want about Tim Duncan. Oh, it was slow, it was boring, unimpressive, blah blah blah. Niggas couldn't beat him. so like, who cares?
It didn't matter who he was going up against. You're not.
If Nets won in 2021, you think we'd be looking at him? I mean, obviously. If Giannis doesn't get that championship, because like the thing is, like y'all gotta understand, like Giannis, I think a big reason or a big bolstering factor for Giannis's legacy too. I mean, 50 points in a closeout game. You know what I mean? In the NBA Finals, like that's huge. And he needed to do that because, like, not for nothing, like. Obviously, we've seen how great Drew Holiday has been in his entire career, especially like on the Celtics and stuff like that. But like when they needed Drew Holiday to be a bit better or to like carry more of that burden, like he kind of disappeared on Giannis a bit, and so did Chris Middleton. Like during that playoff run, like a lot of the times, like yeah, they did show up. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to like just throw them under the bus or whatever, but. There was also quite a few moments where they just disappeared on Giannis, man. They just did. So like, yeah, Giannis needed to lock in.
You're not going to make him do anything that he doesn't want to do, and you're not going to push him around because that's who Tim Duncan was, a glass cleaner, an elite defender, who, by the way, right from the beginning, right from the door, because you brought up Giannis. I don't know if you know this, but Tim Duncan in year 2, he was leading the team to the NBA championship with Mario Elie, who was on his 6th team in 8 years. Okay, of course you don't know who that is. Jerome Kersey, who was on his 4th team in 4 years. Avery Johnson, who was on his 5th team in 7 years. And let's see, Malik Rose, who was in year 3 at that point. So guys, these are the guys he's taken to the NBA championship. Meanwhile, he's doing this in year 2, who, by the way, he also did in year 1. He was first team All-Pro. So right from the beginning, when I come into the league, I'm that for the duration of my career.
That's really ridiculous. I don't even think he was the best player on his team at any point in his career.
I don't think you believe that.
What? No, I'm with the Oldhead. There's no way you believe that. Like, there's no way you believe that.
So right from the beginning, when I come into the league, I'm that for the duration of my career.
That's really ridiculous. I don't even think he was the best player on his team at any point in his career.
I don't think you believe that, but
I know that.
Who was better than him? An older David Robinson? Yes. Well, he wasn't better than him.
He was. Tony Parker, Kawhi Leonard.
Okay,
he got backpacked so many years.
If Tony Parker was better, if Tony Parker was better than him, explain to your boys over here why in the 2003 NBA Finals the word was out that Tony Parker was going to get traded for Jason Kidd at that time. This is your starting point guard, but he was better than Tim Duncan, who dismantled the 3-time back-to-back-to-back NBA champion Los Angeles Lakers. Meanwhile, we're talking about Tony Parker getting shipped out and they replacing him with Jason Kidd. They wasn't doing that with Tim Duncan. That wasn't going on.
All right. Thank you for volunteering as tribute, Joe. Someone had to do it.
Well done, Joe.
Yeah,
well done.
it's a tough one.
Yo, Dels.
Next Brave Soul.
What the dog doing?
Yo, EJ, thank you for the Prime for 56 months, chat. If you got a Prime where you just got, $6 burning a hole in your pocket and you would like to sub up to avoid ads for an entire month, please feel free to do so. If you would like to gift a sub to a broke bitch in chat, please feel free to do so. If you just like to gift subs to make me smile and come, please feel free to do so. Jimmy Butler just hit a nice midi. I ain't gonna lie, the Warriors is looking nice so far.
We believe you, Del.
OG.
Del's back again.
OG. Listen, OG. I love laying groundwork.
Sure.
You want to talk accolades? Mm-hmm. You want to talk, all-time where they rank? Tim Duncan's got it. You know what I mean? The championships he's got. He's on some all-time great teams and all-time great coach. He's got things that Giannis right now, his
Pause
career
this
doesn't
game
have.
and
But if we
come?
talk player
Oh, my
for
bad.
player, it's a lot closer than you're led to believe. Because right now, this version of Giannis, who's shooting, 47, 48% from the rim, in the mid-range, we know he's one of the most dominant players at the rim, and he's a better playmaker than Tim Duncan as
The only problem with I feel like putting Giannis over Timmy is that like Giannis does have like a lot of skill, but like we have to factor in the greatness of the player, the accolades. He just doesn't match Tim Duncan, like not even close. I think that's always going to be like a big factor for like Timmy being the best power forward. It's because there is no other power forward with Timmy's accolades. So like it's kind of hard to like have the level of greatness and accolades, like that combination.
as well. So if you're taking all of that and defensively, listen, Tim Duncan's one of the greatest defenders of all time. You can make the argument the greatest, right? I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. Giannis might not be in that conversation, but I think the gap offensively, Giannis averaging 30 a game.
Yep.
Tim Duncan wasn't doing that.
No, he wasn't. With him not averaging 30 a game, he did do what was necessary. So we got a guy who's in a big man league with Shaq running around, with Olajuwon running around, with all of these great bigs running around. He's playing at a level where if you need me to only average 19, I can do that. But if you need me to average
these
25
sloppy
games,
ass
I can do that
passes.
too. Because he did that when he won the league MVP.
Giannis-
That ended up happening. So he did that, and by the way, this is the slowest era in
It is.
NBA history.
I can't believe Curry
Playing
hit that
fast
shot, by the way.
Which is conducive to Tim Duncan's game, because I don't think you give Tim Duncan nearly as much
You
credit.
ever see Tim Duncan highlights? He busts out the same moves over and over. But and that's the thing. That's why like you say like, okay, Giannis is like more skilled than Tim Duncan. But like if you're doing the same move over and over again and it keeps working, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, who gives a fuck about skills? You know, like like the opponent knows what you're gonna do and they still can't stop you.
The transition player, and as a
Giannis
guy
is better.
And I'm not going to argue that part.
Not close.
No, I won't argue.
Okay.
I just don't think you can give. I don't think you give Tim Duncan enough credit as the transition player that he is, and not just that, but a guy who can stretch the defense and play. We're praising Giannis for playing in the mid range. That was Duncan's game.
It was.
That's where he played at. We're praising Giannis for averaging. We're praising Giannis for being a bucket getter. Tim Duncan, that was his game on the box.
Well, that's not fair, OG. That's not fair because Giannis came into the league a very raw prospect. This is a 19-year-old kid. He was skin and bones.
That is true. That is true. Giannis did not come into the league and people were expecting Giannis to be Giannis. You know, he was a project, honestly. I think he had a lot of raw potential, a lot of raw upside, but it had to be cultivated. Now, granted, it obviously worked out. And I was a big fan of Giannis as soon as he got into the league. You know what I'm saying? But like, it could have very easily turned out that Giannis was like never ended up becoming Giannis.
He had a very
Sounds like a you problem.
He had a very
I was
limited
more
game.
prepared for my
I know,
job
but
than you are.
we're talking right now peak for peak. Tim Duncan. We're not talking about who's the better prospect. We're talking about who the better NBA player is.
Sure.
Right now, Giannis at his peak. And there's one thing interesting that you said. You said Tim Duncan does what he has to do. Well, Giannis doesn't have that luxury. He wasn't playing with Tony Parker, Manu Ginobili, Greg Pop. He was playing with Chris Middleton and Drew Holiday. Shout out to them, some great players. But the teams that he was playing on, he had to average 30. He had to have 50 in a game 6 to close out. He
that
had
is
to
true.
block shots. Tim Duncan,
That is true.
he had this great team around him. He had to do, I could give you 50 tonight. I'll give you 25 tonight. Giannis got to go out there every single night and be the best player, else they're losing.
And I'm glad you brought
That's
that up.
true.
Who is Tony Parker in 2003? You have no
You
idea
tell
who
me.
he is.
Well, what do you mean? He's the all-time player, all-NBA type player.
No, in 2003, in year 2, no, he is not.
Okay,
right?
but what about Manu?
Kevin Willis? Okay.
What about?
Okay, Manu.
Okay.
Do you know who Manu is in 2003?
He was a great player.
You don't know who he is, though.
He was a great player.
He just got there. You have no. So all of these guys are unproven guys. Tim Duncan throws this crew on his back. And since you brought up Giannis going for 50, I don't know if you remember this, but Tim Duncan in Game 6 of the NBA Finals against the New Jersey Nets, he went 20, 20, 10, and almost 10. That's a quadruple double
wasn't 50,
in the
OG.
closeout game.
Shout out to Tim Duncan. I tried.
What's up, OG?
Hello. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. How are
nice
you?
Nice to see you.
Yeah.
All
Y'all
right.
think y'all trying to trick me with the pretty face. I'm ready. I'm ready.
So, you agree LeBron James is the greatest player of all
I
time,
think
right?
he's the best ever.
Would you say he's the greatest at every position of all time? I think he's the greatest point guard, greatest shooting guard, greatest small.
Oh, she's pulling out the cheat code. She pulling out the cheat code. She's trying to pull in the LeBron James.
forward, greatest power forward, and greatest center. I think he's a better center.
I love to
for
see Giannis in a Raptors jersey. If Milwaukee has to blow it up, that nigga not going to no fucking goddamn Toronto.
power forward than Tim Duncan?
Based on what?
Everything.
No, you can't just say everything. That's like saying
That's
because
my king.
That's like
I'm gonna support my king.
Oh, sure, but that's like saying because I said so. Because I said so isn't an answer.
Is that
no.
not an argument?
No,
because
absolutely
I said
no.
so.
I
say LeBron.
You're not going to bum-ass Los Angeles either. Bro, didn't he say he wants to play for like a really cool, big market, Giga Chad team, bro? That ain't no fucking Toronto, bro.
Songs written about him,
Yes,
okay?
he does. Uh-huh.
Have you ever listened to Bronify?
I have never listened to
Okay,
Bronify.
well, you should hop on there.
I should probably listen to Bronify.
Yes.
However, I mean, because I said so isn't an answer. Because if I say so, I mean, I could say something wild as hell, and because I say so, I guess it's true. No, I mean, as good as, like I said, as good as LeBron James is, and I think LeBron James is fantastic. He's the best player that I've ever seen. But at the power forward spot, being able to glass clean, being able to do the dirty work, being able to switch defenders, being able to cover against bigs, being able to rebound in traffic against bigs, being able to deal with guys like Shaq, being able to deal with guys like
I feel like he
Olajuwon.
could do all that.
I think that he could do all of that. Tim Duncan did do all of that, though. I think that's the difference. So
Because
Tim
I
Duncan
say
did
so,
all that,
Omega
I mean, I
subs
think
are the
that
best eaters. This is true.
All right, I got cooked.
Mm-hmm. She was kind of up to something with LeBron. Because LeBron is positionless.
Yes, he
And
is.
if you're telling me that he is my power forward, he's better than Tim Duncan, no doubt. But let's not even go that route. Let's stay with Giannis. Because you diminished Manu, you diminished Tony Parker. But Tony Parker in 2007, which was still pretty much peak of Tim Duncan's powers as well, that's Finals MVP against baby LeBron.
Yep.
2013, who would have been the Finals MVP if the Spurs had won? It would not have been Tim Duncan.
It would have been Danny Green.
No, it would not have.
It would
Just
have been
because
Danny
he had
Green.
the three-point
been
record.
Danny
Don't
Green.
lie.
It
It
would
would
not
have
have
been
been
Tony
No, it was
Parker.
Danny
You
Green.
know the answer. You diminished 2003 Tony Parker.
Danny
You
Green.
know the answer is Tony Parker in 2013.
It was real talk. It was real conversation.
Mike
That was Danny Green.
Budenholzer was his head coach when he went for 50 in a closing game in the NBA Finals.
Sure.
Greg Popovich is arguably the best ever.
Yep.
Arguably the best ever. He had the luxury.
Hold
of
on, he's
having
making some good
arguably
points,
the
chat.
best coach of
He's
all time
cooking.
for the entirety of his career. Now, Bruce Bowen, you know the game better than I do, OG. I'll shake your hand and tell you that right now. But the truth of the matter is, Bruce Bowen is still an all-time great defender, one of the best defenders we've ever
He
seen.
wasn't in 2003. Neither was Tony Parker.
But what
Neither
about
was
his
Manu
first
Ginobili.
championship?
Neither was
What about his
neither
first
was Steven
championship?
Jackson. And by the way, since you brought up,
What about his first championship? You keep talking about 2003. If you're saying 2003 is peak Tim Duncan, how about Giannis and when he was Defensive Player of the Year and MVP?
Yeah.
You know them better than I do. LeBron James,
Tight.
Hakeem Olajuwon, Michael Jordan, and of course Giannis Antetokounmpo. That's rare company. That's Giannis Antetokounmpo.
100% rare company.
And that's with Mike Budenholzer as his head coach.
Now remember, that's in 2021. I think Giannis is in year 8 when that was going on. So Tim Duncan in year 2 when he's got.
After how many years of college?
4 years of college.
Oh, okay. Got it.
100%.
Got it.
So, because everybody who comes out of college is awesome when they get to the NBA and they go into the NBA Finals and win the Finals MVP.
Hey, LeBron was, and
I
she
can't
made a good
forget-
point for him.
I can't believe I can't leave that out. But Tim Duncan, at that point in his career, again, he's taking Jerome Kersey. He's taking Avery Johnson. He's taking. I can't believe I'm saying this. He's taking Avery Johnson and Mario Elie and Jerome Kersey and Steve Kerr. He's taking them to the NBA Finals.
no, and David
you
Robertson.
don't know, and who's got a bad back. You don't know who these guys are in 2003, and you don't care about Malik Rose.
Who
you
is
don't.
Giannis's number 2? Chris Middleton.
Chris Middleton,
Okay. Now,
who he
there-
had for
there-
8 years. Let's make
and
sure
Chris
we're clear on
Middleton
that.
was a
Right.
career playoff choker until 2021.
The same Chris Middleton, who's an All-Star, by the way.
Okay, so we're
Let's
going to go
make
by
sure.
All-Stars. So
Let's make
Tony
sure.
Parker, Manu Ginobili.
Parker wasn't an All-Star in 2003.
You
Neither
keep
was
bringing
Manu
up
Ginobili.
2020. 2003 isn't the only year they played together, OG.
But 2003 is the year that they dismantled
Giannis
the
as an
Los
athlete,
Angeles Lakers.
Giannis as a scorer,
three-time
Giannis
NBA
as a
champion.
playmaker,
Holy
Giannis as a
shit.
defender. I'll give it to of course, Tim Duncan, but he was a DPOY. Come on. Hey, great job.
I want to say I thought the point about Giannis is not being fair to Giannis because he came into the league an underdeveloped prospect. Before Tim Duncan went to Wake Forest, he was an aspiring swimmer. You know what I mean? He wasn't even thinking about basketball. That was like in his high school years. So for him to go from swimming on an island,
That's a hobby. Like, swimming is my thing.
yeah.
I'm gonna take this basketball.
He was, you know, let me pick up this basketball and go be first team All NBA and win a championship. I don't know, hard to say, but it was a losing argument. Y'all knew it.
I think that's a tough argument. I think the haters need to think about what the fan says and think about, like, how can I pick it apart? And what I thought of was, what is even a power forward? Are there even power forwards? Hey, maybe Tim Duncan was actually a small forward, and now you're just trying to put him in this little hole. No one else is. How many power forwards are there? So, got to find a way into that argument because that one was tough.
I think that's another very good point. not very many power forwards, honestly, that you could think of, like true power forwards. Like, again, you get like Timmy D, KG, Dirk, like true power forwards type shit. But I feel like that's like kind of like not almost not like a real position. I don't know. It's weird.
Tough to crack on that narrow definition.
I think the same way. I think you could have really started ripping how LeBron could have had him in that 4 spot, but on a general greater note, I'm glad we're giving the flowers to Malik Rose. That's a great basketball player who deserves it.
Kobe Bryant ain't a top 5 player all time. How about that?
I might gotta click off this. I feel like the Gen Z niggas might disagree with this, because a lot of people honestly have, as time has gone on, they've just kind of like not been fucking with Kobe. And look, the fucked up part is I don't want to hear no stats. I don't want to hear no compare. I don't give a fuck. I'm never agreeing with this. I don't care. I don't care. I'm not. You could drop me any stat you want to. I don't give a fuck. I don't care.
How's that for a setup?
Oh God, not this kid.
Nonchalant in the building.
And this dude is going to argue for Kobe Bryant. He got a Boston Celtics sweater on.
All right, who's your top 5?
James, Jordan, Jabbar, Chamberlain, Russell.
Kobe Bryant had a stretch where he had 54 games in a row. You see James do that. Kobe's not as good as James, but you see Bill Russell do that? He doesn't. Bill Russell played in a league where there were 8 to 14 teams. He won a lot of those championships. He didn't have that competition. I mean, Kobe.
I mean, I actually agree with that.
They went back-to-back. They took down a good Celtics team in 2010, that big 3. They took down. Kobe had 81 points. That's the second most of all time.
So to your point, number one, Bill Russell, 4 years straight, he averaged 20 and 20 in the playoffs.
Okay, there's like 2 teams in the playoffs.
These how many guys, except for Chamberlain, could say that they did that. Lajuan, Jabbar, none of them dudes could say that. Chamberlain and Russell, the only 2 dudes could say that they won, and he still holds the record to this day for the most points and rebounds combined in Game 7. He went for 30 and 40.
No one cares.
So your 81 that you were talking about, yeah, Bill Russell, he went for 30 and 40.
No one cares. No one cares.
7.
He was going up against Addy Slim. He was going up against Flat Trap. He was going up against Strap Dagoon. He was going up against Arsene. It don't matter.
The NBA Finals. On top of that, he's still the 3rd all-time leading rebounder in NBA history. You talked about it being 8 to 14 teams. Well, if 8 to 14 teams, that means that I have to see the tougher competition way more than I would normally. So if it's 8 to 14 teams in the league, instead of me having to see the Trailblazers, who are 3 games out of the play-in today, and they end up in the playoffs, instead of me having to see them in the first round of the playoffs, I got to see Oklahoma City in order to get to the NBA Finals. That's only a 1 playoff series. That's why I have to see immediately to get to the NBA championship. If I'm in the Eastern Conference, and instead of me having to see the Chicago Bulls to get to the NBA or Charlotte to get to the NBA Finals, I have to see Cleveland in order to get to the NBA Finals right from the beginning. So when you have less teams in the league, you have tougher competition that you have to see more, which means that you have to bring your game way more, which is why Bill Russell did what he did. On top of that, don't forget the 8 straight championships that he won, and he was the catalyst to that. They were 8-0 when he did that. The only time he lost, this is a guy who was in the league 13 years. 12 of those 13 years, he was in the NBA championship. The only time he wasn't was year 1.
There was less talent back then, though. You're talking about all these rebound sets, but there weren't as many centers that Bill Russell could rebound over.
Chamberlain was in the league.
Yeah, other than Chamberlain, there weren't as many centers that Bill Russell could rebound over. And then we have all these role players. The role players these days are so much better. There's competition on every single team. There's a player that is good all the time.
Sure.
Kobe Bryant just literally annihilated every single one of those
Interesting
players.
that you mentioned that Bill Russell is just the talent level. Just so you know, Jerry West wasn't on the Celtics. Elgin Baylor wasn't on the Celtics.
If I was playing defense, I would have locked that bum nigga up. What are you talking about?
Not on the Celtics. I mean, I can go over a bevy of players. Jabbar was not on the Celtics, even though he didn't play against Bill Russell. But there's a bevy of players that played during that time that weren't on the Celtics, and they were winning.
I'm literally the two-way goat. Fuck's going on?
OG.
Yo.
What up, Mike?
What's up, brother? How you doing? You back again?
You gonna hate me?
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Listen, I was over there sitting down, and I wanted to run by. Who's your top 5 again? Because you said first of all,
James.
let's say this. R.P. Kobe. Who's your top 5?
James, Jordan, Jabbar, Chamberlain, Russell.
Chamberlain as in Wilt and Russell as in Bill, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. First of all, respect to MJ, respect to LeBron. Those are 1 and 2. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is solidified number 3.
You not putting no goddamn Chamberlain in no fucking goddamn top 5. I'm sorry. What am I putting the Loch Ness Monster top 5 sea animals? You feel what am I putting Bigfoot top 7 mammals? Like, you feel what I'm saying? Am I putting dragons as top 2 birds? Like, no. These things don't exist. You know what I'm saying? Like, can we be serious for a second?
There is no way in hell you're putting plumbers over Kobe Bryant. There is no way in hell you're putting dudes that played before the 80s over Kobe Bryant. We're talking about Kobe Bryant, and Kobe Bryant gets so disrespected in this world because he didn't have the flashy numbers. People look at efficiency so much. People just refuse to go look at the tape of Bill Russell. I watched some of the tape. It's dreadful. It's actually horrible. I mean, I don't even know how you watch that basketball. The screen is all black and white. There is no three-point line. They really didn't do much in terms of skill level. But we're talking about Kobe Bryant. We're talking about a dude who came in at 17, 18 years old, played with Shaquille O'Neal, and played in probably the most rugged West we've ever seen in our lifetime in terms of playing against Dirk in Dallas, playing against Tim Duncan in San Antonio, running up against Steve Nash in Phoenix. I mean, the list goes on. Even Darren Williams in Utah Jazz, they had a little nice, cute squad. You know, Tim Duncan in San Antonio. I mean,
Wait, he's frying. He's frying. Wait, I believe in my GOAT.
In the finals. I mean, I'm not even going to talk about Shaq and Kobe. I want to talk about what he did after. Because what he did after was more memorable. Going up against Boston, who built Paul Pierce, who had Ray Allen. They had Rondo. I mean, they had Kevin Garnett. You know how much great Kevin Garnett was. He probably was better than Bill Russell. I honestly prefer watching Kevin Garnett over Bill Russell. I don't want to watch Bill Russell personally.
Facts.
Kobe Bryant.
Facts.
To not be top 5 and to put Bill Russell over him, to put Wilt Chamberlain over. Did you see his 100-point game? No, you didn't, because it's not real. I know you didn't see that game. Did you watch Bill Russell? I know you didn't watch Bill Russell, because there ain't really much to watch. Right. Kobe Bryant, putting those two over him is honestly diabolical. And OG, you way smarter than that. You don't do that to yourself.
It's interesting that you mentioned that. So number one,
it's always interesting.
100%. You know? So let's start the conversation.
Yeah, walk me through Will's fake stats.
Let's start with the NBA not having the gumption to have a fake 100-point game. Like, why would they? Why would they fake something like that? First of all,
see it?
No, I didn't see it.
Is it proof?
Yes, it's proof.
Where?
It was
How
played.
haven't you seen OG? Your name is OG. You all.
I wasn't around when that game was played. I was not around when that game was played.
We can find everything else.
Yeah, we can. But
we can find tape from World War II.
And you
can't find that 100-point game.
You don't have videotape, but there's audio tape of it.
Audio.
Yes,
I gotta hear it.
There's audio tape.
I gotta hear he had 100.
Yeah, because first of all, the game was moved.
No, I'm just trying to break it down.
All I know is that the game was moved. So the game was moved to Hershey, Pennsylvania. Right.
Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Yes, Hershey, Pennsylvania. This is where the NBA was. And since you're talking about Kobe Bryant, who by the way,
one of the best ever.
Yeah, no doubt about it. One of the best ever. And if you think that Kobe Bryant is anywhere between 7 and 11,
where do you have him?
I got him at 11. That's why I have him.
A what?
Yes, I have him outside the top 10. Yes.
11.
James,
Keep
Jordan,
going.
Jabbar, Chamberlain, Russell, Magic, Bird, Duncan, Olajuwon, Diesel.
What the hell?
Now, with that being said, the way the game was moved, that 100-point game, it was moved to Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Yo, you know,
the NBA wasn't.
I have a petition. Can we make it to where we just eliminate that 100-point game and just give Kobe the scoring record?
They're not really checking for the NBA like that. And what what Wilt Chamberlain did during that time. I mean, it's documented evidence that he did that.
I'm not gonna lie, Larry Bird over Kobe Bryant is fucking hilarious.
They had to change the rules because the game was terrible.
No, they had to change the rules all for him because he was so much better than everybody else.
How is Bill and Wilt over Kobe and Larry Bird?
I just told you. So
because they changed the game for them.
They had to change.
The game had to continue to evolve because first of all, there was only 10 teams in the league.
Which I
there wasn't even enough. There wasn't even nobody in Wilt's athletic level. There was guys about 6'8", 6'9". Wilt was
That's
the
not
low
true. So
7 foot.
I'm glad you brought that up because
that is true. You didn't even watch it.
So the average NBA height back then was what? You said 6'7", 6.
I said the average big man height.
So
the average big man height.
So
there wasn't that many bigs. James Worthy was playing. Elgin Baylor was playing the 4 at 6'6".
So of the 8 teams in the NBA during that time, like you just said, so Nate Thurman was in that league. He's 6'11". Bill Russell, he's 6'10" during that time. Chamberlain, he's also
about 7 feet tall.
And Wayne Embry, he's 6'9" during that time. That's half the league.
That's embarrassing.
That's half the league. And
that's embarrassing.
And you said it's half the league.
I didn't bring up Wally, who played for the Philadelphia 76ers. He's also 6'11". So with that being said, the average height during that time was 6'7". The average height in the NBA today, 6'6". So it's not like this.
If we plug in Wilt now, Wilt in the 2000s, he plays a plethora of centers. He plays Joel Embiid. He plays the Joker.
Yep.
You know, he goes out there and he plays Giannis.
Yep.
You know, he even plays Evan Mobley,
Yep.
Jared Allen. Like he plays those type of dudes. You literally go back in the day, he has to play the same team 12 times.
Yep.
Literally 12 times.
Yep.
That's not even realistic.
Yes,
that doesn't even make no sense.
Because
we talking about Kobe
it's
Bryant.
It's a tougher competition.
No, it's not. You play the same team every week.
I'm glad you brought that up. They're right, and I got
every week. So if the team ain't good, first of all, OG, hold on. I want to say this. Hold on. I just want to say this one thing, and I'm gonna jump off. I'll go sit back over there and relax, brother. If Wilt Chamberlain played on the team, Bill Russell played on the team, they seen the same team every week. So if the team not good, they're gonna beat them every single time. That's why the record's gonna look like that. Kobe Bryant plays a team 3-4 times. If he sees the Spurs 3-4 times, Dallas 3 or 4 times, that's maybe 2 wins, maybe 1. Wilt Chamberlain can see the worst team in the league 12 times in a season because there's only 10 teams. That is 11 wins right there, flat out. That's all I'm saying.
Because you play the same team and you win.
That's all. I mean, shit.
All right, judges.
Yo, he clogged.
I think OG has that. As much as I love Kobe and I don't believe in the Wilt 100 game, I think the Kobe 81 game is the highest scoring game. I do. They played. You said Hershey? The Hershey amusement park? That's where they play basketball. I don't want to
different times. I heard a lot of arguments about Bill Russell, not enough about Kobe Bryant being the most spectacular player you ever saw. I mean, let's just talk about how great Kobe was as a basketball player instead of debating Russell's, defense he faced.
I don't gotta talk about the ex-boyfriend. I'm me. Why do I talk about the ex-boyfriend? Why we gotta talk about him?
I mean, look, I think people play the game to win the game, and Kobe got 5 championships, which is more than Wilt, and against better competition in my opinion. So that's why I would have him up there. I'm not a Wilt guy. I'm not a player before 1975 guy. Personally.
Who's a Wilt guy?
Right. Yeah.
Well, besides you.
All right. The 1992 Dream Team would beat the Avengers in 2024.
I'm not gonna hate on the Dream Team.
Please do.
Okay.
Good job.
Okay. I don't even know if I would 100% disagree with that. I think the Redeem Team would wash the Dream Team. But the Lavengers, or whatever the fuck they calling them, I think that one could go up in the air.
Up to 8 on the Dream Team.
14 out of 15 players made the Hall of Fame, and they had Christian Laettner. But what I am going to do is I'm going to hate on the competition the Dream Team faced. When that finals against
That is
Croatia,
true.
They had Dragan Petrovic. He averaged 22. RIP, he was great. And Tony Kukoc, 6-man. But there was no one else. And I mean nowadays, you have Giannis, you have SGA, you have Jokic, you have Luka, you have Wemby.
This would have been much more interesting if he said the Redeem Team. I think this would have been much more interesting if he said the Redeem Team. Because I think that's a lot closer, and I think the Redeem Team washes. I think the Dream Team would beat the Avengers.
You have all these other players that the Avengers had to play, and the competition is just so much greater than what the Dream Team had to face. And the Dream Team was really good, but they never actually had a legit team play against them.
So like you just said, they had to face SGA. They smoked that Canadian team. Who's on that Canadian team after SGA? I mean, Jamal Murray was on that team, but he was awful in the Olympics. Who else besides him was on that team? And then you're talking about that Croatian team. Croatia got disbanded because it would have been Divac. It would have been Sabonis. That's who would have been on that team, that Croatian team.
Yo, the Warriors are kind of washing the Rockets right now, guys.
And with Dragan Petrovic. But that dream team was so awesome with everybody else. David Robinson was in year 5. Scottie Pippen, he was in
Pods
year 4.
with a
Michael
big
Jordan, he was in
three.
year 8. Patrick Ewing, all of these guys were in their prime, with the exception of Larry Bird. Magic Johnson, who's still in 1992, he was still in his prime. He was only 32 years old at that point. He wasn't a good player. He still was an awesome player. And how fast they played, how Magic got everybody else involved in the game, how Jordan was at the
Damn,
peak
is
of his
Houston
power.
not ready for prime
How
time?
are this Avengers avenging against them when they had a tough time against South Sudan?
Well, you have the Avengers in a hypothetical matchup. The Avengers would have the best player on the court in LeBron. You can agree with that.
No, okay, so here's the problem. You're talking about 40-year-old LeBron James versus a prime Michael Jordan. And don't get me wrong, I am a big LeBron over Jordan guy, but prime Jordan is better than 40-year-old LeBron. Like, come on, let's be serious.
A 39-year-old LeBron is better than a 29-year-old Jordan. I'm going to have a heart attack. I can't.
Yeah. Okay, I'm with OG on this one. That is a crazy statement. I'm with the OG on this one. Like you can't say that, bro. I'm sorry.
No, he is not.
You have Curry, who can hit the three from anywhere.
He was awful in the Olympics. Up until that game, up until the gold medal game, when they played, he was awful in the Olympics. Awful. He was not good in the Olympics. Everybody talks about how good he was against France in the gold medal game. He wasn't that good.
All right.
All righty, brother. Good to talk to you.
Until the last 2 minutes of the game. Last 2 minutes. Let's go, Donnie. Yeah.
Oh, good to see you again, brother. Yes, sir. All right.
Not only would the 1992 Dream Team not beat this year's Avengers, they would not beat any U.S. Olympic team after 2004. After USA
Crazy
basketball got their
That's crazy.
And they started having a plan and they brought everybody in.
Mm-hmm.
From 2008 and on, they lose.
2008 and on.
1992 loses.
So that 21 team with Bam and Jason Tatum and Devin Booker and Jrue Holiday.
That is not an Olympic team. I'm talking 2008, 2012, 2016, even the 2020 team that was kind of shaky. 1992 would still lose to them, and then they would lose to 2020.
Why are we losing to Devin Booker and Jrue Holiday and Bam Adebayo? Why are we losing to them with Michael Jordan?
The point guards on the 92 team cannot play. And if we're talking specifically I'll stay specifically with the 24 team.
Sure.
The point guards, Magic Johnson, who's old and in a debilitated state, and then you have John Stockton.
Mm-hmm.
They cannot play. They cannot play with the point guards today. They are not. Devin Booker, his defense this past summer, amazing.
Yep.
Jrue Holiday, amazing. Derek White, amazing.
Yep.
Who is running with Steph Curry? Nobody.
Right.
The guards can't play.
You mean the same Steph Curry who was awful in the Olympics up until the semifinals?
You don't remember the Golden Dagger.
Yeah,
You don't remember that.
I remember that, which was in the finals. I remember that. I don't remember any of that against South Sudan. I don't remember any of that against all those other teams. I do remember that late. However, your team, my second team of Stockton, David Robinson, Ewing, Karl Malone. These are the guys that are coming off the bench. These aren't the guys who are starting. These are the guys that are in the rotation that we're talking about transition players. Stockton as a transition guard, getting Malone, getting Barkley, getting these guys in the game, as opposed to having to deal with Bam Adebayo at that time. And I'm a big time Bam Adebayo fan, but having to deal with Bam Adebayo and Jrue Holiday.
Yeah,
Devin
I'm
Booker,
with you, Connor. I agree.
You're talking about Malone,
I think the 24 team gets
and
fucking
Ewing
fried.
Playing in the second unit.
Sure.
If those are the three, are you playing Karl Malone at the 3? Because if that's happening, then you're putting Kevin Durant at the 3. And I'm telling you right now, Karl Malone wants no parts of guarding Kevin Durant.
Yeah, I will.
Olympic Kevin Durant, no parts.
I will agree.
No
with,
parts
I
of that.
will agree with that. Yes.
All right, judges, speak to me.
I think the one point, you're talking about the South Sudan game, the Croatian game. You look at what you said. You look at the last 2 minutes when it mattered. The things that Steph Curry did in those 2 minutes would have been international war crimes in 1992. So for that reason and that reason alone, I think it's got to go to
You
this
do
year.
remember that in the South Sudan game. The old man had to save them.
I mean, look, it's the dream team we're talking about here. It's really, really no comparison. Like the way that they went into that Olympics trying to make a statement with like not giving a shit about anybody felt of it. I don't see that level of dog in any Olympic team since '92. That's just me personally.
All right, this is our last topic, so if y'all have not stepped up or you want to get more words in, now is your time.
I have to listen to this all the time when it comes to OGs and young fans, and the word is NBA young fans understand the game better than OG fans.
I would disagree with that.
Hello again. Hello, dear.
So now
I mean, no, I
we
do.
have
I agree with him. I
NBA
mean,
Twitter. We have ESPN app. We have the Real app. We have everything. We have we have StatMuse. We have infinite access.
Sure.
On the internet, we can watch every game on XYZ streams. We have everything. OGs didn't have that.
No, we didn't.
So how could you possibly keep up with everything going on?
Well, just because you have it does not mean that you understand it. I mean, you could be in class and you can see all the information. That does not necessarily mean that you understand it. So
I also think that a lot of people like go on Twitter and do all that stuff instead of watching basketball games. I think old heads like actually watch basketball games, whereas like youngins don't.
Being said, I wish that we had StatMuse and Basketball Reference and all of that stuff back then, because I could understand the game way better back then than I do now, because I can put numbers together. I can understand how action works.
And I mean, I'm definitely guilty of that. I definitely don't watch like a ton of basketball.
People, which you just brought up,
you know what I mean? Like, so that's why I try not to talk from like a place of authority like
Speaking of
that.
the older generation gets tricked by NBA Centel. Younger fans can usually tell.
Yes, I'm glad you brought that up, because I've been tricked by NBA Centel. 100%. I've been tricked by NBA Centel.
Okay.
So that's where you have to start paying attention more.
The media literacy, it's not.
Yeah, well, because when I see things, immediately I'm like, Joel Embiid is retiring. Wait a minute. But then now I have to like, wait a minute, hold on. That's not legit. And then I look and I'll say, it doesn't say NBA Central. It says, okay, so this is a troll. No doubt about that. So in terms of understanding the game more, I don't want to disrespect you as a
Did we, Squire?
But
maybe.
There are some things that I do know about the game more than you do. But
Well,
I also
yeah,
think
you are the OG.
But with that being said, there are some things that you could teach me too, and I just don't. I don't want it to be just an idea that I just know more than you. Keep your mouth shut. You don't know what you're talking about. Shut up and listen to me. No, I don't want that to be the case neither. But I also don't want it to be, yo, you're old. You have no idea what you're talking about. The game was in the 1960s. The game was in the 1970s, and you haven't evolved. Yes, I have. And I love what's going on in the NBA today, as opposed to what was going on 20 years ago.
Curry! Oh my God!
And a final three.
Hello again.
I think it's inarguable that the average fan today understands way more about the average fan back then. You can't compare OGs to young bucks. You can't compare a flip phone to a smartphone. You can't compare a VHS tape to streaming services. One is inarguably better, and with the amount of access that we have today, we can watch more. You had to wait for a certain time and watch a game and watch a rerun to even watch.
Clay not doing
you
that.
Had to rely on
Magic
what's
Johnson
on
not doing that.
television, and also hearing what those people are saying to you with the influx of content creators, NBA League Pass.
That was
I can
great
watch
defense
anything I
on him
want,
too,
whenever
bro.
I want, at whatever time I want. The access to information is different. That's why the modern fan today is way smarter than the average fan back then.
You would think that would be the case, considering your access to information. Only except I hear some of the dumbest stuff that I've ever heard in my life from you guys.
And I hear some of the dumbest stuff from OGs.
Right, and the reason why is because we didn't have the information that you have today. And since you're on the subject of
No,
streaming,
you guys have the same information.
Since you have stuff like streaming services, League Pass sucks. League Pass is awful.
YouTube TV is not, though.
I've actually had to unplug my TV. because I
YouTube
thought something
TV
was
is
wrong with
good.
my TV because I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with it. No, that's not the problem. League Pass just sucks. I understand the game, and not just me. I feel like there's a lot of other people who understand the game that's my age that recognize that the game is a lot better today than it was. I can't live back in, no, get me wrong now, Joe. There is a guy walking around today that's saying he's 80-something years old. That's like Bob Cousy's the best point guard in NBA history. He's still doing that. I'm not one of those dudes, and I know plenty of guys, because we live in the information age and because I've accessed that information to understand the game, so I can sit here and talk to you and talk to the rest of you guys and have a legit conversation and not look like a complete goofy because I understand what I'm talking about because of the information age.
You are not the measuring stick for the average old fan,
Yes,
though.
I am.
I think that you are of the age group, but you don't represent them because your opinions are a lot like the opinions of new school people. We agree with you that Larry Bird is better better than Kevin Durant. We agree with you.
Wait, no, we
about
don't.
These all-time great players. I think the average old fan is just trying to diminish the product, talking about fouls, talking about defense. They don't take into account any of the complicated stuff that is going on today, both defensively
Yeah,
and
we
offensively.
do not agree
The game
about
is
that
more
Larry
complicated
Bird
now,
take,
and a
bro.
lot of older fans don't want to acknowledge that.
Fair enough.
Hello.
Again?
Hello.
What's up?
So, Joel made a lot of good points generally.
Mhm.
I think we need to get to the root of this.
Mhm.
This is clearly a very personal issue. This is the question of, you said young fans don't know as much as old fans, right? Correct. When you're on TikTok and you see 13-year-olds in your comments, they don't know as much as you. They do not. They're 13 years old. That current OGs versus young fans, 100% true. You're not going to see a 13-year-old that knows more than you. You got to look at it as proportionally. When you were 13 versus when a 13-year-old today, and for all the reasons they mentioned, the access to information, proportionally younger fans know more than OGs did when they were their age.
Right.
Okay.
13-year-olds are going to be stupid
Okay.
no matter what generation you're
He's right. Okay. Wait, he's actually making a good point here, I think.
talking about. And 45-year-olds are going to be smart and are more knowledgeable, more experienced in any generation we're talking about. So if you compare that no matter what era, if this is the 50s kids versus the 80s kids or the 80s kids versus the 2020s kids, the kids are going to be dumb as hell.
Right.
That just comes with the territory.
But I've actually spoken to kids that are.
Why the Rockets getting fucked? Yeah.
I can actually have conversations with them.
Yeah, they're getting fucking rocked.
Young ones,
It's
considering
wait a
what the
minute.
information is that we have today, that are clueless, have no idea. And I'm trying to figure out, how do you not know this? How do you not know what's going on? I actually had a kid come to me not too long ago who said, "Hey, OG, who is Alex English?" Oh my God, man. How do you
See,
not know
this
who
is what I'm
Alex
saying.
English
This
is?
is
With the
clearly-
information that we have in today's game, we have a guy who scored the most points from 1980 to 1989. When Bird, when Bernard King, when Magic, when Dominique Wilkins was running around. And you can get this information. The fact that you don't know this is a disservice to you as a youngster, because if I had this kind of access when I was 14, 15 years old, because that happened to me, I don't know who Elgin Baylor is at that point. My uncle is turning me on to him like, okay, who is Elgin Baylor? And then I go home and do some homework and find out, oh shit, this guy is awesome. I don't know who Elgin Baylor is at that point. I'm too wrapped up in Dominique Wilkins.
Now imagine if you were your dad and you had to talk to the dumb kids of the 80s and you had to ask them about players that played on the Hawks.
Right.
Who's the fourth man on the Hawks in 1967?
Right.
I don't know. I guarantee you back then, they did not know. It was even worse proportionally. So yes, 45-year-olds smarter than 13-year-olds.
Mm-hmm.
Today's 13-year-olds with all of the, like, obviously there's analytic stuff.
Yeah,
that would
the
say makes
playoff
it
basketball has not been close so far.
You can debate
I mean,
whether or
maybe the
not
Rockets
young
come
people
back,
can
man.
talk
I don't know.
about eye test, whatever. At least they got both. You know,
Right.
that just the simple information age that you have access to more things, on average, ultimately is gonna be higher. So to argue against that,
Nah,
is
Ty Jerome
is
will
to
hoop
argue
like
against
crazy,
more than
bro.
45-year-olds, you know.
I'm just here to bridge the gap. That's what I'm here to do. That's all.
And I respect it.
That's what I'm here to do. Absolutely.
Either way, 13-year-olds are stupid. We can agree on that.
Also, because of y'all, a lot of the younger fans are smarter than they would have been.
It's true. Doing the Lord's work.
All right, grand finale. Make it count, Mo.
My man back again.
Yes, we're back.
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to sit here and say older fans are smarter or vice versa, but I will say people are dumb in general. Dumb does not have a timeline. Dumb doesn't have a year. Dumb is dumb. What is different,
Sengun,
though,
what a
is the
shot!
accessibility that we have to
Oh,
see who's
shit.
dumb.
Wait, is that going to be the start of the
One
run?
these mics,
Hold on.
anybody can go to a Starbucks and get Wi-Fi and tweet or TikTok the most random takes ever. You have the ability to hear that.
Wait, did that shot not
to
count?
hear that and see that compared to back then.
Sure.
You don't have the ability to be that unless you're like in a barber shop or you're in school. So you hear more dumb stuff.
Right.
That doesn't mean that more dumb stuff is apparent these days.
But I feel like the information that you have access to lessens you being that dumb.
Oh, yeah, it
Because
definitely
you
counted.
absolutely have the access to know what's going on. So I'm not in the dark about who Devin Booker is. I'm not in the dark about who Quentin Grimes is, because I have the access, because I have League Pass, as opposed to years by. You don't know who Dale Ellis is. You have no idea who this dude is.
I still barely know who he is.
Right. You don't know who and what you're going to do is you're going to go back and you're going to go watch some footage of Dale Ellis and be like, oh, shit, this dude was really good. So if you had this kind of access back then, you had
Bro,
the
how do you not know who
choice
Dale
to
Ellis
see
is, bro? He's
how
my fucking
you can view
goat.
players. And what I do when I evaluate players, I make sure that I get all the information because I have access to it, which means to me that you're choosing to be dumb.
But people choose to be dumb back then too. It just plain,
But
basic,
did they though?
ignorant, normal
we
bias.
didn't have that information. Like I wish I could have seen John Stockton more than I did. I wish I could have seen Charles
So
Barkley
you're
more
saying
than I did.
people are dumb now because we have the information to
And you
still
don't
do
use
stuff.
it. And you don't use it.
The information was available back then too. There was
No, it
newspapers.
not.
Those were the mediums that y'all
And
used
I'm
back
glad,
then.
and I'm glad you brought that up.
Y'all ain't used
and
it still.
I'm glad you brought the newspapers up. And I know we got to go, unfortunately. But the newspapers that we had, I had to wait and listen to you tell me what it is, as opposed to today, where there's actual information from Basketball Reference, from StatMuse, and I can do my homework on all of this stuff from NBA.com and understand the game a lot better from a statistical standpoint, from a strategic standpoint. I couldn't do that back then. All I saw was the box score. Dominique Wilkins went 38 last night. I didn't care that he went 6 for 22. I didn't care about that.
Dumb is dumb.
Dumb is dumb. Yes, sir.
So Bird
All right,
proof
type
specifically
shit.
on the prosecution, they need to definitively prove that this generation now is better than his generation. So even if you think today is better, they had to actually prove that to you. Did they do enough? So let's go one by one and reveal the final results.
Yeah, sorry. I think it was a lively debate. I think the OG here for bridging that gap in a game that we all love. But if you could pass me that glass, please. I'm drinking the haterade.
Ooh, okay.
That was so corny.
Props.
Well, I mean, when you start off early with an argument that Magic Johnson is a 6'9" Ben Simmons, you've lost and you're not going to recover from that. And I didn't hear after that enough hate. I saw deference, I saw respect, and I don't think that's what I was looking for. So
He was looking for smoke.
He's
like, where's the smoke?
I got to side with the fan.
Wow. To be fair, you're an editor, so you understand the angles that people need to take to convey a point.
You
And
got to
they did
be
not do
able to
that.
argue either side of the debate, and I often didn't hear either side argued strong enough by the haters.
All right, I'll get some of the deciding vote. I feel like part of being young is thinking you know everything, and then part of getting old is realizing you didn't know shit. And and with each passing day, I myself am becoming an OG. And to hear you guys come in here and make some solid points, but overall avoid some of the topics and talk about other things that didn't have to do with the topic at hand, I felt that OG did a better job of kind of.
Nah, I think the OG definitely won the debates for sure.
Overall, I'm going with OG. I'm going with the fan.
The OGs come away victorious. Tune in next time, but let us know what y'all want to see in the comments debated next.
Yo, what up, Shrimp? How you doing, gang? 1 Steph fan versus 10 Steph haters. Who the fuck is a Curry hater, bro? Chat, was that Skip Bayless video? Was that Skip Bayless video fire or no? Curry, step back. Oh my God, Curry is on a fucking burner. Holy. I love working a 10-hour shift on Easter. Damn. Hey, bro, welcome home, GOAT. What up, Ryson?
Mahomes went 7-4-7. What do you think of that one, Skip? Tell me, come on, buddy.
I think we're going to go in the direction of Stephen Curry. And I'm going to point out one word.
Steph Curry?
He was throwing balls to his receivers, hitting them in the helmets and stuff like that, and they weren't catching the ball.
It was
There was a lot of
31-9.
things-
I'm Skip Bayless. I've been a sports
Oh, with Sinners
commentator
That
for
Fire,
many
Caleb?
years on ESPN and on Fox. Now I host the Skip Bayless Show on YouTube. Right now, I am surrounded by 20 NBA and NFL super fans, and I wish
Yo, what up,
each and
Shark
every
Bait? How you
one of
doing, man?
The best of luck today because you're going to need it. My first claim is Magic Johnson is the greatest Laker of all time.
L. Chat, does anybody want to gift a sub? Hello? Any subs?
I know
Hello?
you think Magic is the greatest Laker of all time.
I do.
Skip, I think it's Kobe. I think the game is about a bucket at the end of the day. I think the priority is scoring the basketball. Kobe did that better than Magic. I think both of them were very, very transformative in what they did for the Laker franchise and the NBA in general. And I would give it to Kobe, excuse me.
I
because
ordered my
of his
tickets
scoring
earlier
prowess
today for
and
the
also, of
for
course, how
Sinners.
transformative
I'm going
he
on
was,
Wednesday.
And how many players he inspired.
Look, I take nothing away from Kobe's ability to score buckets, get buckets, because nobody was greater in the history of the game. Magic did transform the franchise because, remember, Kareem had been a Laker for 4 years doing next to nothing until Magic walks in the door in 1980 and turns them around and gets them all the way to a Game 6 at Philadelphia in the finals, in which Kareem could not go. And I believe Magic Johnson that day at Philadelphia that evening played the greatest NBA game of all time, greatest playoff game, because he goes as a rookie for 42, 15, and 7 with 3 steals. He makes 14 of 23 shots and all 14 of his free throws and lifts the Lakers over Dr. J's Sixers to a championship, and he's off to the races. Now let's look.
The greatest Laker of all time is Jerry West. If you didn't type JK,
but I feel like Kobe was obviously Robin to Batman.
If you didn't type JK,
Shaq, because Shaq dominated those 3 finals the way no players ever dominated an NBA finals to me, including Jordan. That's why I think Shaq is the 2nd greatest Laker of all time. And in those finals, Kobe was good, but he wasn't close to the production that Shaq was equaling. So then Shaq, they fall apart. They lose to the Pistons, obviously, 2004, and he's gone, traded away to Miami. And here we go. So Kobe, without Shaq, misses the playoffs the first year. Then they lose to the Suns in the first round.
Ooh, watching the Meg
Pout game in
performance,
Game 7, and it was hard for me to forgive him for that. And then they lose to the Suns in the first round the next year. And then they lose to Boston in the finals. In the closeout Game 6, Kobe is horrible in that game, and they lose by 39 points at Boston. I can't defend that. They broke through and beat Dwight Howard's Magic. It was supposed to be LeBron's Cavs, so I thought that was a little overrated. And then even when they did beat Boston and get over the hump, in Game 7, Kobe was 6 of 24 in that game. So I don't know. I agree.
Is my answer LeBron for what, the best Laker? No, it's Kobe.
Playoff performance without Shaq, I'm sorry.
Like, to me, it has to be a combination of not only their greatness as a player, their accolades and all that stuff, but also what they mean to Laker culture. And honestly, like, as much as I love Bron, like, I don't associate him with Laker culture in the same way that I do like Magic Johnson or like Kobe Bryant.
I totally understand what you're saying, and I think Magic was extraordinary. And to be a rookie and start at center in the finals as a point guard, I mean, we've never seen that before. I don't know if we ever will. And yeah, he was terrific. He was splendid. He won his championships. Of course, Kobe got his. And I understand you picking out these individual games and years and teammates and everything. And I think, you can really do that with anyone.
I think the thing with as it pertains to like Magic and stuff like that is like it's really hard for me to say anything when I didn't see Magic play, I saw Kobe play. I grew up watching Kobe. So that's why Kobe always has that edge.
I think it's important to look at the big picture.
Kobe's
because
mystique was bigger than Magic's, but if you look at Magic's productivity, how he changed the
Fred
culture,
VanVleet from
that both
3,
Shaq and
clank.
Kobe benefited from piggybacking that culture. I'm going slightly Magic over Shaq, Shaq over Kobe. Good job, Jack.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you.
Way to go.
So, Kobe Bryant, 20 years with the same team, 18 All-Stars, 15 All-NBA, 12 All-Defense.
Yo, what up, Purgatory?
MVP,
Yes, I did, man.
2 Finals MVPs, 5 championships. And even though he's done all of that, I think what makes him the greatest Laker of all time, it's different than what makes a player the greatest player of all time. Because like LeBron's not the greatest Heat player of all time, that's Dwayne Wade. So it's not just are you better, like are you greater, it's what you've done for that city and that franchise. And I would argue it, I love Magic, I grew up on Magic, but when you watch—
It feels like you grew up more on Kobe, right?
I'm older than I look, honestly, but Magic, when you saw him on the court, he was like the greatest showman, right? He's a performer, charisma, a smile, the flashiness, showtime, right? Kobe, when you saw him on the court, it was like watching your brother, your sibling, or your uncle or something, your son, because he had this fully realized character arc. He was a rookie, he failed, I mean, not drafted by the Lakers, but we got him, early. And the air balls, and then the rising to prominence, 2000.
He was just 18 years old, but go ahead. Yep.
Yeah. But 2000, taking over in the finals after Shaq got hurt, after Jalen Rose shadily sprained his ankle, and then he came back, and then, he got him back with the 81 later. And then the championships, and then there was another, he went through kind of a villain arc.
He did.
There was like Colorado.
There was Colorado.
All the down years.
Good.
And
like it.
If you're a fan, you're with Kobe.
Why is Hield playing? Why is Kerr playing Hield over Kuminga? So there's a lot of drama about that. Like, there's a lot of like conspiracies about like the Warriors not fucking with Kuminga, or like Kuminga just not matching well with the lineups they're trying to run. I mean, I don't know. I'm going to be honest. I don't know.
Kobe early on. I was mad when they started playing him over Eddie Jones, like early days. And you went through all of that, and Kobe just won you over. That's why there are more than 350 murals of Kobe in LA.
Okay, so you're making the case that Kobe is dearer to your heart than Magic was. He has a bigger place in your heart. And I'm making the case that Magic had greater impact consistently than Kobe had, because Magic was the driving force of the Showtime Lakers, and Kobe was not the driving force of the three-peat, right?
Sure. Well, let me address that real quick. Because you're going to the finals and you're talking about Shaq, but that's always with the team from the East, and the East had notoriously bad big men. Everyone knows in those years the finals was the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah.
Yeah, and in those series, Kobe was instrumental. In 2002, Kobe and Shaq basically throughout the whole playoffs had equivalent points. Yeah, the same amount of points. And Shaq himself has admitted on, various podcasts and different things, he was never the guy to take the last shot. I know you value that, right? Jordan's your guy. Kobe is the closest thing that we've ever seen to Jordan. And he was a guy who never shied away from the moment. He was a guy who always made the most of his opportunity when it was there.
I give you that.
And I don't think he gets enough credit for the second run that he made with Pau. That team wasn't, that's not an all-time team.
No.
His all-time, his
but
supporting
his
cast
breakthrough
was
was not against an all-time team, because remember, the Magic upset LeBron's Cavaliers to get to the finals, right?
I give you that, but you can only play the team that, I think LeBron, maybe he's the one who did, they had the Nike commercials, but
true.
LeBron didn't hold up his end.
He didn't hold up his end in the bargain.
Okay,
so you're okay with Kobe pouting in a Game 7 at Phoenix against Raja Bell?
I'm not okay with it, but are you okay with 84, Tragic Johnson, where, runs out the clock, throws the turnover?
Okay. He did, but he bounced
right
back the next year in 85, and he shoots a baby hook shot.
And Kobe bounced back the next year by going to the finals.
Okay, he did. After the pout.
After the pout,
yeah.
Okay. That's what, to me, those failures you're pointing at, every player has.
I'm not gonna lie.
Except for maybe who's your GOAT, but
I'm not gonna lie. Skip Bates kind of got ate up here.
Has that. Magic has that. Kobe.
Wait, what the fuck? Houston came back.
In terms of LA and LA.
Okay, but if you look at Shaq's numbers in those three finals, and I give you that the big men, the Tim Duncans,
I stopped watching low
of
key.
The bracket, right? But he goes 38, 17, and 2 in their first finals. 33, 16, and 5, and 36, 12, and 4. Look at the assists. He's averaging 5 assists a game in the NBA Finals. Listen, those 3 years, and I've been doing this a long time. I was actually covering the Kareem Lakers pre-Magic out here in LA.
Let's get voted out real quick.
Okay.
real quick. Were any of those finals really competitive? Pacers, Sixers, and Nets. No, they weren't competitive. They dominated those teams.
Because
so Shaq.
Yo, what up, Big Facts?
Offensive force I've ever
Sangoon
seen.
is the truth.
Jordan,
Yeah, he is.
He was unrefereeable at that point because I never knew whether it's offense or defense, on the foul.
I think Kobe could easily have had better numbers. He didn't have to. Shaq. Those teams were not equipped to play against the Lakers. Credit Allen Iverson for getting the one game in 2001.
It was big. That was the greatest achievement of his career. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good job.
Oops.
Way to go. Okay, you're getting close. I will. Nice to see you.
Yep, so how is Magic the greatest Laker of all time when he wasn't even the greatest Laker on his team?
Ooh.
Kareem was first all-time in Lakers points, first in rebounds, first in blocks, first in field
Yo, what up,
goals made.
Tino? What up, GOAT?
You know, and he had an unstoppable move in the sky hook, has one more championship because he has 6, Magic has 5, and he has 3 more MVPs.
Okay.
We haven't even got to Kobe yet.
We haven't. All right, let's look hard at.
Hey, chat. I don't mean to be that guy, okay? I don't mean to be that guy, okay? And you guys know me. I'm not a beggar. You guys know me. I've never been one to beg. But yo, bro, please, can we get some gifted subs, bro? Yo, bro, please, chat. Like, yo, bro, please, you guys know me, bro. I usually don't beg like that. Yo, bro, please. Yo, bro, bro, please. I'm on my hands and on my knees. Yo, bro, please. Yo, bro, please. I'm trying to get, yo, bro, please. I'm trying to slop you up, bro. Yo, bro, please.
Whoa.
Kareem's
Mods, band fly trap.
Sure don't
First ring in
care.
Milwaukee,
Yo,
helped
dog, I
out by
got you.
Oscar Robertson kind of at the end of his career. So that's 1971.
Proof that you're on your knees.
4 more years in Milwaukee and nothing really.
Check your DMs,
good,
go.
but they weren't great. Then he comes to LA in 76 is his first year with the Lakers. And again, there's no Magic yet, obviously.
Right.
And they miss the playoffs the first year. The second year, they get swept by Portland in the conference finals. The third year of Kareem, no Magic. They lose in the first round to Seattle. And the fourth year, Kareem, no Magic, they lose in the conference semifinals to Seattle. So they're floundering with Kareem because he was a follower and not a leader. I give you every point you made about points and about rebounds and about blocks and about sky hooks and all
Yo,
that
I
is
think the Warriors are going to choke, bro. They had a 20-point lead. That shit down to 9 now.
Ingredient called leadership, charisma, whatever that greatest intangible is, that Magic had greater than anybody this side of Jordan.
Yeah, no,
So,
I give you that. I give you that for sure.
right.
But the thing about it is, you were talking about in 1980, right, when Magic won Rookie of the Year. Would he have won Rookie of the Year if he would have, would he have won Rookie of the Year?
Without Kareem,
Without
you mean?
Kareem, Kareem was averaging 33 points that series.
Well, I would like to
before
think he would
he
have.
got injured in
He could
Game
have gone
6.
to Utah or wherever he would have gone. I just think he would have been Rookie of the Year.
Wendy's, thank you for the prime for 60 months. Appreciate that, man.
Moment for this team, and it became a super team.
Nah, Houston's drafting and trades have been fucking elite.
And they had Byron and they had Michael Cooper guarding the way nobody could guard on the perimeter. I give you all that. But it gelled around the new son,
good D.
S-U-N, who was Magic, right?
Right.
Oh, no. Is that good? Oh, that's off.
9 finals, okay? And he is the driving force. Kareem wasn't. Kareem was really more of a Robin, but you can make a case he was the greatest Robin of all time.
Right.
Okay? I give you all your numbers because clearly it took LeBron playing now 22 years, but it took
Curry
21
wide
years
open.
to break Kareem.
The point that I was making is that at the end of the day, like, unless Kareem just got unlucky because the best player of all time, LeBron James, took that scoring title from him, but he would have been able to keep that for his whole life. And then
He
if we
would
go
have.
to Kobe, right? For example, if I was to take your papers right there, ball them up in a trash can and shoot it, whose name would we say? We wouldn't say Magic.
No.
We said Kobe. You know what I mean? And that's what it's about. And when we talk about like keeping that mentality, how you go through life, how you focus on what you need to do in life, nobody says, keep that
Damn, this
Magic.
Rockets defense.
They say keep that Mamba mentality.
Okay.
That's what it's all about.
Okay, but you grew up in the Mamba mentality era, am I right?
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. That's why I started off with Kareem first.
Okay, all right, you do, and I give you that.
Yeah.
But Magic Johnson was the greatest NBA leader ever, beyond Bill Russell, beyond Michael Jordan, beyond we got Brady over on the other side of the National
Curry?
Football League, so that's another argument. But on just NBA leadership,
He won't make them when he's wide open, but he'll make it when he's contested.
winning time.
Holy
He called it winning
fuck.
time, and in my generation, winning time
Curry's the
was more
GOAT.
important than because we didn't know Mamba mentality yet, right?
I got you.
Because that's just what you got to do, Cairo.
Kobe had the same type of leadership style as far as like Kobe
did.
had aura. Like,
He did.
jobs not finished, like all of those things, but also he showed it in actions first. You know what I mean?
He did.
Wasn't really about the partying or going out. He was so dedicated
I
to the
think
craft.
Kobe was a Jordan-esque leader, and he modeled every bit of his action, his very body language after Michael Jordan, and he led like Jordan did, and it wasn't a pretty sight because he could be a real, just a tough leader, like a. He gave nobody any slack at all. He pushed, he pulled, he cursed, he
He did it the way Jordan did
Sorry,
it,
I
and it
agree.
was scary. It was like an intimidation, leadership by intimidation. Magic did it with a smile, but Magic, listen, I got to know him in his rookie year. He was as tough as they came. You wouldn't want to mess with him.
I agree with you. I mean, leadership comes in all different forms,
Yeah.
right? You never know how somebody's going to choose to lead, but you know, Kobe led in plenty of ways, and also all of the players that picked up a basketball because of his presence. We wouldn't have Devin Booker without Kobe. Jason Tatum is
I'm with
doing
you,
what he does.
But
So,
I'm
yeah.
looking at the first 4 years with no
Damn,
Shaq,
Curry got his shit
and
set.
Kobe really struggled by himself because he couldn't figure out yet how to lead because he was a solo act of solo acts. Of
course.
It
Hey,
took
man.
Jordan a while to figure out, hey, you
Single
actually
digit
need
game
those
once
4 other
again.
guys along with 8, 9 other guys to get this done. And he with Phil's help, he finally figured that out when they broke through.
Pods for 3?
But even
right
after the pout game in Game 7, if I look at Kobe winning the championship, getting even with the Boston Celtics in that Game 7, he shoots 6 of 24 in a Game 7. Well, that's not Mamba mentality, and,
Right.
and I didn't love that. It's like, remember, Ron Artest, Meta World Peace, hit the shot of shots in that game with a minute left. He hits a big 3 that gave them the cushion.
I'm a Celtics fan. I watched that. It broke my heart.
Well, there you go.
Yeah. Thank you, Skip.
Way to go. Good
Thank
job.
Ooh, being a Celtics fan, I'm not admitted to that, but that's just me though.
I think that Magic Johnson is one of the greatest Lakers of all time, but because he had a shortened career, unfortunately.
He did. It was still 12 years, but it should have been 20
12 years, but not 20 like Kareem,
Yep.
like Kobe, like LeBron. But
I
gonna
mean,
go
12 years is still a
little
long ass
off-path
time, I
here.
feel.
I'm going to argue that the logo was the greatest Laker of all
can?
time. He only won one, but he had to play against the greatest dynasty in the history of the sport. He had to play against the greatest leader in the history of the sport, I think, Bill Russell, who would make, like Magic, everybody around him better. Also, he scouted for the Lakers afterwards.
He did.
He coached the Lakers during the time that you're talking about Kareem getting there.
Not well, but he coached.
They actually did
yeah.
okay. They actually did okay. They didn't have a great team, but they did. Like, I think they got the Western Conference Finals at least once. And then he stepped aside, and when Buss wanted to hire Riley, because Magic pushed Westhead, right?
Out, yep.
Buss tried to make them co-coaches, and West and Riley. And
Yo,
West
it's
right
only a
afterwards said,
6-point game,
that's not
chat.
the case. It's
Right.
Riley's team.
Right. He wanted no part of that.
And he's a
Right.
badass, like
Yeah.
in that way. And he put together Showtime. He put together Shaq and Kobe. He helped Memphis have a team at all.
Okay,
he
but
helped
we're
put together.
Oh man, the Warriors can't get it
We're
done.
talking about playing career because Jerry
talking about
West, to me, is the greatest GM ever in the history of the NBA.
This is
By the
gonna
way,
be a
Michael Jordan
bad
was the
loss
worst
if they
GM in the
lose this
history of the
game.
NBA.
Not
just for objectivity here. But to your point, okay, so Jerry West and the Lakers get to 9
Oh,
finals.
no, I think
9
Jimmy
finals,
put that
he
back
loses
in.
8 times, and
Oh,
a lot of
no.
it had to do with that
Oh,
guy,
no.
Bill Russell.
To the greatest
Okay,
team ever.
But if I swap out, if I put Magic in place of the logo on those teams, Magic was the greatest winner this side of Michael Jordan that I ever closely observed and got to know.
Good
so
find.
If you put him in on those Jerry West teams with Wilt and with Elgin and with Gail Goodrich, that he puts them over the top because of his dynamic charisma and leadership. It was
Oh, they letting them
I've
play.
never seen anything like it.
Jerry's
It was the-
leadership. I'm sorry,
yeah,
but Jerry's
it was quiet leadership. It was, but it
but he
wasn't.
had Elgin,
Yeah, he did.
who was charismatic, who
Yeah.
was like Michael Jordan
No,
before Michael
I got
Jordan.
it, but man.
and West won the MVP of the finals. Only person
in
I
a
think,
losing cause.
on a losing cause.
Yeah, yeah.
That's how
But
great he was.
He goes 1-8
He's the
in the
logo
finals
of the NBA.
and you can't say that's better than Magic's winning time showtime.
Also, to be the greatest Laker ever
nice.
doesn't mean you're the greatest Laker player ever necessarily. It
Yeah, I
means you're the
understand
greatest.
that.
So he's the only one that was great as a player, great as a scout, I think good as a coach, great as a GM, great as an advisor, great as a logo for the entire NBA the whole time. He didn't ever do
Warriors only
anything
up 8. What
wrong.
happened?
Okay,
They couldn't buy a bucket, and
Jerry West on the
Houston
Showtime
was
teams. Do you think they're Showtime?
cashing
Because
everything.
They're not, because he didn't play with any.
Kurt Rambis was on the
basketball
Showtime
career.
team.
Well, he was. He was like a sixth man or badass enforcer.
Jerry
Yeah.
West would have been fine. He would have been like Byron Scott or better, right?
Yeah, but again, if you didn't have Magic Johnson on those teams, you don't have Showtime. There's no more Showtime.
You don't have Showtime.
And Jerry West was as pretty a jump shooter as I've ever seen. It was just beautiful form, and it was mesmerizing, but it wasn't captivating, right? It wasn't Magic Johnson. I couldn't take my eyes off Magic because he had the big smile. He had the greatest smile in the history of the game.
Yes.
What?
And it was
We talking about
contagious on
smiles?
his team. He lifted his entire team with his own charisma.
He did, like Russell, like Russell did in his own way. But I didn't realize that compellingness was part of what made somebody the greatest Laker ever. I thought it was like scoring.
Well, leadership. And
Leadership.
I don't think Jerry was a great leader.
Really?
I think he was more of a solo act. He stayed to himself. He was a quiet leader, but not dynamic.
He helped
not
manage.
a powerful voice in the locker room kind of leader.
He helped manage Wilt.
I guess for a little while, and they got a championship. They got one championship
for the
out
best
of it.
Laker team ever.
Skip sounds like he was in
You could
love.
certainly make a case for that. Right? Yeah.
Oh shit.
All right, good job. Way to go. My next claim is Michael Jordan is the GOAT and laughably better than
Oh,
LeBron
shut the
James.
fuck up. Oh, shut the fuck up. Oh, shut the fuck up.
Here we go. How are you, sir?
Good, how are you? Nice to meet you. I'm a big fan of your career, everything you stand for in this industry, but this awful take, I'm not gonna let it seep through.
Okay.
So, Michael Jordan, there are two angles to looking at the GOAT debate. Number one, could Michael Jordan have done what LeBron is doing in this era, and vice versa? The other angle is there any single thing that Michael Jordan has done over the course of an entire career better than LeBron James? So I'm asking you, is there one thing that you could definitively say that Michael Jordan did better than LeBron James over the course of his entire NBA career?
Yeah, he won better. He just won and won and won. He was invincible and unbeatable, and he went 6-0 in the finals with 6 MVPs. And
He
no,
set
they
him up
didn't
for
play
that.
The toughest competition in the finals, but the beasts were in the East, and he devoured and slayed the beasts one after another. Bird Celtics, then the bad boy Pistons, and then
He set
Reggie
him
Miller's
up.
Pacers.
I don't know why he did
And
that.
When you go 6-0 with 6 MVPs in the finals versus 4 and 6 in the finals for LeBron, and Ray Allen saved LeBron a loss there because LeBron had completely self-destructed in Game 6 of that 2013 finals. And then if Kyrie, when nobody can buy a shot, if Kyrie hadn't hit the shot of shots in Game 7 at Oracle, LeBron could be 2-8
hello,
in the
hello.
finals.
My
So we're
XLR
talking
cable's
about
fucking up.
winning. I give you, I say it all the time. LeBron is still, to this moment, the best passer in basketball. I say it all the time. LeBron
You
is
just
still
fucked
the
me?
greatest driver
You're welcome,
of the
GOAT.
basketball I ever saw, to a fault, because he's a poor jump shooter, a poor three-point shooter.
Dude,
by
are we
star
still
standards,
saying
or
that?
certainly
Are
by
we still
superstar
saying
standards.
this?
And
Are
he's
we
a
still
poor
saying
free
this?
throw shooter by superstar
Okay,
standards.
free throws,
He should
yes.
have 5,000 more points, but he's such a worse shooter than Jordan ever was as a jump shooter and a free throw shooter.
Mike
that
sounds off.
It's hard for me to
Hello?
say, how can
Hello,
you call
hello?
LeBron the GOAT?
Hello, hello.
He's
Is
a
it better?
lousy shooter.
Oh,
Part of the argument to what you said
hello,
is everything
hello?
you just said is wrong. So if you look at true shooting percentage, which takes into account all the offense.
hello.
all the
Am I good
scoring,
now? Hello, hello,
who had
hello.
the better true shooting percentage in his NBA career in the regular season? LeBron James. Who had the better true shooting percentage in the playoffs? LeBron James. And you just said Michael Jordan won
I'm
a
good,
lot better.
bet.
So starting 1-9 in the playoffs in his career doesn't count, just doesn't matter.
Okay.
Or losing to the Pistons over and over again because he was so dominated by any level of physicality because he was soft. So that does not count. That doesn't matter.
Wait, did you just call Michael Jordan soft?
Compared to LeBron
He
James,
was the baddest you-know-what who ever stepped on a basketball
Yo,
court.
Skip
Not like
Bayless.
LeBron, I was there.
Skip
Not like
Bayless's
LeBron,
reaction.
not
Did
like
you just
LeBron.
call him
LeBron
soft?
Is like the nicest guy ever. He's
Yo.
soft. He's a diva. He's thin-skinned. And can I start down the litany of epic fails that LeBron had that Jordan never had? Yeah, it took a while to break through against Larry Bird's Celtics. But remember that Michael Jordan had missed the whole year. He played 3 games and broke his foot. This is his second year in the league. and he comes back just for the playoffs and goes up against arguably the 86 Celtics were you could make a case they were the greatest team ever. And what does he do? He scores 49
3-point game,
in
chat.
Game 2, he scores 63. It took double overtime. But after that game, Larry Bird said that was God disguised as Michael Jordan. Well, trust me, Larry Bird would have never said God disguised as LeBron James because look at the epic failures here. Do you remember 2010, the last go-around of the first stint in Cleveland? It's against the Celtics in the playoffs. It's the conference semifinals. They win big by 22. He's 14 of 22 from the floor. It's game 3. Then we get to 4, 5, and 6, and right on schedule, he just crumbles to the point that he had somebody from his inner circle tell Stephen A. Smith at ESPN, because I was there alongside Stephen A. at that point, that
a man is going to be fine, bro.
Sedated before games 4, 5, and 6 because he was having some locker room issue with a teammate, Delonte West. Listen, Michael Jordan never had any issues with locker room teammates because they wouldn't dare to have an issue with Michael Jordan. So the point was he had to be sedated. What a wimp! What a wimp.
What the
is that
fuck?
what we're talking about? And then Dave Gilbert, his owner, a few weeks later, accused LeBron of quitting in those finals. And then do you remember the first go-around with the Heat, the 2011 finals? Do you remember the chosen one became the frozen one? I've never seen
my God.
Michael Jordan never did that. Even when they were starting 1-9, people were scared to death. Nice try.
Yo, Skip is fucking insane. What the fuck?
Hey, good job. You got some quicks, man. I'm impressed.
Because I'm ready to come get you.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, I'm gonna start here with you. You want to discredit talking about 1-9 in the playoffs, and then not even talk about the fact that he couldn't even get to the finals in his first 6, 7 seasons, right? So you prefer somebody not even making it to the finals? That's crazy.
Okay,
You want to
think of
discount
what
it?
he had in the way. He had 2 of the greatest teams ever in the way, and he didn't even have a Robin yet. He was going solo. He didn't have a Scottie
And
Pippen
LeBron did.
yet.
LeBron did first couple years.
Okay, I'll
LeBron
give you
did.
that. I
And
haven't
he
even
made it to the
brought up-
finals. He made it to the finals with a
and-
less roster than Jordan did.
And they got swept
Right.
by the Spurs, and I didn't even bring that up because I give you that one.
So
I'm not going to hold that
so
against
you want to
LeBron.
hold somebody accountable for going to the finals and
Mm.
losing than not going to the finals at all. Right? More money to the city, so many more things accomplished, less players on the team, right? Then his other final losses, right? You could even talk about the fact that when he went up against the Warriors, he didn't even have a running mate with him either, right? So every time you want to protect
but-
Jordan, I knew you were going to
real
go with
quick.
6-0.
Okay, so he goes up against the Warriors.
Okay.
And I always give him this. Those first 3 games, you remember, because he doesn't have Kevin Love, he was gone already, right? Kyrie fractures his kneecap in overtime of game 1 at Oracle. Remember this?
Are you
LeBron
talking about
put
for
up the
Twitch,
greatest
Terrence,
numbers
or
of his
just in
career
general?
for 3
What phone did you
straight
get?
games. And I'm like, you got this team, because they weren't the Warriors yet. They obviously didn't have KD yet, and they weren't sure who they were. So they're down 2 games to 1, and game 4 is in LeBron's house in Cleveland. And in game 4, he was horrible.
That's 25
He goes
plus.
7 of
Nice.
22.
I don't use
He was 5
Twitch
of 10 from
noties,
the free throw
so
line, and I'm like,
unfortunately, I don't
next
think I
day,
can help you
I'm
out,
telling
man.
Stephen A.
But
on
maybe
ESPN,
somebody in chat knows. I don't
he
know.
had a chance to step on their throats. It was, remember, the Iguodala game where Steve Kerr said, I'm going to switch. I'm going to start Iguodala, and I'm going to put him on LeBron. And LeBron just shrank. He closed up. He had them. If he had stepped on their throats and they'd gone up 3 games to 1, and this is the 2015 finals, the first one against the Warriors, you got me. That you could make a go case. But instead, he shrinks and disappears in games. Here we go again. 4, 5, and 6 right on schedule, and they lose in 6 games. So he couldn't close deals. All the great clutch shots that Jordan made, they closed deals. LeBron's made a few clutch shots.
God damn
but
it,
they never
Arsene, you're
mattered. They were
useless.
never meaningful. They never ended series or games or championships.
No, you see, that's where you're trying to pick and choose, right? You want to talk
No.
about clutch games,
Mhm.
but then you don't want to talk about how he's dragged so many teams to the finals.
Get an
right?
iPhone fix.
And
Facts.
he's the one hitting the
Chat.
game-winning shots, right? The same way
Yo,
he took Toronto out,
to all my
right? The
people,
amount of
all
times
my
he did that,
chat
that
members
was
on
time you wanna
iPhone,
talk
bro,
about.
we starting the
You
group
wanna
chat,
only
bro.
talk about when Jordan does it in the finals as if Jordan's career was only 6 years. He's 6 on the finals, but his career isn't 6 years.
No.
He had 6 to 7 years before that,
Yeah.
and then he had another 2 years in the Washington Wizards at 40 years old. We don't want to talk about LeBron at 40 now.
Okay, I
They
don't.
literally tried to drag him
like-
out the court.
they were-
Gilbert Arenas talked about how they literally was ready to hand him the keys and get Jordan out of there by 40.
They were
he was
two
a cancer.
ceremonial years. He wasn't a cancer.
Yeah,
he was running the show. He was going to be the GM and the head coach and the.
Bro, why did Meek Mill tweet, "I seen my dad so fresh to death, at 4 years old, I thought it was Easter. He smelled like embalming fluid, gave him a kiss, his shit started leaking." Did he get hacked or? Cause like, what the fuck? I did not make the bro. At Meek Mill on Twitter, "I seen my dad so fresh to death, at 4 years old, I thought it was Easter. He smelled like embalming fluid, gave him a kiss, his shit start leaking." With a like the teary eye smile emoji, the like like the laughing emoji with the sweat drop coming down his face, the little squiggly eyes emoji, like where his eyes are spirals, and then a demon mask emoji. Like, I'm not fucking around, bro. The tweet before that, "I need to know the information of all internet bots and narratives used to depreciate my brand. Somebody put me on. I'll pay for a company to investigate that. Spyware bot investigating, you know the shits. Somebody tap my team and lawyers in." All right.
The fading superstar.
So,
he averaged.
those years don't count then.
Okay,
That's the way it sounds
the
like to me.
last 2 years I don't count.
That's crazy.
Okay,
So, but then you want to count everything about LeBron. You want to count everything about LeBron, but then
Okay.
take some years out.
He took 3 years off. He retired because they ran his coach out the back door in Chicago, and he
fault is
said,
that?
"I'm out." Well, it was on pride and principle. He just said, "I'm out. I'm not going to play anymore." And he came
And
back because he
greatness
was.
means keep playing year in and year
No,
out.
it
Every
doesn't.
year, LeBron keeps extending his career because the love of the game, and that matters.
Mm.
Right? His heart is still in it,
in
and
the
he's going
short
even
time he
towards
played,
40.
Jordan won 10 scoring titles to LeBron's 1 scoring title. Jordan was the defensive player of the year in 1989. He's the defensive player. LeBron was never defensive player. 9 times Jordan was first.
Okay, LeBron should have had at least one DPOI. LeBron should have had at least one DPOI.
Team all defense. I'll give you 5 times early in his career, LeBron was first
Could
team
you
all
not
defense.
argue that LeBron should have gotten way more MVPs because he was always the best player all those years, but they don't count it.
Okay,
So now we're
you
going to
don't-
take away
Yes,
accolades
Flytrap.
from him
You don't think
versus at a
Jordan was
time-
the best player for
I
11
agree.
straight years in Chicago? He
that's
was.
fine. That-
It was just ridiculous how
That's-
much better
Like,
he was.
the thing that doesn't make no sense to me about the LeBron bad defense thing is like, dude, blocked by James is like a coined term. That doesn't happen to a dude who plays zero defense.
I'm not arguing that.
Okay. All right. So let's look at LeBron's buzzer beaters, okay? Because I know them by heart.
And he has more buzzer beaters than Jordan.
No, he doesn't. It's 9-8 Jordan. It's 9-8. I'm not cherry picking. I'm not semantics. I'm just telling you the truth. It's 9-8 Jordan, and I'm giving the 8th. That thing the other night.
I'm sorry, wait, you only talking about the playoffs, 9-8.
No, I'm doing total regular season and playoffs. The other night,
Please fact check.
LeBron had a little tip in at the buzzer. Do you remember this? On Luka's missed shot, and LeBron.
Well, Fred
just
Van
right
Vliet
at the
might
rim and
suck,
just
y'all.
tips it over the rim.
Yo,
You have to
Fred
count
Van
that as
Vliet
a
might
buzzer
suck, y'all.
beater, and it was the weakest, easiest buzzer beater in the history of buzzer beaters. Okay, all right.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so here are your. I'm going to get to Jordan's in a minute, but I'm watching every game LeBron plays.
Draymond
477 NBA games before he finally hit a walk-off shot, and it was on Ronnie Turioff. It was at Golden State. This is probably way before your time because this was January 23rd of 2009. It was a regular season game, okay? And he hit it, and I'm like, way to go. I stood up and gave him a standing ovation. And then he hit the shot heard round the world against Orlando in Game 2 at Cleveland. You'll remember this. In the year that they ended up losing to the Magic.
True.
Okay.
But the game is more than just game-winning shots. You know that, right?
No,
right now
I know
you're going
that,
down a rabbit hole. If you want to talk about like clutch shots, end of game, but there's 47 minutes before that you got to play.
That.
Which
but
LeBron
here's the point.
Go ahead.
LeBron was born without a clutch gene. It's as simple as that.
Oh
He just
my
was.
God, are we
Jordan
still doing
is
this?
The greatest clutch shooter I ever
Are
saw.
we still doing
and
this?
LeBron can be the weakest mentally superstar I've ever witnessed because he's afraid of the late game.
Wait, did
free throw line.
Draymond get
And
ejected,
late and
or
close
did he get teed
situations,
up? What
since
happened?
LeBron came into the league, he's the worst by
Why
far.
is basketball so much about the last 30 seconds when there's 47 minutes and 30 seconds in the game?
You're trying to make
and
a
there's
GOAT
so
case.
much, yeah,
You're-
GOAT
okay,
case, exactly.
okay, and you're trying to make it
right?
over Michael Jordan.
Exactly.
You did a good job. You did a good job. Way to go. You're going to need that cross around your neck.
Yes, I will. I don't think LeBron's the GOAT. I don't think Michael Jordan's the GOAT either, though.
Oh, so we're going a different direction.
I think we're going to go in the direction of Stephen Curry. And I'm going to point out your simple statement. And
No. Nah, I'm sorry, go. Nah. That's crazy. Nah, that's crazy. I thought he was going to say, like, Kareem. I don't know, maybe Bill Russell, a Wilt Chamberlain. I don't know. Like, maybe like a Shaq. There's some people that put Shaq up there. I don't fucking know. I could not have predicted this. Stephen Curry, GOAT.
in one word.
Steph Curry?
You said laughably.
Okay.
And to me, that's bigger than Michael Jordan versus LeBron James. You are simply hitting and taking a hit, a personal shot at the entire game of basketball that we are watching today. And to me, you bring up competition. I think seeing Steph Curry and LeBron James and have
Yes, Duncan is better than Curry, absolutely.
LeBron always posts on Instagram, he says, iron sharpens iron. Where was the iron sharpening iron with Michael Jordan when he was winning all of his championships? I understand that 6-0 is something that is perfect. You really can't debate it. But what you can do is say, all right, it was a beautiful thing. We're going to leave it in the
Omega,
past
I'm not
because there is
useless.
greatness in front of our eyes, and it's LeBron James and it's Stephen Curry. And then we get
Yes,
into
you
LeBron
are.
versus Steph, and I'm going to sit here and say, Steph Curry, if he wins a 5th championship, which he will, which is why I'm saying Steph's the GOAT, if he wins that 5th title, he is the greatest of all time.
Okay. Do you realize that Steph Curry and company had a 3-1 lead on LeBron without there's no Kevin Durant involved here, right? It's just Steph. So it's I think you would agree that was Steph's team, right?
It was a
there's
tough
Clay and there's
performance.
Draymond, and we get all that. But it's Steph Curry or bust to me.
Draymond might be the worst player of all
Draymond
time.
Green.
You've got he's gone. So you don't
Why?
have
Because
okay,
LeBron
but
made
if,
him
if-
gone.
If Steph is the GOAT, he's got 2 out of 3 at home to close the deal. All he's got to do is win 1 of 3, and 2 out of the 3 are at Oracle, and he can't pull it off because he's not that guy. He's not the GOAT. And what happened in Game 7 at Oracle?
Keep in mind,
remember
Flytrap
LeBron's
shoots
chase
12%
down
from
block.
3.
Remember this?
Yep,
And
my
Kyrie
heart
hits
sank.
Kyrie
Understand.
hits the game-winning shot. In the fourth quarter of that game, Steph Curry went 1 of 6, and he went 1 of 4 from 3. Well, I'm sorry, 1 of 5 from 3, and he had a terrible turnover with 2 minutes left where he tried to throw it behind his back and threw it in the 5th row, and it was a key turning point in that game. And without Steph disappearing in the fourth quarter, LeBron and Kyrie
Flytrap holding
cannot do what
R2
they ended up doing.
and flicking
after
right on the
they
right
blew the
stick
3-1 lead,
to
what
try to
happened
lay
on
it up in
July
front of
before
a
that
paint
summer?
full of like 17 guys in it.
Private plane and,
And then-
fly all the way across the
and
country.
then a
out to
shot
the
that
tip
shit
of Long
missed.
Island to visit Kevin Durant. And Steph Curry got down on one knee and said, "You've got to come save us. You, Kevin Durant,
Splash!
have to say this because we can't beat LeBron James without you.
I understand.
Okay,
I understand that.
So you're disqualified as the GOAT. If you have to go beg somebody
You're not
to come
disqualified
save you.
because LeBron James, everyone here is talking about LeBron as the GOAT, and he did a very similar thing. When you look at Steph Curry and his greatness, I get that he choked in that moment. The 3-1 lead, you're never going to be able to beat that. But what he did in 22 against the Celtics and what he's doing now, you love Tom Brady. His best years are ahead of him, and I'm predicting that right
Really?
now.
Okay.
Yes, 1,000%.
Well,
I think the
mean-
next 5 years of Stephen Curry are going to be his best 5 years.
That's
we
crazy.
don't know that. I'll bet against that because he's 37 years of age.
Understand.
Interesting. Way to go. Good job.
What's up, Skip?
How are you,
doing,
sir?
Man, good to see you.
Dodger fan.
Right now, I gotta school you on this. LeBron is the GOAT. He is the GOAT. I know MJ is 6-0. We're kind of just like mystified with that. But LeBron's longevity for 22 years, the work that he's done since 03.
Fred VanVleet for
he's
3.
been in the shadow of MJ for 22 years. He hasn't been, MJ, who did he look up to? He was with Magic, Magic, that smiling face. Love Magic, but he wasn't as intimidating as being in Jordan's shadow.
Dylan Brooks was going to play up on Draymond at the half-court line?
But man, 10 NBA Finals appearances, and just
Jimmy
one more
on
thing.
Sengun.
I know we've talked about this.
Jimmy, step back.
Finals,
Money!
versus the Bucks.
Oh,
2018,
shit. 1 minute left, chat.
Jordan
1 minute left, chat.
He wasn't pushed to a Game 7. He got
What
pushed to
a
a Game 7 in
shot.
the Eastern Conference semifinals in '92.
Oh,
He got
my
pushed to
God,
Game
what a
7 in
lay.
98 in
I
the
was
Eastern
there.
Conference Finals.
Mhm.
He's been pushed before. He still triumphs. Jordan, that 6-0.
It's not over yet, chat.
All around.
Okay, hold on.
It's LeBron.
I'm going to give you your.
Wait, I need to watch. Oh, fuck. A bucket here is probably the dagger. It's going to go to pods? Ah! 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 Oh my God, Jimmy Butler steal to seal the game! No way! No way. No way. Wow. Wow. Okay.
First point. LeBron James is the longevity king. I mean, it's unquestioned. He is the most durable superstar ever. I'm watching a game the other night, and he hooks his thumb on the rim and pulls it, and I thought, oh God, because that's your shooting hand. And I thought, man, are you gone? Nope. They go tape it up, and he goes right back in. Incredible, blessed durability. That's how you play 22 years at age 40. LeBron has now played in the regular season 60,000 minutes to Jordan's 40,000 minutes. So it's an apple and an orange almost. And if we go total,
The Warriors
it's
almost
71,000.
choked
If I have
that,
the
but hey,
Cavs,
man, they didn't.
71,000 to 48,000. Aha, that's 23,000. That's a magic number that LeBron tried to steal from Jordan, and he shouldn't have. Because LeBron wished a lot of this on himself. He
Can I
right
ask-
away declared himself, I got next. I'm the next Jordan.
How many times during LeBron's 22 illustrious career, how many times did he take a break? I know Jordan's done that a few times.
He got one break
gotta
before
go
they
down
won
a
their
little bit.
last championship in the bubble, the Mickey Mouse Championship. Is that called? He got
The
one-
Mickey
he got
Mouse
like a 4-month
Championship.
break ahead of that, and it served him well because I
Not
don't
18
think he's
months.
going to
He
win
didn't play
another
minor
chip.
league. He didn't go in the minor
No.
leagues. He didn't go try to go be
No.
an owner of the league. He's gone 22 straight years
He
playing
has.
in the NBA.
Longevity
So
king.
many
That
playoff
doesn't make
wins.
you the
Oh,
GOAT. That makes you the
10
longevity
NBA
king.
Finals appearances.
Okay.
MJ couldn't get to 10. He couldn't get past the Pistons, just like LeBron couldn't
I mean,
get
he
past the
did
Warriors.
get past the Pistons finally.
After
and
3
there was
years.
a book written about it called The Jordan Rules,
was
in
a
which
butt-whooping.
it detailed the rules with which the Detroit Pistons, the bad boys, had to stop Michael Jordan.
And thankfully
they
he
were
got
scared
Scotty.
to death of him.
Thankfully he got Scotty during that time
Yep.
because and he also had a head coach, Phil Jackson, during that time. Once they figured that out. But who did LeBron have as a head coach during that time? Mike Brown. Mike Brown is no Phil Jackson.
Nope,
He
I'll give
had
you that.
Antoine Jameson. He had Ilgauskas. That's why he
Yeah.
had to go to Miami. He had to go over there
He
and
did.
team up. He learned how to win. And when
Eric Spoelstra is a real live coach.
He is.
I
He
would
is.
bank on Eric Spoelstra. And remember, Pat Riley was coaching the coach in that situation, so that was optimum. That was ideal. And LeBron needed a big brother to teach him how to win, and Dwayne Wade was that guy. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Good job.
You're the man.
Way to go. Thank you.
I think my biggest gripe with your argument is the word laughably. I think your top 10 NBA players of all time is well documented. You've got people like Larry Bird in there.
I do.
You've got Shaq in there.
I do.
Did you know those two guys, within the last 3 to 5 years, have deferred to LeBron and called LeBron the GOAT?
I'm not sure Larry Bird has, but
Sure
Shaq
has.
on TV will say
Verbatim,
that.
verbatim, Larry Bird said, LeBron is one of, if not the greatest ever.
Okay.
You have him at, I think, at number 7.
I do. 9, actually.
9.
Just real
Wait.
quick, I got
Wait. Skip Bayless has LeBron James at number 9 all time. Wow.
obviously Jordan, Magic, Shaq, Kareem, Tim Duncan, Bill Russell, Kobe 7, Bird 8, and LeBron 9. Because I'm taking Kobe and
Wait. I need to hear his list again.
I got obviously Jordan, Magic, Shaq, Kareem, Tim Duncan, Bill Russell, Kobe 7, Bird 8, and LeBron 9. Because I'm taking Kobe and Larry Bird as clutch players over LeBron James every day and every night.
So if you look this up, Shaq also said that LeBron is the greatest ever. So with that being said, if Shaq is deferred to LeBron and said he's the greatest ever, that would at least make him 3. He deferred to that. He gave him 3. So the word laughably is really crazy to me, because also you've called LeBron weak. You called him
Mentally
soft,
weak,
mentally
yep.
weak,
Mhm.
mentally soft. It takes a lot of mental fortitude to play in the NBA for 22 years. It takes a lot of mental fortitude to be, called the king at age 13, 14, and
Okay.
live up to all those expectations without a hiccup off the court.
Bird over
without being,
LeBron is
without
insane.
being in the
Bro,
news for
Bird
a
over
decade.
anybody
It
is
takes a lot of
insane.
mental fortitude to do that.
I give you all that, but we're just talking about your performance on the court.
Sure, but he's the greatest. He has the
and
most
this is
points ever.
This is what really kills me about what I call you LeBron supporters. You're fanatic about it. You're blind witness because you're blind to what happens. You expunge his record. You scrub his record. You don't want to hear all the negatives, and they just pile up. I call them epic fails, and I've given a couple so far, and I'm going to give a few more. If we can go back to that fateful Game 6 of the 2013 finals, I don't know if it's before your time, but I'm sure you were watching. It's at Miami, and the Spurs have a chance to close it out in 6 games, and they're up 5 points with 18 seconds left. And I was a Spurs fan at this point, and it was unheard of to blow a lead, especially in a game of that magnitude that way. Down the stretch of that game.
Okay, chat. I have to take a piss. I'm going to be right back. I'll leave the video playing.
40 seconds left and 20 seconds left.
BRB.
This is Game 6 closeout potential. LeBron had 2 unforced error turnovers that were horrendous. Even I'm not a LeBron fan, but I sat back and I said, "What are you doing, man?" He's unraveling. He made 1 3, but then he had to take a 3 to tie the game with 6 seconds left. And he, as I say, LeBricked it.
Which would be a clutch shot.
Okay, it would be, but he
Also,
LeBricked it. He bounded it. It
One
hit
thing
hard
about
off
the
bat.
epic failures.
Yeah.
Would you call Jordan getting swept in the first round 3 times an epic failure?
Nope, because they weren't epic, because they weren't magnitude games, because these are in the finals. I'm going to the finals. So it took Ray Allen making the greatest clutch shot I have ever witnessed. Because remember, it's a LeBrick, and it's a long rebound out, and it's Chris Bosh goes out and tracks it down and kicks it in the corner.
To call someone LeBrick while having the most points ever is wild. Now, I know you're a Jordan guy. It pained me to say that Jordan's been swept 3 times in the first round, because I'm a Jordan guy too. But to laughably say that LeBron and Jordan aren't even in the same conversation, that's wild. It's a discredit to basketball.
I know you watched
it's
this.
insane.
How about the Western Conference Finals just 2 years ago against Denver, okay? So the Lakers wind up getting swept, but 4 straight times they go to the fourth quarter right there. It's a winnable game for LeBron and company. First 2 are in Denver, second 2 at home. If you combine his shooting stats for the 4 fourth quarters, he's 7 of 23. That's horrible. That's how you lose games. And he was 1 of 10 from 3 in those 4 combined fourth quarters. And in the closeout game at, as I call it, the Crypt here in Los Angeles, in the final seconds of the game, LeBron gets 2 shots to tie the game, 2 two-point shots, and neither of them he gets up to the rim. And I'm like, what are you doing, man? You're better than that. And yet the blind witnesses say, oh, we didn't see that. We don't want to hear about that. So we fast forward 1 more year, because last year in the playoffs, they get Denver again, but this time it's in the first round. And games 1 and 2 at Denver, LeBron pouts in the fourth quarter because
I'm back, y'all.
a mentally weak diva, and he won't shoot in the fourth quarter of a winnable game. I'm going, what are you doing, man? Just take over. You can do this. You can rise above Joker and Jamal. What the dog doing? You think he's the GOAT.
Sunshine. Yo, Whamders, thank you for the prime for 74 months. Shaq, who got 10 gifted on it, bro? Yo, bro, please.
The GOAT rises above because the game is begging to be won by LeBron James. And he won't shoot until there are 3 minutes left and the game's out of control. Game 2, he's got Jamal on him. He makes a sweet move. It's Jordan-esque on Brian Russell in Game 6 at Utah. And we've got LeBron James. This is Game 2 just last year in the playoffs at Denver. It's going to change the series. He gets a wide open shot from 3. It's like a free throw from 3. And he LeBricks it. And I'm like, what are you doing, man? Because Kobe's going to make that shot. Jordan's obviously going to make that shot. I think Shaq could have made that shot. It was so easy. Seriously. But
so what do you have to say about Shaq deferring to LeBron?
He said it, PR.
Oh, my God, yo, I'm tired as fuck, yo. I cannot lie.
Why does a killer say that?
Ooh, I got it.
I think the only good argument against LeBron is the 2011 finals. I feel like every single great player has had moments where they've come up short, though. You know what I mean? And, like, we're going to take, like, pretty much the only time in LeBron James' career where he fumbled and, like, try to say that, like, that means he's ass or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, nah. Also, like, nah, yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not going to make excuses for it. Like, it is definitely a bad look. But, like, we're going to take one of his only, like finals collapses, if not his only finals collapse, and use that to judge his career. I don't know.
Pumping to get up here.
Yeah, I've been ready for this. All right, but first I got to say this. It could be SGA. It could be SDA. You can call it CIA. Lakers in 5. Okay.
Okay.
Just gotta get out the way. All right.
Okay. Lakers in 5 to do what?
To win the finals, win everything.
To win this year's finals?
Your friend, Shannon Sharp. Yeah. But anyways, let's get back to the prompt. Okay. I like facts. Facts, numbers.
So do I.
That's something you can't lie about.
Okay.
Facts. Okay. I like to say that LeBron is the greatest player of all time because of several reasons. He's the only player to be in the 30-point club, 10K club for assists and rebounds. He's the only player to be positioned in as a point guard, shooting guard, small forward, power forward, and center at the same time. Okay, you have to debate that Michael Jordan or LeBron James is the GOAT in longevity.
Iron Man, Spider-Man, Ant-Man, Lakers in 5. We win in game 2, bro.
He's the GOAT just entirely because of what he's able to accomplish. What he's doing at age 40, he's breaking people's ankles. He's decking on people at age 40. I agree
with you. I've never seen anything like this guy
what he's
at
doing.
40.
And he's averaging as much points as he did in 2013 as an MVP. He averaged 27, 7 and 7. He's averaging 25, 8 and 8 as a 40-year-old.
He's actually shooting the ball better than he has in 22 years, both from the free throw line and the three-point line combined.
Mm-hmm.
His shooting stats are the best ever. They don't rank highly this year in the NBA, but again, he's all the way up to 77% from the free throw line and 38% from the three-point line. What took him so long? I'm like, what have you been doing?
Odds give Hoodie back shots? Wait, did he get impeached or something? Wait, what do you want to give him back shots for? Oh, Hoodie Main? Okay.
I thought you were in the lab. This is year 22, and it took you this long to become an average free throw shooter and an average. Okay.
What he's doing at 22?
Facts.
Yeah, I'm doing stats and facts. You can take the last, like, say 40-year-old players that played in the NBA that played at least 40 games. All right, you can take Manu Ginobili, Dirk Nowitzki, Vince Carter, Jason.
You got me.
You can take all their retired numbers, put them together, and they won't average what LeBron's averaging right now.
Does that make him the GOAT? Longevity GOAT?
Well, it's part of it. I think it's a part of it. And you went to the fact that Jordan is the most clutch player ever. LeBron is actually more clutch than Jordan was. There's a website called Fadeaway World. You can look it up. The criteria for clutch is anything in the last minute.
That's not what my stats say or scream.
Well, I'm telling you what I found.
Okay.
So I found that they said that clutch means the last minute of a fourth quarter or overtime game with at least 20 field goals attempted. LeBron James is 4th overall, hitting 54 shots. Jordan is 27th.
Damn, bum.
All right, let me just remind you. When Jordan made clutch shots, they really, really mattered. They endured. They were historic clutch shots because he first introduced himself as a freshman at North Carolina in the 1982.
This is not normal.
Yo, Thundershot, what's good with you, gang? Thank you for the raid, bro. Yo, I am sorry if this stream is ass. I am really tired. Oh shit! But hope y'all had a good time watching WrestleMania and shit. Hope it was fire. I'm watching Skip Bayless debate some people about basketball. The current prompt is that Michael Jordan is the GOAT and, quote, laughably better than LeBron James. Yeah. Undrake's.
College, the NCAA championship game. He makes the walk-off shot, a jump shot, and Dean Smith called his number, not James Worthy's number, not Sam Perkins' number. He called Michael Jordan's number as a freshman. He was called Mike Jordan at that point. And then, remember, he introduced himself to the NBA world against Craig Elo in Cleveland, Game 5. This is the closeout game. This is for all the marbles, and he hits a hanging walk-off shot jumper over Craig Elo, and it became iconic. We all see it. You can just call it up on YouTube right now and look at the highlight and look at his celebration.
John Cena, the LeBron of WWE.
His first playoff
did he
series.
like?
And then obviously,
forgive me if I sound like a noob. Did he like win or something? Or
I was there on press row, courtside, Game 6 at Utah. Little subtle push off Brian Russell against the Jazz, and he hangs and holds the pose just beyond the free throw line and rips it.
Yeah, he won.
Walk-off. Stockton got some heave at the buzzer, but it was a walk-off. It won the championship. It won Game 6. It closed them out. All of his shots.
He's 17-time champ.
Jordan,
Jesus.
but then I look at LeBron, and he.
Cena is like if Jordan came back to the Wizards, but won the chip.
So
God damn.
Let's call it 7 walk-off shots. They didn't matter. They didn't get you anywhere. There are 3 in the playoffs, and they're pretty good. But what do they say about the blind squirrel? He finds an acorn every once in a while. If you're going to play 71,000 minutes, you're going to hit a few walk-offs here and there when you play that much longer than Michael Jordan did. Way to go. Good job. Thank you. Everybody did great. Thank you. My next claim is Patrick Mahomes is dramatically overrated.
Thundershot, close your ears.
Oh, sorry, boys. Represent Nick Wright. Shout out Nick Wright.
How are you, sir?
Skip, how are you, my friend?
I think I know where this is going.
Alrighty, Skip. So in order for someone to be overrated, they cannot be overrated in a vacuum. That doesn't exist. You have to be overrated compared to a standard or compared to a player. Give me 30 seconds and give me how he's overrated with those parameters, because I can't go off just that.
I only need 2 seconds.
Okay.
Tom Brady.
Okay. So the same.
Yo, no, Skip Bayless. No, man. You can't argue with a dude like this. Like arguing with Skip Bayless is like trying to argue with Moon. Like it's just not possible, bro.
So the same guy. So the same guy in the 2010 wild card at home in Gillette, the house Brady built, got blown out by Joe.
He kind of ate him up. Not like this. Go.
Flacco, 33-4.
Hey man, look, I don't know shit about football at all, so this ain't my argument. Pulled MJ's dick out just long enough to fit Tom Brady's in. Oh, holy shit.
14. He threw for, in Skip's terms, a grand total of 152 yards and 3 interceptions and got punked by Joe Flacco. That guy.
No, the guy who went to 10 Super Bowls and won 7.
And got outplayed by Eli Manning twice.
And Bill Belichick cost him 2 Super Bowls.
He also won him 3.
Okay.
Tom Brady has never won a Super Bowl without a top 10 defense. Ever.
Okay.
Period. End of conversation. Pro Football Reference. Look it up.
Okay. So, but this is about Patrick Mahomes, and I think you're ducking and dodging the issue.
What are you talking
because
about?
You got to defend his Super Bowl
If you
performances.
want me to say, okay,
because
Super
I don't
Bowl
think you can.
performances, how can you bomb a wild card game at home in Gillette and then say, oh, you made the most important game of the year and didn't play your best? This is bizarre to me. It will never make sense. No,
You know
real fast. Let me
Arrowhead,
make this
right?
real fast. Greatest stadium in the world, 142.2 decibels, baby.
Do you remember
This
the
is
2018 AFC Championship game
where Patrick never touched the ball, and the Chiefs wanted the rules changed. They didn't do it, but they did it for the Buffalo Bills.
Do you remember what Tom Brady did in your house? He did 3 times in a row. He faced third and 10. 3 3rd and 10s in a row.
Yo, this guy is very passionate about this.
Edelman, Gronk, ball game.
The same way Patrick Mahomes in Super Bowl 58, down 3 points in overtime, 2 4th downs, a 2nd and 14, because Marquez Valdez-Scantling forgot which way the end zone was and ran backwards, and he converted and converted and converted, and he hit who in the end zone? McCole Hardman for a touchdown back-to-back. Now, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
That was his one and only great Super Bowl.
It was unbelievable.
Only.
All-time clutch. Also about this, since 2001, there has been 125 NFL playoff drives where the score was 7 points or less.
Yo, I don't know what the fuck, what stats they're talking about. I don't know shit about football, bro. I'm lost.
Thomas Edward, Patrick Brady.
I just like his passion.
Went 5 for 11 in that situation, which is 46%. That's pretty dang good. That's not bad. Okay, Patrick Mahomes went 7 for 7. What do you think of that one, Skip? Tell me, come on, buddy. Shout out Shannon Sharp.
Let's get to the facts here.
Okay.
Let's get to his first
All-time
Super
clutch.
Bowl against Jimmy Garoppolo. Really? Okay. You guys are down 20-10 late third quarter, and he throws a horrendous interception where I'm saying, what are you doing, man? Then early fourth quarter, you're still down 20-10, and he throws an even worse interception.
He did.
And you're sitting somewhere, I guess, at home, and you're saying, Patrick, what are you doing? We're dead. And all of a sudden, it gets to be 3rd and forever. Do you remember it's 3rd and 15 at the 35? And all of a sudden, Patrick Mahomes drops back, and there's a rusher in his face, and he basically goes like this. Like, let me just throw it as far as I can.
It was on the money, dude.
He throws a punt that Tyreek had to come back and wave for fair catch. That's how bad it was. Okay, and that saved the game, and yet Jimmy Garoppolo in the fourth quarter goes 3 for 11 with an interception for 36 total yards, and he missed Emmanuel Sanders, or we're having a different conversation. That's how you survived the first Super Bowl. The second Super Bowl is against Thomas Edward Patrick Brady Jr.
He had no
right?
offense.
No offense. I keep hearing that.
5 of
but,
us could have.
Wait, is that Tom Brady's full name? What's funny you say? Thomas Patrick Mahomes Jr., Brady Jr.? What the fuck?
31-9. Tom Brady never lost a Super Bowl with a blowout loss.
Patrick Mahomes
31
broke the
to
NFL
9?
record for rushing yards behind the line of scrimmage in that game.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I keep hearing, but I think he was just bad in that game.
He was not his best game.
No
100%, I
touchdowns,
give
2
that to you.
interceptions.
Just like that 2010 wild card
then
game in July.
against the first Eagles Super Bowl against Jalen. Jalen throws for 300.
Also, can I just say this? So let's live under the world where Tom Brady is the GOAT. Like let's just live in this world. He said that Patrick Mahomes is overrated because Tom Brady is better. Okay, like let's just pretend let's pretend that's the argument, which is the argument he made, by the way. Like, not being like, if you weren't better than the best to literally ever do it, that does not mean that you're overrated. You know what I mean? Like I think Steph Curry's a great ball player. I love Steph Curry. I wouldn't say he's better than Jordan or Bron or, maybe some of the other guys in the top 10 basketball players of all time. Does that mean Steph Curry is overrated? No. He's incredible.
4 to Patrick's 182. He only threw for 182 yards. And the Eagles are driving to make it 21-7. And Jalen Hurts, late second quarter, just loses the handle on the football. And I'm like, what are you doing, man? And it bounces one time to Nick Bolton, who scoops it and scores with it, takes it to the house, and it changes the game because it saved you from 21-7 down. And the Patrick, in the fourth quarter, Kadarius Toney returns that punt. Do you remember that? 65 yards?
I do.
Okay. I didn't think Patrick played all that well in that game. Jalen outplayed him.
No, he did not. That's absurd.
Well,
That is
304 to
completely absurd.
182 and yards.
What up, Ramblin'?
Mahomes was all-time great in the second. He played
Okay.
a perfect second half.
All right, and then
could not have been better.
I gave you the one at Las Vegas. That was tremendous because every once in a while, Patrick Mahomes can be really good, and he was really good.
Most talented
and
quarterback
then
ever.
Just recently, we had to watch 40 to 22 Eagles, and Patrick Mahomes had a QBR in that game of 11.
There is
That's
no
0 to 100. He had an
There is
11.
no roster from
What?
the AFC that would have hung
11?
it down. Would not have. That is the best single season roster. Shout out Eagles, best single season roster I've ever seen. Where were they not great? Jalen Hurts is a top 7 quarterback. Top 7 quarterback. You could say he was the worst starter on their team. That team rolled everyone. They lost one game after week 4 to the Commanders in a really funny, what's kind of going on, Jalen gets hurt
That's why
type
I picked
situation.
the Eagles to win it all in August.
You also picked the Ravens.
Kendrick Lamar had more yards than Mahomes.
But again, the Eagles won it all. Didn't they?
They did.
Yeah.
They were the best team
Okay.
last year, but Patrick Mahomes is the best player.
Okay.
And that's a fact.
Okay, but let's look at
Good
the
night,
last
Squire.
3 years, can we? Because very quietly, under the radar, with no real criticism at all, Patrick Mahomes' passing yards have dropped for 3 straight years. His touchdown passes have dropped for 3 straight years, and he's still only 29. So it's not like he's at the end of his career. So he led the NFL in QBR in 2022, and then in 23 he drops to 8th, and last year he was 8th. So he's become just a pretty good quarterback.
That's a pleasure. Truly, truly a pleasure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice to meet you, sir. Wait, I like that picture. You
Yeah,
got
so
there.
I think I bring some credibility here. Tom, your guy, my guy, our guy, Tom Brady.
Our guy.
I think Tom is a really good frame for evaluating Mahomes and being overrated. Yes, Brady has 7 Super Bowls. Mahomes can't be penalized for not living that long yet. So in 7 years as a starter, 3 Super Bowl wins, 2 MVPs. He has 7,000 more passing yards than Tom Brady.
I'm not gonna lie, those stats are kind of crazy. In the league for 7 years, won it 3 times. He said he won it 3 times. That's actually insane. What the fuck?
More touchdowns, fewer interceptions. And I think what you always come back to is that Brady always came through in the big moments.
That's like pretty much like unbelievable almost.
Mahomes shrinks. And I can tell you Mahomes has risen in big moments and Brady has shrunk.
Skip almost lost his friendship with Shannon because of how much dick riding he did for Brady. Oh, are they like on good terms now? The Mahomes Tom Brady debate is similar to the MJ Braun debate. My only like skepticism with that would be that like Tom Brady didn't like play all that long ago. I think the reason why the Braun and Jordan debate is harder is because they played in such different eras and like at such different points in history type. Which I guess like by the end of Mahomes' career, that's probably going to end up being true for them too, honestly.
Mahomes and Brady are the only 2 people on history of planet Earth to lead a game-winning touchdown drive in overtime in the Super Bowl.
Mahomes versus Brady is a debate because Brady whooped his ass, but Mahomes was also young when that happened. You know, like we can't know what it would be like to have Mahomes in his prime versus Brady. You know,
Mahomes led game-winning drives in the other 2 Super Bowls to win the game. Brady did not do that against the Eagles.
Brady was 40. From my understanding, it would seem that like Brady was, even like at his old age, was still like throwing it down with like the best of them type shit. Which is very impressive. And that's another thing that's interesting because like a big reason why people give like LeBron such a big boost in like GOAT debates and stuff is because of his longevity. And like Brady has that longevity as well.
In 2017, he did not do that in 2012 versus the Giants. That all pains me. So I think they're very close. In fact, I would even say they're in lockstep through their first 7 years.
Quick point of order, though.
Yes.
Our guy, Tom Brady,
Yeah.
in New England, under Belichick, they win 6 Super Bowls with 6 game-winning drives in fourth quarter or overtime from Tom Brady. So you got to give him that because that's extraordinary.
Yep.
That kind of slams the door on the debate.
I don't think it's fair to say Mahomes hasn't yet won 6 Super Bowls.
Okay.
So we have
Yeah,
to
right.
I do point this out. In the first Eli Super Bowl, Brady did what he's always done. He drove the Patriots all the way down, hits Randy Moss for the touchdown. With
Yeah, so
2
it
minutes left.
seems that like Mahomes, I think almost any, and I don't know shit about football, okay? Just so we're clear. Just from like the few games that I've watched of football from both Tom Brady and Mahomes, I think it's almost undeniable that physically speaking, like physical skill-wise, like physical, like athleticism, like Mahomes like kind of washes Brady. So it's like a thing of like, can that physicality and can like that aspect of his game translate well into like the later parts of his career type shit.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, it's 14-10 Patriots. So wait a second. Eli needs not just a field goal. He needs to go score a touchdown. He goes 83 yards in 12 plays against the vaunted Belichick defense, and it took the David Tyree face
Asante
mask catch,
Samuel.
and he jumps a little too early and comes down a little too early and can't hang on to an interception.
The key thing you're saying there, 14 points in the Super Bowl.
All right.
Tom put 14
again,
points in the Super Bowl.
That defense was hellacious good, and they knew they were good. That front
But
four
why
was,
when the Bucks defense is hellacious good and the Eagles defense is hellacious good, Mahomes is a bum?
Nah, watching Brady come back from that game voided was crazy.
Isn't it 14-10 Brady at that point? Shouldn't Belichick be able to stop Eli freaking Manning?
Should have.
Right? When you got 83 yards of turf in your favor, you just got to shut him down. Somewhere, somehow, you got to stop him.
It is
because
tough.
he
It is
can't
tough when
kick a
you're-
field goal.
It is tough when the refs don't call the 5 holding penalties on the helmet catch. And when Asante Samuel, your shutdown corner, drops the easy interception.
All right. And then the other one for Tom Brady that just slays me, I have nightmares about, I wake up in a cold sweat over it, is that Belichick's defense allowed the backup quarterback of the Eagles, Nick Foles, to score 40 points because Malcolm Butler mysteriously is benched for the entire game.
That was the
guy
beginning
who
of
played the
Belichick.
most snaps on your defense in the regular season is benched
That was the
for the
beginning
whole
for Belichick.
game. Why?
Yep.
Nobody says why.
Yep.
I still, to this day, I'll go to my grave not knowing why Malcolm Butler was benched in that game.
Nobody knows why.
And yet,
Yeah.
you said, well, Brady didn't end the game with the game-winning drive.
Yep.
Remember,
choked.
He threw a Hail Mary, a beautiful Hail Mary to Gronk in the end zone, and they tackle Gronk. Like seven guys tackle
We're
him.
relying on a Hail Mary
Okay.
here. What about
Okay.
what about the Brandon Graham drive, that one before, where he did not deliver? He did not come through.
It was a great play by
Yeah.
Brandon Graham.
Yeah,
He got
okay.
sacked. He got rocked.
Okay. But what about, and then Mahomes?
Yo, chat. I am selling drugs in order to be able to buy a Nintendo Switch 2. Go ahead and give me like 5 subs if you want a couple bags, bro. I got you.
Mahomes again.
It's a good deal. You're not going to find a better deal than that.
Patrick Mahomes is better than your guy Tom.
Let the Switch 2 rest, bro. I'm going to let the Switch rest in your fucking face, bitch. Damn, buddy.
Brady? This pains me. You know, this is our guy. I'm saying first 7 years as a starter, they are step for step.
You sound like a Fed. Tsunami Night, I'm going to feed you the fucking lead from my goddamn 12 gauge, bitch.
In fact, Mahomes is superior statistically. Accolades.
Quick stat.
Tied on Super Bowls.
Over the last 2 regular seasons, Patrick Mahomes' 25 interceptions thrown is second only to Baker Mayfield's 26.
Yep.
So all of a sudden, he's trying to live up to the hype.
Yep.
He's trying to do too many things. He's holding the ball too long. And it's not working the way it worked for the first 4 years over the last 3 seasons during the regular season.
I mean,
We have video gaming hours, right? I'm about to go to bed hours. Fucked up part.
All right.
Good job.
Hope I
Way
get
to
another
go.
shot.
All right.
Boy, I'm tired as hell, boy. Oh, God.
Sit down.
Wait, an Eagles fan is going to defend Patrick Mahomes? What?
How are you?
I'm doing well, Skip. So I really have to fight you here. First off, you're going to say he's way overrated, and you're comparing him about maybe arguably the best quarterback to ever play the game.
Well, not
And that's
arguably. I mean,
well, hold on.
he is.
Well, I mean, we could talk about that too, but that's not the argument we're going to talk about here because there's a guy named Joe Montana that played this game too. But ultimately,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, if they say Mahomes is the GOAT and they beat Mahomes, then they beat the GOAT. So I can see
You're
that.
comparing him against the second, like I said, second best quarterback to ever possibly play the game. This guy's been to 8 AFC championships in a row. The guy has done, I watched both those Super Bowls. I watched him lose the last one. I was real happy about that. I also watched him come back out in the second half and tear the Eagles defense apart. Now, you could argue that our defensive coordinator was ready to stay in Arizona and not finish out the game. But he's still, I don't care how many drugs you had to put in him, what he had to do to repair that ankle. He was the one single-handedly that kind of won that game. You know, I could say that he was the one that called the defensive holding because he was the one that was crying about and he got the call. But really, the play before that was when he ran for 35 yards to be able to get down the field. That play was really what cemented that game. And I knew at that point that we weren't going to be able to win.
This is way more fun than whether or not vaccines work. Yeah.
Finish out
my only gripe is that, like, for the people in chat that, like, aren't sports fans, they're probably just watching right now like, God, I wish OmegaPro would watch a video about whether or not certain people in this country should have rights. I'm like,
Explain what happened to Jalen just losing the handle on the football when you're driving to go up 21-7. You're already at midfield.
So I can't argue about that. All I can say is that, hey, everybody else said that the field was a little slippery. I wasn't playing on it. You know, if you slip a little bit and it slips out of your hands, say things happen. There are bounces that happen in football all the time.
Okay.
So ultimately, I can't argue about that. But we were still up at halftime. We still came back in. We had the opportunity to go ahead and keep running, and we didn't have that. We didn't do it. We didn't finish the job.
Did Patrick Mahomes return that punt in the fourth quarter?
No, he didn't return that punt. Yeah, but ultimately, you know what he did, though? He did the game-winning drive to win the game, right? So, and he's done that a lot. You know, and when you're comparing against other quarterbacks right now, I say right now, in the NFL as it sits today, I can't name another quarterback who's better than him.
Okay.
And if you're going to use that, like using that doesn't tell me overrated. That tells me that he's a great quarterback. And the fact that you're going to just call him overrated just because Brady played it a lot longer time ago, I would love to have seen. Yeah, like I said, that one Super Bowl that he played, that Brady played against him, he was still recovering from the head. And like I said, and he was throwing balls. He was throwing balls. He was throwing balls to his receivers, hitting them in the helmets and stuff like that, and they weren't catching the ball.
It was 31-9.
It was 31-9, but there was two touchdowns. What was that one the call? They called the flag on it because of what's his face that was.
To your point about all those AFC Championship games, you realize that he lucked into playing into the worst division in football over his 7 years. Because if I look at the Raiders over those 7 years, they have the 6th worst record. The Broncos.
Oh my God, we can talk about this. I mean, let's talk about the what was that pass against Oakland? We won't go back to that far either with Brady and he shouldn't have even won that game.
The Tuck rule, yeah,
the Tuck rule. Oh, yeah.
I'll give you that.
But I mean, ultimately, Patrick Mahomes
is a
Sasuke? 5-star quarterback. He's probably the best quarterback in this league right now. And I will go as far as to say is that he won that first Super Bowl for Kansas City because I know Andy Reid still trying to figure out what play to call, and he took over the offense 100%, started to call the plays, and actually was the one that drove the team down. They didn't use Andy's plays. He was the one calling the plays in that last few minutes.
Is Patrick Mahomes the best quarterback right now? I'll take Joe Burrow over Patrick Mahomes.
Now listen, I love Joe Burrow.
I like how everybody there just laugh. I don't know who the fuck Joe Burrow is, but that just sound crazy, bro. I really don't know who the fuck that is, Goat. Is Joe Burrow ass?
He's healthy.
Who would y'all say is like top 3 quarterbacks? Who would y'all say is top 3?
He's great.
Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, Mahomes. Okay.
The problem
I've heard of all 3 of those names, so
that he's in part of an organization that doesn't like to play defense, so he's never going to win like that. I watched Joe Burrow's first game against the Eagles where he got sacked 8 times and was able to get up all that time.
Did Joe Burrow not beat Patrick Mahomes in an AFC Championship game at Arrowhead? He did do that.
But
he
did
almost
do that
beat him
one.
twice.
He did do that one time. He did do that one time. But he also hasn't been able to get back there, has he? So Joe Burrow hasn't been that great so that he's been able to get his team beyond everything else.
Way to go. Good job.
What's up, Skip? It's a pleasure, man.
You're up.
Okay, you're talking about everybody else. You're saying all these different
Chat, what do y'all think is the hardest championship in sports to win? Other than football. Because obviously I think that one is probably the winner. But other than that, like we're talking like American football, basketball, baseball. The Stanley Cup, man. Ain't nobody giving no fucks about that, bro. What's the format of the Stanley Cup, bro? Nobody knows. Next question.
things. We got to talk about what overrated is, what that means. You can break it down. Let's talk a little bit literally. You want to talk about his actual rating?
Why ask then?
last year?
I don't know. I thought y'all were going to say something else.
Players got him at number 4. So you're going to sit here and you're going to tell me that that is not an
Best of 7, just like the NBA? Well, if it's just like the NBA, how is it harder?
place for that man to be? If he should be lower, should be higher.
No, but most people think he's already better than Brady. A lot of people believe that.
Okay, but Brady.
Team sports, you mean? I mean real sports. You know, like nobody gives a fuck about who the fuck is winning the bowling championship, bro.
Brady is not even in this conversation. This conversation is not Brady versus Mahomes. The conversation is Mahomes overrated? If you want to talk about value, you want to talk about overrated in value, monetary value. Patrick Mahomes, the $500 million man, has been to the Super Bowl 5 times and won a bunch of money. That's good return on investment. What was Allen's contract extension that he just got?
Josh Allen.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the
significant.
most.
Yeah. When's the last time he went to the Super Bowl?
Okay. Well, they're betting on the come on that one. Yeah,
they are.
But he's shown you a lot, and he was the MVP.
For sure.
And I thought he deserved it.
I agree, 100%. Yep. I agree that he deserved it. But he's got insane stats.
Bro, I'm talking about sports that people would actually watch, bro. Like you got the boys over, you get some pizza, some wings, some like maybe throw something on the grill. Y'all got the game on. Like, bro, y'all not inviting the boys over to watch some fucking PGA. Oh my God, bang! What a putt! Holy fuck! Is that a birdie? Bang! Like, what the fuck are we talking about, nigga? Nobody's doing that shit.
Passing was similar to Mahomes, but nobody can stop Allen's rushing. That is that 100%. But then you go stats. You want to look at stats. You want to look at his MVP years. What other player in the NFL that is playing right now?
sports, bro? Like, bro. What do you mean, boy sports? Are you talking? Do you think anybody but men watch fucking golf? Bro, only people that watch golf is niggas like Donald Trump. Are you Donald Trump?
Now has had over an entire regular season of postseason games. That is an MVP season. You take out last season's postseason.
Okay,
He said no football. Yeah, football would obviously be the hardest. Obviously.
This past season or 2 years ago?
This past postseason where we lost.
Okay.
NASCAR. Never mind, bro. Forgot I asked, bro. Never mind, y'all. I'm muting up, bro. Yo, anybody watching the new fucking League of Legends Championship Series, bro? Yo, chat, we hosting a watch party at my crib, bro. Pull up. I got the wings and the fucking pizza, bro.
We. You just declared yourself.
I'm a Wii. I will always be
You're
a Wii.
Chiefs fan. Okay.
Yes, sir. 100%.
Okay,
Born and raised KC.
Okay.
So he has like 5,200 yards. Some like 30 to 40 touchdowns.
Nah, I hope y'all would
INTs.
actually talk about like real sports, like maybe baseball or like football or basketball, and then we could have like a conversation. But niggas came through and said, actually, I think the PGA is really tough, man. Like, you ain't no watch no fucking. I never heard one of you niggas in the chat ever mention a golfer's name ever. What's up, Lama?
Less than what Allen has in his INTs are less than what Allen had in his MVP season.
But you realize he's gotten to play 14 home games in the postseason, right?
Yeah.
And
he's earned it.
And if he's
How you doing?
played 21 postseason games, so if you take the
I'm
5
tired as
Super Bowls
fuck.
out, that means only 2 road
Yeah.
games.
Go take a nap. I got it from
What?
here.
You gotta you know when you gonna make them donate for a Switch too, bro? You want a Switch too, Lama? No? All right.
Games in the playoffs other
Be for real, you're not watching baseball? Fuck no, that shit is ass. I'm so good off that. I'm watching real sports. I only watch basketball, keep in mind.
than the 12.
And everybody,
14 at home.
Everybody made
14
such
at
a
home.
everybody made such a big deal.
Hot
He's
as
going to
fuck.
Buffalo on the
And he
road.
won.
What happened?
And he went and beat Lamar on the road.
Is it hot
He
out
played
there?
anywhere. It doesn't matter, man.
He was really good, especially in the first half at Ravens.
100%.
Going back 2 years ago. I give you that. But you're trying to scrub his resume.
MLB is a real sport. Bro, I fucking love when I got some baseball on at the function and everybody just fucking falls asleep. That shit fire. It's like when Jigglypuff starts singing in the anime.
Of 31-9 loss.
I ain't gonna lie though, some of the most fire sleeps I've ever had in my life have been at my boy's crib, like on his couch while he got a baseball game on. Damn, I'd be knocked the fuck out, high as shit too.
Lost to Brady and 40-22 to the Eagles, in which he had a QBR of 11.
I'm gonna be honest, bro. If you watch combat sports, bro, you low-key a red flag. Caught 7 TV emote. Caught 7 TV emote. Can I say something?
Okay, what about John
And
Elway?
he stunk for about 3.5 quarters of his first Super Bowl.
Okay, if we're
How? Bro, it's like, I mean, well, first of all, niggas like Dana White and Joe Rogan are like considered gods in like combat sport, like in that community. That's already a red flag as it is. Like just niggas in that space are all weirdos. Like obviously not everybody that watches combat sports is a weirdo. But like what would classify like that community, they're all fucking weirdos, bro. I don't know too many people that are like into boxing. I feel like UFC has kind of taken boxing swag.
bringing other people, what about John Elway? Is he overrated? Do you think he? What's your take? Because this man had a 55-10 loss in the Super Bowl.
He did.
Like you're gonna see people take.
I mean, that's
L's.
not the topic here, but yeah.
Neither
Elway's
is Brady
career-
versus Mahomes.
Okay, Elway's career was a little overrated because he couldn't close deals.
But can Mahomes
and
close
they had
deals?
a very good defense.
Aren't you Dominican? I'm surprised you don't like baseball. So is that like not racist? like is that not racist? Like genuinely? Sure King, aren't you white? I'm surprised. Never mind. Yo, Sure King, what's your cousin taste like? I bet you know.
Can Mahomes not close deals?
Well, he hasn't closed. He had one great Super Bowl with a game-winning drive in overtime at Las Vegas. I give you that one. I've given you that from the start. But I still think Jalen outplayed him twice in
I'm
Super
not
Bowls
white?
because Jalen
Oh.
was better than Mahomes in the first one. And Jalen made one crucial error that
Type one in the chat if you're white. I have to ask you something.
cost the Eagles that game.
The fumble.
Okay.
Yeah, totally. But and with everything else,
you're
I
not.
sat here for the whole day with you.
Yo, big facts. How your cousin taste, bro?
Have been championing the people who win titles. All in the NBA, all you've talked about is the importance of titles.
Yep.
This conversation is going to be just the exact same thing. So how can you say that those titles are important, yet Mahomes' 3 titles, those don't matter, and that's overrated?
You already concluded he's better than Tom Brady.
I don't care about Tom Brady. Tom Brady is giving some bland commentary over on Fox or wherever he is
I'll
now.
buy that.
He's out of the game.
Yep.
Tom Brady is the GOAT. I'm not going to say that Mahomes is at that level yet. He's not. He has not played those seasons.
Do you think his regular season performance has dwindled over the last 3 years? It's starting to erode
100%.
slowly but surely.
Who's his receiving core?
Okay, it's always some excuse with it. He's got the greatest play caller I think ever. Right?
100%. But
Okay.
if you don't have hands and you have people who make stupid off the field decisions,
Well, he's got the greatest pass catching tight end ever. I know he's on the downside a little bit, but he's
a little
really,
bit. He's
really
older
good.
than Gronk. And Gronk's gone.
Okay.
And he's still getting open in the middle of that field.
Yeah.
And he's still doing what he needs to
Kelsey
do.
separates way better than Gronk ever separated.
100%.
Okay.
Skip, I'm so sorry, man. Dude, good shit, man.
Yo, chat. What if we all went to bed right now? What would happen? So the red flags, pretty much, like if somebody wants the person who's sitting down to like be skipped, so that way somebody else can go sit down, then they have to like wave a majority of red flags. So there's 20 people around, so there needs to be 11 flags waved for the person that's currently sitting down to get voted off, pretty much. No, I don't want it. I'd stare at my ceiling for 9 hours and contemplate bad things. Right. So, bro, yapping or getting cooked? Yeah, pretty much. We wouldn't get to watch rematch games. Hey, I got bad news. If I stay live, I'm not playing no fucking rematch, bro. I am tired as fuck. Wait, H3 dropped his response to iDubbbz. Hashtag drama content. But I don't really know if I want to listen to H3. You don't know what I want. Fuck. Oh, EJ actually just linked this. Okay. Nobody messes with Ethan on my watch.
Ew.
This has an overwhelming amount of likes. Oh, God. We are really living in the darkest timeline. I don't know the tea about this. I don't feel like explaining it. Real content. And don't nobody give a fuck about this dumb shit, bro. Wait, it's only a minute. Okay.
Can he get the cross? It does, pulls it to the edge of the penalty area.
Yo, chat is rematch gameplay.
That's a great ball forward to Bruno Fernandes.
Oh, that would have won it, Elmo. Gotta admit.
Penalty area brought down inside the box. Turning shot, brilliant save. What a stop that is from Andrea Nana. Fafana is up to the edge of the penalty area, goes past his man. That's a tackle that goes in, but it's still Cherky. It's
Bro.
Up steps Lacazette and scores for Leon. Fernandes.
Bro, I like what the ninjas say, bro. Like, if you're a goalie, bro, your literal only job is to block the ball, bro. Like, how could you possibly fuck up?
Starts his run up, strikes it, and scores.
Damn, never mind.
So far looking good in the first half of this game.
Yo, why did you? I'm pretty sure there's some KC fans in the chat. This shit only has 3,000 views?
They try a creative protection where Creed Humphrey ultimately has to find his way over, but there's no way with Sweat up the field like that. Kelsey tries to get a hand on him, but I saw that protection last week against Washington.
Yeah, this Super Bowl was diabolical, man.
It worked, but it didn't work against this athletic defensive line.
2nd and 14, four-man rush. Mahomes pressured again, sacked again. This time it's James.
Nah, the taunting on him too, bruh. Nah.
Back-to-back sacks for Philadelphia.
Yeah, I can just tell by Patrick's feet, just doesn't have 100% confidence in his protection right now. They're kind of moving all over the place, and nor should he have a ton of confidence right now. Caliendo, the left guard in there, can't deal with Hunt, isn't there to help his tackle, and the Eagles are really getting after the quarterback right now.
On 3rd and 9, four-man rush, pressure again. Mahomes in trouble. Mahomes.
Damn.
Third of the day for Philadelphia.
Damn. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Philly long dicked them.
Watching his feet, and he just is not that comfortable right now, kind of moving left, and again, he's I wouldn't expect him to be very comfortable with the way this pass rush is really getting after this offensive line. Williams,
Obviously you could never do this with football because the sport is just way too physical. But I really do wonder what it would be like if like football games were like a 7-game series type shit.
with the sack there, you can maybe gain an extra possession or two in the game.
Mahomes looking around, pressured again. Mahomes.
But like it's also like an interesting prospect that like the games are just like do or die. Like you have to show up. Like you can't afford to have like a slightly bad game.
It's Josh Sweat again, who's got 2.5 for the game.
Josh Sweat just over here on the right, over the top of Jawan Taylor, gets chipped, folds back inside as Mahomes tries to step up into the pocket.
And I feel like getting to the Super Bowl is hard too. So it's like you get to the Super Bowl, it's like this shit might be your only chance at the Super Bowl. And then like you fumble. Like damn.
What's he got left? Pressure again.
God damn.
The Eagles have it. Milton Williams with a strip sack. Philadelphia takes over.
Oh, hey Benny.
So much pressure. Milton Williams on Caliendo.
Me and Benny.
And Patrick's trying to get one of those explosive plays.
Benny laying on my lap, y'all. Go.
Just does not give up, but
Oh.
you get in these situations.
God, Benny, get off the mic.
And you get a little bit desperate with only 9 minutes and 45 seconds left on the
Damn, that was a good swat.
This is what happens.
Benny, stop headbutting the mic, man.
We're seeing it tonight.
Tell Benny Voided said hi. Benny Voided said hi. He said he does not give a fuck. I'm not gonna lie. Ow!
Sorry, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean
So why did you just punch me in the back of the head?
No, I didn't.
Like, why did you do that?
I didn't. I was trying to go like this, but
Oh,
I went in too
But
hard.
you went in with a closed fist and just punched me in the back of the fucking head. What the F? All right, Lamo. Do I just end stream? Go. Oh, bless you. Ugh. I'm tired as fuck.
How long you been live?
5 hours. My low washed. Yo, one's in chat if I'm washed. Do you think they're gonna type one?
One of them might.
Yeah, Short King, right?
One of your haters.
Wait, you guys didn't type one? No, you don't, EJ. You can just watch the Daredevil stuff. You don't have to watch all the other bullshit. The Lightning McQueen, right. All right, guys. I'm sorry, bro. I wish I could stream longer. All right, Benny, relax. But I am fucking exhausted, bro. It's about to be that time, boys. Y'all have a GN, bro. I will see y'all tomorrow again, bro. But I'm so tired, bro. I'm so sorry, guys. Tomorrow I will be e-begging again for another 8-hour shift or some shit. All right, bro. GN chat. GN chat. All right, bro. 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 All right, bro.